With 606, we have been dealing with sabotage that I should have foreseen. But there we have it. Let's test Peter's voice. Everybody hit those upvotes and tell us if you can hear both our voices in chat and the quality of our audio. With that, Peter, talk for a few
Okay,
moments.
we thought we were streaming, but we weren't, and so we apologize for being late by a few minutes. We hope you've been listening to us. The first thing we need to know is, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, and that's important. And aside from that, upvotes, and it's going to be very much a fundraising episode if anyone can hear us at all. Brendan Zogate has placed something in the in our chat, and that is it's like the stream, right? Okay, so he's got the stream for this, and so I'll grab the share on that, and that way I can post it. So we got okay. All right, live stream confirmed. So we need upvotes. We need first we need fucking viewers. So join us and tell us the quality of our voice, whether or not you can hear us. We got 2 upvotes now. Either we got a viewer, or me and Peter are double teaming this. Our dear Bren will probably.
I haven't even tuned in. I will.
Okay.
Give ourselves an upvote in a second here. I'm going to go mute for a second.
Yeah, okay. And so good. We got someone out there. Please go into the chat. Tell us the quality of our voice. Let us know how we're doing. And with that, we're going to go into private messenger on Facebook. Send Peter a little, this link here. This will be the, just so he has it. This is the share for our, for tonight's live stream. With that, I'll post that on my Facebook. And aside from all of that, it is both the birthday of John Henry Warrington, the man who uploads everything he can of mine up on Odyssey. God bless him. And as well as the birthday of Donald John Trump. Just so everyone knows, they share the same birthday. Twin souls they be. Just as Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson share the same birthday. Brandon Zogit says, I will disconnect soon to recuperate and recover. And what else does he say here? You can contact if needed. God bless you, Brendan. We love you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We love you beyond expression. We couldn't have done this without you. I honestly assumed we could, because I was not assuming what I should assume, which is basically that there's always sabotage, and that it's never going to, nothing we do is ever going to work naturally. It always takes intervention. So that being said, it is what it is. It's an endless siege. It is my struggle, Mein Kampf, and Mein Kampf, my struggle, is your own. Join us, and by all means, support us, because, we can't make it without you. If we don't make it, believe me when I say, you won't either. Anyhow, so Brendan's saying we never had to change the stream key every episode before. Well, look at the situation, Brendan. You know what's going down. It's the military, industrial, intelligence, occult complex, specifically the NSA, the National Security Agency, the Puzzle Palace, is our primary enemy. They're going to do everything they can to fuck communications and suppress us. For all intents and purposes, I'm shadow banned on YouTube, but we'll do our best to make it work for as long as we can. And while transitioning to Rumble, and eventually, if worse comes to worse, just diving into Rumble entirely, which, as Brendan explained to myself, has some fairly good potential, to say the least. That being said, let's take a look at chat, see if there's anybody in the chat. Peter, of course, your studio, sir. Let me know if you see anything of that gives you any information.
Well, yes, Dwayne Sickman, or Sickman Dwayne, did tell us the sound was excellent, and David Fitzsimmons says greetings from Atlantic City. So that's what I have in my chat.
Excellent. This is wonderful. So
more upvotes.
Oh, good. Excellent.
So people are starting to listen.
Wonderful. I'm so excited. Okay, so we made it work, despite the enemy, as always. So, yes, Sickman Dwayne. Sound is excellent. Goddess bless you, Sickman Dwayne. And David Fitzsimons. Greeting from Atlantic City, of course, Mr. Fitzsimons. Good man. And these are all men, of course, I'm sure, dealing with their own difficulties in life. And thank you for joining us this incredible day. It's going to be a hell of a weekend, from what I understand, and certainly I'll be busy over the next several days. Again, everybody listening, hit and upvote, and the enemy hits us with all kinds of auto-bot downvotes. YouTube might filter them out eventually, but it takes hours, and that prevents us from showing up on searches. So the only way we show up on searches is via your help. So Ahmad Rashad says, "Hello, Governor." Very good. Thank you, sir. Hello in 10. And with that, you're going to hear a noise for just a second.
Our chat.
Okay, well, I press the on button. And at that point, we turn it towards Peter. Peter, we have an audience. There's at least 3 men participating in the chat. We've got at least 7 upvotes. So we're getting into rhythm. And so the stage is yours for now. Help stabilize us. Help normalize us.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. Well, welcome to those of you who have joined us. We've gotten into some pretty interesting territory with the last transmission, and we're going to continue on that thread. Wow, a lot of stuff is opening up. I think what I'm going to do, though, just to kind of warm things up a little bit before I get into the more meaty part, is just talk a little bit about what I heard about the Trumpster with regards to astrology and Biden. This is not my astrological reading. It was the reading of an astrologer who had predicted some things about Trump, and was saying how Uranus going into the first house, his first house, was very, unpredictable for him, and it was very bad times for him. And she was, she was also a psychic, and she said she saw him arrested in front of the White House, handcuffs being put on him. This was quite a while ago, and of course, she didn't say he'd actually go to jail, but that he would be basically arrested. And he has been, I guess, brought into 2 halls of justice where he's had to be fingerprinted and whatnot. And that it was just very, very rough, tough times for him. As I say, I've not looked to verify. It was very interesting. What she also said about Biden is that if he were to win in 2024, there is an eclipse on that date would affect him, suggesting that he would not finish his term, presumably due to health or death. Which, I think there are different scenarios that could be worked out, but I think as much as I'm not a fan of Biden, I think that the most worst thing could happen, is if he was reelected and then Kamala Harris took over.
Yeah,
that's a scary proposition, and she'd be cackling, and she's so condescending. Her 2 main characteristics, if I were to say, she cackles and she's condescending, and scolding. I mean, her staff hate her. But whatever, But anyway, both of these things sound reasonable. Where I became a little suspect of this woman is she really is a Trump hater. And that kind of came out. But what she did say, and she made me understand Trump haters better. What I can't understand about Trump haters, and I can understand them hating Trump, is them embracing Biden, who is completely and utterly corrupt. Always was. And they don't attack that. If you can't just attack Trump without attacking Biden. I mean, because it doesn't give you a sane system. But in any case, Biden, God, it's even blocks your thinking to even mention. So anyway, this woman started talking offhandedly about aliens. Well, the aliens have revealed themselves in the here, and you just need to check these different channels and go, and they're here, and okay. And then this mass belief in aliens. And then she said, and then it turned out she was on George Norrie and, was patting him on the back. So I said, okay. But nevertheless, her comments about Trump and Biden were astrological and psychic. And maybe she's right. Maybe she's half right. But what I noticed with Trump, and the Fox, I read something that Fox News basically was handcuffed themselves because they were very pro-Trump, or like and I guess, what is it, Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham still are, but Tucker was the most wild card of all. He was the highest ratings and the most, I guess what you'd say, wild horse. And I, what is it that Whitney Webb said that, I think it was Whitney Webb said that he was bringing up the Epstein issues, and this is what got him canned. But that Rupert Murdoch was handcuffed by the Dominion suit. The Dominion, the voting machines that were all tied to all sorts of bullshit. But it's like this Sidney Powell disappeared. It's like whatever Dominion got out of Fox, because they were getting them on libel, which is almost impossible to win a libel lawsuit in the United States on media. They were impugning the character of Dominion voting systems. I mean, give me a break. But in any case, they had Fox News. This is why they fired Tucker, and they went in a different direction because they were told to. In other words, Rupert Murdoch is probably very blackmailable. I would imagine he's very blackmailable. But they blackmailed him through the court system, and as long as he towed the line and fired Tucker and got rid of this, it would diffuse the Trumpomania that we have in this country, which is more or less 50% of the population.
Yes.
Trumpmania. Now, I mean, it sounded all reasonable from different articles that I'd read, and okay, it makes sense. It's like, and I personally have thought, Trump should have just hung it up after the election. If he wanted to stay in power, he would have had to have been much more militant, and really take over everything, do a takeover, and control the ballot boxes, and start prosecuting his enemies very aggressively. And he would be in a much stronger position than he is now. He'd still be president. He'd be a very controversial president, and maybe in the long run, he'd be worse off. Who the hell knows? But that was the only way he could have retained power. But in any case, and this is just, to me, what I'm talking about is really just a bunch of crap, because I'm just warming up to get to what we're going to talk about. But what was very interesting, and even Jonathan Turley, the George Washington law professor, who's very, he's not a Trump fan, but he's delineated all the outrageousness that's occurred in the Justice Department. He's pronounced, Trump basically is in deep hot water because of the indictment. And so is Bill Barr. And what I find very interesting is that they're basically trying him without a trial. They're saying, oh, this data is bad. And I could think of all sorts of defenses for Trump without even knowing all the data. But in any case, I didn't think, I think to pronounce somebody guilty before they're guilty, found guilty, especially Trump, is very chancy activity. Nevertheless, with all these documents, and I heard what you said about how these documents could be useful in the hands of the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the funny thing that Trump's main mistake seemed to be is that he didn't do the administrative detail of declassifying them before he left office. He could have just said these are declassified and taken them with him. But he didn't have the administrative astuteness to do that.
Right.
Therefore, he could conceivably go to jail for the rest of his life and then beyond some.
Theoretically, but I don't foresee that happening.
Well, but I'm saying because of a faux pas on his part.
Yeah.
And in other words, he didn't understand what he was doing. And I think, President said, he says, it's not a crime. Nixon said, he says, it's not a crime if the president does it because he's the president. That was Nixon's viewpoint. And he was definitely guilty of obstruction of justice. So it's like, they're making mountains out of molehills with Trump, because they say it's all kind of an administrative faux pas on his part. But nevertheless, I think I watched the whole narrative changed on both CNN and Fox, because after he was arraigned, or whatever they did with him, I don't know if they arraigned him or whatever the procedure was when he reported in for the indictment, it was like the biggest, Trump rally we've had. And it was all orchestrated, and the narrative is now, this is like a blip on his campaign, and that the support is coming out of the woodwork, and they're saying, well, how will he keep up with this arraignment and that arraignment and this trial? And it's like he's going to have so many trials that the court dates are going to have to be postponed. In other words, when you have this many court cases against you, it sounds, especially to his supporters and his fringe supporters, it sounds like an orchestrated conspiracy of harassment, is what it sounds like, rather than an actual, I guess what you'd say, sincere form of prosecuting in the name of justice. It doesn't seem, politically motivated, but it seems to be backfiring, at least for the narratives. And, they're listing Trump's crimes, and the people who like Trump and the people who don't like Trump or are on the fringe, they think it's an orchestrated conspiracy to get Trump, at the same time not going after Biden or Hillary. It's kind of like the rhetoric that is being employed, or the justice system is backfiring, because I think people believe that the justice system leaves a lot to be desired, or at worst is a bunch of crap. And it's very interesting, like, what is the political fallout? And then on some days it looks like, Trump's going to have to bite it and, go to jail. Or I think really, if he just decided not to run, they'd all be happy. And I think they'd let him go if he could make a deal behind the scenes.
Right.
Say, oh, I won't run. And I think that's what they really want. But I would say that, Trump is reckless. He's got a lot of bravado. He's routinely underestimated. And there's nothing noble about his enemies at all. Nothing noble. But I think that it's like they're I think there's going to be a lot of. Oh, I think they're playing a very dangerous game. Trump has already played a dangerous game, but I think that they're. It makes me wonder if the whole justice system will be, declared a joke. It's and there's so many issues of lack of focus on what should be focused on, and I'm not even talking about politics or even immigration for that matter. It's so enough of the politics. I just wanted to, warm up the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really want to go in that direction, but this is just what I saw recently. And I think I saw a few other things. China's sitting there. What did I hear about China recently? Oh, this was good.
Mm-hmm.
This is rich. Bill Gates is going to China.
Yeah.
And the Chinese love and respect him, and he's going there to discuss world health issues. Like he's some harbinger of future developments with world health.
Mm-hmm.
And this is dangerous. It's revolting. And it's just like Bill Gates going to China. Now I want to remind everybody, and Douglas, I don't need to remind you, but that he was the one that was put behind the Cho Mobile.
Yes.
The Cho Mobile. So I think this is like a Cho meeting.
Yeah.
Bill Gates and China are like chowing down. have their chicken chow mein. Yeah. So that was. I mean, this is the real, politics we have to be concerned about. Is Bill Gates in China?
Yeah, I think it's disgraceful at this time. But then again, not that I'm defending him or supporting this at all. I think it's disgusting. But there is a history, of course, of during times of great tension, businessmen trying to act as a bridge. In the old days, this is why Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said that the capitalists will sell us the very ropes by which we shall hang them with. In the old days, it used to be left-leaning businessmen who, for whatever reason, as moguls, held or cleaved to a communist ideology. And I can't think of anything more self-destructive or oxymoronic for a capitalist to cleave to such, but such men existed, and they.
I don't think Bill Gates is a capitalist. He's an elitist.
Yeah,
foremost, and who just happens to have gotten into his position through capitalism.
Your point's well taken. Yeah. I mean, well spoken. And so what he's going to do is, it could be argued by his apologists that he's attempting to go to China to act as a bridge in a time of great crises.
Well, I think he is, but I think he's going there with world health, in mind, and how can we vaccinate the planet?
He's working with the wrong people.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I think personally he's working with the Chow. I think it's like he's on a chogram over there.
It's let's bring our listeners to our reviewers. I want everyone to understand the gravity of the situation. Peter is quite right. Honestly, it's something that it may be hard for people to understand unless we reiterate a bit of the narrative. So I want people to understand that without going too much in depth into the Cho as a subspecies, that this malevolent subspecies that Asians for millennia have considered essentially a fey folk, a fairy folk of the most malevolent sort. You had Bill Gates, for whatever reason, basically backing this Cho Mobile program as this kind of funds exchange to take advantage of the chaos of post-earthquake Haiti. And for a while it served its purpose, and then they said it was something about it didn't keep up with the changing times, and
it never served its purpose. It never did anything. It was useless.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, as I, and that's why they had to modify it, because they were giving out these cell phones in Haiti and nobody knew how to use them.
There you go. And it's but not to mention there's very few sources of power. I mean, how do you recharge them? It's a terror.
So why didn't give it to them? I mean, it's like it didn't make any sense.
Well, I'm sure there was some, as I'm sure you presume. I think both of us presume there was other sinister machinations going on behind the scenes. That was a cover for something. It was a cover for something.
Or as you said, taunt.
Yeah.
Sort of a taunt. We have the Cho mobile.
Yeah.
We're moving Cho.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Cho has been integrated into the new, cellular network.
Thank you. Almost like at that point it becomes like an egregore, and the egregore is
exactly. Instead of 5G, it's Cho-G.
yes. The
Cho generation.
Yeah, the egregore gets infested into the internet, into the Ethernet. They don't call it the Ethernet for nothing. So it was definitely bizarre. It was definitely bizarre, and made even less sense than Cho chocolate. Well, I don't know if that's even possible, but yeah, somehow they managed to go beyond in these kind of out there operations that are for people who are just kind of losing it right now. Like, what the hell are these guys talking about? Understand that the Cho represents something very negative in Asia. And so outside of Asia, there are very few people who are familiar with the term. And the problem is that the Department of Defense made certain that anyone in the West who ran across the term would then be confused by a smokescreen of confusing information on the net, usually connected to role-playing games. And as I explained before, just as many games companies were Department of Defense contractors because they were producing simulations or board games, tabletop games that the military could use to practice operations, literally train their officers to run a war, operate in combat. Probably the most, some of the more blatant examples of this that wound up being sold to the public were Tactics 2. There was a game called Tactics 2 that was first aired or displayed to the public on That Was the Week That Was. There used to be a show by that name. That was the week.
That was like from the early 60s, before you were born. I used to watch that every Friday night.
Thank you.
With my mom.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and it was. Yes, quite, yeah, before I was born.
It was actually a British show, which they copied and brought over to the U.S.
There you go. Yeah. And on that, they showed a board game called Tactics 2, produced, I believe, by Avalon Hill, but I could be wrong. But that was produced by the gaming company for the U.S. military to practice conventional and nuclear operations. So it's a genuine military war game that then got sold to the public after they simply redacted anything they felt that was national security of national security relevance. Another game that comes to mind was NATO Division Commander. And if NATO Division Commander, I believe, was produced by SPI, Simulations Publications Incorporated. And these are two very obvious games where it's traceable. It is traceable to the general public, that if someone really cared, they could just trace the history of these games all the way back to their defense contract, where the games were incepted to be designed and produced for the U.S. military to use to practice operations. Now, a lot more of these games went through that process than you are aware of. And when it came to role-playing games, they would also employ role-playing game companies like Chaosium. Chaosium is a covert Department of Defense contractor. It's something that, unlike some of these other board game companies where the contracts were a bit more open concerning the government, something that they could actually brag about on their resume, others are hired by intelligence organizations to role play. This is role playing games would be more towards intelligence operations. So Michael Aquino had contracted through the Defense Intelligence Agency Chaosium. Matter of fact, they probably got an enormous government sponsorship, what would you call it, startup, like what they call these startup companies. They probably got their startup by the U.S. government, probably from Aquino personally, made certain they were allocated some kind of allotment to get their company started, so that they, like a federal loan, so that they could start the gaming company that they started. And the very name exposes it, Chaosium. And this shows they're affiliated with Edomite culture or anti-culture. And so they were probably the most aggressive at smoke screening the concept of Cho by saying, oh, it's all really just a role-playing game concept. And it was first appeared in the work of quote-unquote August Derleth. Okay, now these are both lies. These are both out-and-out lies. They're nowhere near the truth. August Derleth was not the first person to write about them, as I've exposed in past episodes, in terms of literary exposure. As for the Cho, it's a genuine ethnic group. There are people who speak the language Cho, which, as I've said to people before in the past, you used to be able to look up the Cho language and find it acknowledged anthropologically. That's almost impossible to do now. It's simply been so clouded by all this role-playing game crap that it's almost impossible to find the Cho language and anthropologists speaking about the subject at all, because a pall has fallen over the subject. But be assured, we will expose this in our new book, and we want people to understand the Cho are real, the Cho are dangerous, and the very term is profoundly negative in Asia. It would have the same kind of negative connotation as the word death or ritual murder, something like sacrifice. Yeah, it's something, if you heard something like sacrifice or something like that, just with a very grave connotation, a very morbid connotation, to the point where people would barely dare to say the word in Asia. If you can think of something parallel here in the West, then think of that being given as the name for a financial service, and that's what Bill Gates did through Cho Mobile. And the Cho Mobile was not what you might think, a cell phone, a cellular service. It was a cellular service specifically for exchange of funds, so that people could supposedly expedite funds very quickly to people in need in Haiti. And it's so whatever it was, they were probably using it as a cover for some kind of money laundering, probably some kind of crypto scheme, some bullshit. And then when they were done with it, it just said it served its purpose and then discontinued it. So that's what I intuit happened. But that being said, this Bill Gates was involved with that, and I think that tells you all you need to know. It's something very strange going on here. And like Peter Moon said, I originally said, it's like a taunt. It's like, why would they use that? And for the people who don't know, a little nuance here. There is a Cho chocolate which uses but the singular syllable. And the singular syllable in the Asian language means basically black magic, like magic of the darkest sort. That's like necromancy, like the magic of raising the dead. So when the ethnic group is referenced, it's by the double Choa, and so that means it's like a double felony. It means like it's a double negative, meaning this is that doesn't make it a positive. Just so you understand.
Like all of Trump's court cases.
Yeah. It's just like double jeopardy in a court case, or compounded felony in a criminal charge. But when Bill Gates started this Cho Mobile, it wasn't a single syllable. It was Cho Mobile or Cho, whatever he called it. It was the full fucking name. So he used, so it's beyond what the chocolate company does. He knows fucking full well. Nobody's going to use that word twice without you knowing the connotation, because it's just going to sound silly. Why would anyone use that term? And it has no meaning in the West, and there's no way a Westerner would simply come up with it out of thin air. So he somehow is acquainted with, or even affiliated with, the Chochoa, and decided he was going to honor them with this Chocho mobile operation or scam or scheme, whatever he was doing with it. So there you go with that. And with that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you for that context. And I also want to tell you, people that are listening to the show, about the show for the first time, is that this is a chapter in the new book, but it became so, and I still haven't finished it, it's become so onerous to write. I've pretty much got, not all, but most of the information. I've kind of got the information, but it's like the chapter's so long, and it's even my horoscope said that I'm going through this like perfection. It's like I can't let something go until I get it perfect. But now I've realized I have to let it go, and I have to do a whole nother book on the Cho, which I will be talking about a little bit more about the Cho. But in other words, because it's so comprehensive, and this book is going to move into the aspects of the Jewish apocalypse, the Islamic apocalypse, and eventually the Christian apocalypse, and how it all ties to everything, and the Vox Arca and the Artilect and all of this, and the current events of today. It's a very powerful book.
Yes.
And it goes far beyond what Houdini and Lovecraft were going to expose and were killed over. And then subsequently, Lindbergh was going to, when Houdini died, Lindbergh was going to pick up the slack, and they were going to bring Lindbergh into the presidency, which he would have easily won, especially with the release of this book. But now this is a much more deeper probe than they were doing, because, God, it's 100 years later. So there's a lot. And, of course, they didn't have Douglas Dietrich. Yes. They didn't know his mother.
Thank you.
So in any case, it gets, but this brings us to, the heart of where we're going. And what I'm going to do right now is we're going to go back to the Cho, but I'm going to tie this in to my adventures in Romania, because I'm going to Romania in about 6 weeks. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be one hell of an adventure. I keep getting more information. I know Radu has said to my publisher he's going to give a new book in the fall, which he said for over 2 years now, but we'll see. I mean, it sounds like he will do it. But there's been a lot of stuff. So I've shared a lot of it with Douglas. It's kicking up, and as the more stuff is kicked up, but what is apparent to me, and I hope to have some very interesting discussions with people I've known since my first trip to Romania, long before I got involved with, anything else over there, including Paula's family. Mm-hmm. They come late to me, and they're not a part of this scenario. But the Department Zero, from what I understand right now, has a lot of, well, I wouldn't say Department Zero. I would say people who are on the outside that are affiliated with Department Zero, much in the way, maybe I'm trying to give an analogy. trying to give an analogy. But it's hard. Just people who are in fields of influence that would be supportive of Department Zero or perhaps vice versa. These people have become, or some of them, or some of the groups have become infiltrated with demonic energy, and the whole purpose of this is to jam the frequency of what we might consider to be Shambhala, the gateway to Shambhala. If we put it in a Christian sense, it's paradise, Eden, the Grail. And this is the stoppage of the wonder. Now, when I'm in Transylvania at Choclavina Cave this summer, it will be, as they say, Neptune will be highlighted. It's at the top of what's called a kite pattern in astrology. And Neptune is the planet of dreams, high spirituality, mysticism, and it's like the beautiful visions. And I've said, I'll repeat it again. It's the just beautiful tapestry that's laid out by Radu, and this technology, artificial intelligence that's obviously conscious, old, and it's sitting there waiting for Cesar Brad to put his print on this certain handprint, and then it opens up this barrier, this electromagnetic barrier, and they're able to access the tunnel, which they couldn't do with any technology. And then they're open to all this technology that's just so futuristic it's not funny. But it's sitting there, estimated to be some 50,000 years old. It goes into just unreality as far as we would know it, beyond science fiction. And it's a very detailed environment he lays out. It's hard to believe that he didn't experience these things, at least on psychedelic drugs, because he's so detailed. And I'm not saying he had psychedelic drugs, but it's evocative. How could you be so detailed? Sort of like Tolkien in Lord of the Rings. But Tolkien's pictures are maybe a little more abstract than what Radu gives. And of course, he's talking pure fantasy. So he doesn't have to be as precise as Radu does in certain matters. So it's like, what a picture he paints. This is Neptune. Now, the antidote, or possibly even the antithesis to Neptune, is Saturn, which is the bottom line. Like, let's get down to reality here. What is this? What is this real thing? Okay, you've said this beautiful picture. You've created this beautiful mystique. It's incredible. It outdistances, other literature out there on the inner earth by leaps and bounds. Even if it's not perfect, it outdistances. And what's very, I guess, insulting, although it's not intended to be insulting, is somebody say, well, read the book about Palmer. That's about the inner earth too. It just, it's like, it's like that guy who told Douglas, I worked at the Presidio too, or my father, comparatively a janitor. The guy wasn't a janitor, but I'm saying, oh yeah. And it's comparing peaches with apricots.
Thank you.
And rotten apricots at that. And I'm not saying this to be disparaging. It's like, okay, like, people don't get the magnitude. Now, I've received, not from the purveyor, but somebody who I trust sent me a criticism by the purveyor of criticism of of the whole scenario with Radu. And it's, in his own mind, he's exposing it and claiming all sorts of things. The problem is his criticism sucks. It's not a good criticism. It seems sincere from his own myopic vision, but he doesn't criticize what brings forth. It's just like criticizing the Roswell deception and sort of saying, well, I don't have any documents on this, or Douglas Dietrich hangs out with sugar daddies and he takes blood, and this is it completely torpedoes what is the value of what is brought to the table. And people do this with Douglas all the time. They will attack what is disagreeable and arguably socially offensive to some people, but they don't assess the importance of what's being said. They're taking their own personal prejudices. And so what I'm saying is I'm being introduced to a deeper scenario in Romania, which I was told about on my first trip there. This is why I want to talk to David Anderson's friend who told me about this. On my very first trip, she told me about certain things, but she didn't label them as Department Zero. And it's really not. But it's people who are affiliated. And I'm learning certain affiliations that I didn't know before. It's like saying a bunch of people supporting Department Zero are involved with Freemasonry. Well, that's not true, because Freemasonry opposes them. And I was told about that on my first day. And it's like, okay, some of the struggles going on in Romania. But this is the bottom line. And I learned this on my first trip there in the town of Bushteni, which Radu always describes as B. He says, near the town of B. He will not state the rest of the name. It's obviously Bushteni. Bushteni, because Bushteni is where you take the cable car to get to the Sphinx from. The first time. It's not the only way to get to the Sphinx. You can also take a cable car from the West End. But the one from Bushteni is the most dramatic and beautiful. It is just an incredible trip. But you got to wait in line for 2 hours.
No.
It's worth it.
Okay.
And you go on scaling up the mountains. And there's only one cable car that goes. One goes one way and one goes the other way. So it's like, every 2 hours you can go, and it's not fun to wait. Nevertheless, it's an incredible trip, and I've taken it at least twice. And other times I've gone up the back end or the West End, which has another cable car, but that's not as dramatic because you're above the tree line already. But you're going just up these mountains. It's incredible. So anyway, Bushteni is on my first trip getting back. Me and my traveling companion Joel, we there was a restaurant there right near or a hotel right near where the cable car ends, and we were starving. So we went and we had this incredible meal of, I think it was polenta and pork. I don't know. It really agreed with me.
Wow.
And we weren't quite sure how we were getting home to the next town of Sanaya. It was quite an adventure. But I remember the waiters, and the waiters spoke English. And, I hadn't even been to Atlanticron yet. we'd been stranded in Romania, although we were getting back, but we were still stranded actually. And I was talking to the waiter, and he told me, I was asking him questions. I don't remember what I asked him, but he told me that, now this was in 2008, he told me that around that time of 2003, there was a vast amount of Americans staying at the hotel there and in the entire town. The Americans were flooding the town, and they were told not to talk about it. Now, what is that? Why would Americans be going? And when you say Americans, you get the idea of CIA types. I really didn't go into it. But what would they be doing there? And why would they be there? This is, there's something, this is consistent with what Radu said about this opening of this chamber beneath the Sphinx. And this is the perfect place for them to go. And there were quite a few of them, probably involved with the military, whatever was going on. And of course, Romania had joined NATO. Yeah. But why do you need a bunch of Americans to be in that particular area? Because there's not any base near there that I know of. It's a very sensitive area. So people had said, I think that right when the book came out, I was invited to the home of the former head of psychotronics in New York City. He was Hungarian. And he had a case to make for Hungarian being part, Transylvania being part, really belonging to Hungary. Which it did belong to Hungary at one point. Language, however, it was Romanian predominantly. But I think he said two of his friends pointed out that Radu was using the alliance of Romania with America to create a whole scenario, which is ridiculous. You can't take an alliance between two countries and create a story like this. In other words, they're taking small points and making them big. They're not assessing importances in an intelligent way. It's like saying Donald Trump is stealing or has classified documents. Therefore, he must have classified documents about UFOs and the aliens. You're not assessing the proper importance of what's going on. You're not assessing the nature of, who he is and what he is, and you're just jumping to conclusions, basically in an effort to discount this incredible story. Now, it is an incredible story, but it's like people will take what they know. And they just misassess importance, improperly evaluated. So Radu Sinamar did write an incredible story, and and then other people in Romania early on had told me that, oh, well, yeah, you see, he took some from this book and some from that book and this for this book, and this is really what it is. They're minimizing the bigger picture of what he wrote, because this appears here and that appears here. Well, he's kind of writing his own story of history, and his story is very unique. It's very unique. And then he follows it up with other stories that are all unique and different, and they add up to an astonishing picture. Nevertheless, it is a Neptunian portrait of great mystery that invites us into this proposition that Shambhala is waving hello at us. And that's really one of the things I've gotten from the book series, and reading all the books 5 or 6 times as I edit them and translate them as well. I don't only translate them, I edit them and reread them. And it's like, wow, it's like Shambhala saying, okay, we're here, now find us, come here. And it's not that, and you know, even if the books are not, you know, particularly accurate, they still paint a picture of Shambhala and saying, if you can adjust your vibrational frequency, you can enter this heavenly realm. And that is the, I guess, the true value of the books. Now, of course, I'm discovering that there are problems, and it might explain some of the reasons why his book hasn't come out, which, you know, we have to remember this guy is human too. So he's enjoyed some incredible enlightenment. And if you read the books, you'll see that he's in a much inferior position, spiritually developed-wise, compared to the mentors he works with. And when they speak, it's very different than when he speaks. It's very clear. It's unlikely, if not impossible, he could be, you know, that's not even how an author would write. You know, he could show the difference in the disparity in characters, but his disparity is very authentic. And the Freemasons like to tell me it is by a committee. The book is by a committee. It is by a committee. And have you read the book? No. You know, I've read them multiple times. So it's like, no, it's not by a committee. It is approved by his mentor, at the very least, as to what can and can't be said, which is very sensitive. So here we're dealing with very sensitive issues that have to do with very sensitive topics when it comes to, I guess what you'd say, deliverance. And when I say deliverance, it's like delivering the benefits of truth to mankind. In the New Testament, you have this meme or zeitgeist of, you know, a new kingdom. I don't think the new kingdom is described anywhere near as ornately as Shambhala traditionally has been. Instead, it's just, you know, join the Father, Christ will save you. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not just that. That's kind of what it's been rendered into by modern evangelists. You need to be saved. But it had a much more richer tradition originally than it does now. Much richer. And of course, it was right in the face of all of this, I'll say, Philistine type mentality or Roman mentality, which we could also associate with the Edomites, for those of you who followed the show.
Yes.
Meaning the kings of Edom, who were derived from Jacob's brother Esau, who was born red, and they became the enemies of the Hebrews. This is so whatever was going on back then, and they're writing about this new world, and of course it gets opposed, and it gets violently opposed to the point where Christians are persecuted. And as I think it was Schopenhauer said, that first truth is, what is it? When truth comes out, it's ignored.
Yeah. Yes.
Then it's violently opposed.
Yes.
And then it's accepted. And
don't forget the part where after it's accepted, everybody claims credit that they were the first to expose it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen that with Montauk. But the thing is, and I suppose with Montauk it was violently opposed. When I say violently, I mean like in terms of verbally, vehemently. And the same thing could be said for, and even more so for your work. It's like violent opposition.
Yeah.
Even when there was mention of the Cho, there would be people saying there are no Cho. It's
Oh
all
God.
fiction,
Oh God.
and they don't realize. So people get very visceral responses to Douglas Dietrich's work because it is so it exposes so much truth that if they begin to grasp it, it makes their false constructs dissipate, and they're intellectually empty because they're not thinking with a full deck of cards.
Yes.
And it's just the way it is. So that becomes the challenge. And when we come back to the work of Radu, it's like there's a bigger picture here, and the dream workshop that I'm doing is augmented by the fact that while this kite is going on, independent of the kite, there's a formation in the heavens with Saturn trining the moon. At least on August 12th, the moon will be moving. But that trine means there will be a balancing of emotions with reality, with structure. So in other words, even though we're working with dreams, we're not necessarily going to get carried away. See the balance of the dream, and I'm hoping some of the revelations and things that I learn, I think they're going to be much more of a human nature than a phantasmagorical nature. In other words, how are human beings relating to this phantasmagorical stuff? Now, when Douglas talks about phantasmagorical things with regard to Aquino, and these are negative things, they're phantasmagorical, but they're negative. He often will talk about the human situation, particularly in the case of Mae Brussel,
Yes.
who was psychologically, mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically killed by Michael Aquino.
Yes.
Over a methodical period of time, because she didn't understand the true nature of what she was dealing with. She understood the irrational conspiracy that was being played out by the JFK assassination. In fact, I was even thinking of asking you, and totally independent of Mae Brussel, I was thinking, but did Aquino ever tell you anything about the JFK assassination scenario? And you might as well answer that question in a minute, because people were interested to hear it. But basically, she was the main investigator who kind of started the whole conspiracy about the JFK conspiracy. She wasn't the only one, but she was the Johnny on the spot person. She was really on top of it more than anybody. And all of her, which broadened out into other conspiracies, which basically led her to literally the door of Michael Aquino.
Yeah, and ultimately to her death.
Yes, which was a whole higher order of conspiracy that frankly had nothing to do with the JFK assassination, which would have just been a symptom. But let me just digress from my narrative to ask you, did he ever say anything to you about the JFK assassination?
Interestingly enough, no. There was never anything that he had ever said about it. Not that the subject just never came up. It was one of these.
That's small potatoes for him.
Yeah, I was about to say, in no disrespect towards John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Ironically enough, where I got the most about the assassination was during the time that Aquino and I were beginning to kind of sever, and that was about the time that the lieutenant commander of the Navy, the ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence. God, what was his name again? I do so, and my psychiatrist helped me out here, Dr. Tao Tran, with bleaching a lot of these memories, though sometimes I do recall his name. But, I had spoken of him in a number of interviews in the past, and hopefully those can someday be recovered. He was it Hunt? But he spoke of the Kennedy assassination in great depth. And the interesting thing about it was that it most certainly was obviously not what it seemed, or at least not what it was presented to most people. As a matter of fact, probably the person who went into it in greatest depth and technical detail with myself was Lionel Allen Curtis, who was, I can't remember his rank now. Again, and this guy was a mentor of mine. And I've done my best to bleach his memory from my mind because he was a mentor in the technical or professional sense. But he was just pure raw evil and a complete and total pedophile. It's that's strange language for me to use because that sounds like a California teenager, complete and total. But it's hard to think of an appropriate description for somebody who is just. And this is something I try to explain to people about pedophiles. Not that I want to diverge into that as a tangent, but just so people get this straight. I guess the best way I could describe it is there's pedophiles and there's pedophiles. And there are people whose entire lives are consumed with fucking children. And that is like the foremost thing on their minds. Like they wake up, they go to sleep, and this is ever on their minds. This is all they think about. And he was one of those people. However, along the way, he picked up a number of extraordinarily deadly talents that made him, for a period of time, comparatively too useful for the U.S. government, for them to do anything about him. Now, ultimately, I did report him and got him in jail, but when it comes to what I reported him for, it had nothing to do with pedophilia, because reporting him on that would never have gotten him in jail. Just so people understand the reality of your world. If you don't get it by now, you're never going to get it. But he was a U.S. Army Ranger sniper. And as a professional sniper, he enlightened me to a number of things about the JFK assassination. So technically, he expounded at great length about the Zapruder film, and expounded at great length as to why it was impossible for JFK to have been killed by a single bullet, or even two bullets coming from the same direction. So the best I can relay to you in summation of what he said was that on the film it is self-evident that JFK's body basically bounces forward, bounces back, and that this is not a muscular response that's even possible in the human body when it's hit by one bullet. You don't just like snap like a rubber band and bend forward and back when you're hit by a single bullet. It doesn't work like that. Rather, it was bullets hitting him from different directions, which is painfully obvious to anyone who's a professional sniper. So he explained that at length and other elements of the JFK assassination, but that was he took a deep interest in it as a professional sniper. So the one thing that I can tell you definitively is that at the Presidio military base, just based on the number of people that I was dealing with, all of them as repellent as Michael Aquino, no less evil than Michael Aquino in their own way, perhaps less cosmic in their abilities, perhaps less capable of shall we say, cosmic levels of damage and long-term historical impact as Michael Aquino, without the depth of sociological penetration that Michael Aquino had in so many ways, or influence, but nevertheless, just as evil. They pretty much proved to me, not convinced me, that the word convinced doesn't even apply. They proved to me that he was assassinated by a conspiracy, a active conspiracy of that involved multiple assailants. Now, having been exposed to that, and then over the years talking with people, one of the people who took an interest in it was James Fetzer, who was the Marine Corps officer, who was also had, I think, more than one doctorate. And he had written multiple books. He was quite prolific as an author, and these were highly technical subjects. He took an interest in the JFK conspiracy to a degree, and definitely felt that, if anything, that Lee Harvey Oswald was a hero who was doing his best to warn the public that something was going to happen, and that's why he found himself in such a compromising position that day, and was scapegoated. And so all of that being said, however, my own personal favorite, I don't know if there's any other word for it, and I don't think it's a good term. It's not a good term because it doesn't, it makes it sound almost as if I'm being fickle about this or somehow lighthearted about it, and it's not the case. I would just say that the theory that strikes me as the most reasonable after just years and years of paying some attention to the situation with JFK. And bear in mind, my father, of course, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was profoundly impacted by the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, because he was America's first Roman Catholic Irish president. So as someone who was Irish, a despised minority for a long period of time in the United States, or better yet, a despised majority, then as well as the Roman Catholic religion, which was definitely a despised minority religion, even persecuted to a degree, to the point where John F. Kennedy could not allow himself to visit the Pope, because then the Americans would claim that he was being influenced by the Pope, and that was therefore that the Pope was ruling America through him as a puppet. Because of that, he could not visit the Pope and had to send his wife instead. This was disgraceful. And then when they finally took him out,
had to feel and kiss the Pope's ring as a Catholic.
Yeah.
That was the big issue.
I'm certain, yeah, the optics were bad. Yeah. And so, but when he was killed, then my father was traumatized. He cried. My mother related to me. I wasn't there, of course. I mean, it was 1963. That was the year my sister was born. But my mother told me that he cried, he wept profusely that day, and one could understand why. And so it's not that my father ever went far to analyze it. By the way, I do want people to know that as time went on and my father found out more and more about John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and bear in mind, he was also influenced by the fact that he had personally met him during the war, for the short time that Kennedy was involved, and on the front. And now, to tell you the truth, I don't consciously remember whether they had met in the Pacific or whether it was on leave when my father had met him somewhere in the States, but I do believe it was in the Pacific. But that they kind of bonded in a sense because they were, Irish Catholic. I mean, not that my father was pure Irish, he was also German and some other, mostly German-Irish, which is very common.
They both came from rich families with satanic connections.
Yeah. Well, certainly Kennedy's was much wealthier than my dad's, but my dad's was not, it was not necessarily impoverished, but certainly he was destined for poverty because he was exiled from the family because he wouldn't buy into the Satanism. So he was excommunicated, if that term can be used, to use it in the ironic sense. He was excommunicated from the family. They both had that, and so that was also a factor. But as my father began to find out more about Kennedy as he got older, he became less and less sympathetic with him. There was less and less he could relate to. And therefore, I wouldn't say he grew to hate Kennedy, but he definitely lost the hero worship that he had had. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing to grow, to grow and to, mature and grow out of certain elements of hero worship with some people. But when it came to my own, taking all of that into account, what strikes me as the most reasonable theory, because when you really look through who wanted Kennedy dead, the question then becomes no longer who wanted Kennedy dead, but who didn't want Kennedy dead. I mean, basically everybody wanted Kennedy dead. And by the way, of course, I have no love for the military-industrial complex. And Kennedy did stick it to them in a number of ways. Because, for one thing, just all of you get this through your head. Kennedy knew the Americans lost the war. And like I said, he had the Japanese captain of the little destroyer that had rammed his PT boat. That man was in the audience on site when Kennedy was sworn into office, and he made certain that man was one of the guests of honor. And so he definitely liked the Japanese. He had no hatred for them. And he was someone who knew that that America needed to cooperate with Japan. And so we're talking about somebody who I admire for that reason. And he was also someone who stuck it to the military in a number of other ways. I could go on and on, but the point was the military hated him, and he was convinced that the military would try to kill him. And he did conduct a film in which he basically was kind of doing a rehearsal for his own death. And this was like, as well, he gave the permission for the Manchurian Candidate to be released as a film. This was because he felt that his life was in danger. This is why when he was killed, then the Manchurian Candidate was withdrawn out of respect for him, etc., etc. There's a whole story behind that. So all of that being articulated, however, it was either the military, which is easy for me to accept, and is actually the posit, essentially, of the Oliver Stone film. The problem with the Oliver Stone film is that there's several other elements to it. He chose to present it through a very controversial historical character, this attorney who was very questionable and actually seemed, if you ever take a look at photographs of the man, he's not charismatic and not very compelling as a person. The attorney who was claiming that Kennedy was killed seemed to be coming up with all kinds of different theories, but the one that, to make him sound reasonable and rational and present the film as something coherent, Oliver Stone stuck with the military killed Kennedy theory, which is which I'm fine with. And but at the same time, obviously mafia elements were involved, but the military cooperated with them throughout World War II, etc. It all fits in after a while, where you get this idea that a tremendous amount of parties are involved, and ultimately it may well have been the case. But this one woman author, whose name I forgot, she essentially wrote a book that was very compelling because it was just the Occam's razor. It was so clean in the sense of it just made perfect sense. It was just that Jacqueline Kennedy, who became Jacqueline Onassis, hated John Fitzgerald Kennedy. He had written to her in his will. He granted her in his will something like $20. He was fucking with other women all the time, including Marilyn Monroe. Almost brazenly, almost tauntingly, and she despised him. And so when she hooked up with or met Mr. Onassis, Aristotle,
they'd already met. They'd met together on Onassis's boat. They were both together.
That's right.
On Onassis' boat.
That's right. That's right. They had an acquaintance at the least. And so the woman posits that Onassis wanted her and said, I'll rescue you from this horrible marriage. And he had all the money in the world and just hired a bunch of European hitmen, which mafia would definitely be included in that category. And they took Kennedy out. And the fact is that when the first thing that happened was after Kennedy was killed, I sent a photograph of it to Peter Moon that I dug out of my files I hadn't looked at for years. And it was Jacqueline Kennedy crawling off of the car. I can't even remember what make it was.
Back of the car.
Yeah, and man, she's got ass. And she's just crawling off the back of the car. It looks so pornographic. It almost looks like it was Photoshop, but it wasn't. And but she obviously didn't care to stay there and cradle Kennedy's dead body. She was getting out of the line of fire. She didn't give a shit about staying there to act as a bullet shield for him. So there's that photo, and then with his brain still splattered over her dress. The first thing they did was they flew her over with the vice president, Lyndon Baines Johnson, to swear Lyndon Baines Johnson in. So there's a photograph of her just stunned with Kennedy's brain splattered across her dress while LBJ is being sworn in. And then after that, she rendezvous with Aristotle, and they go have sex in the White House. Yeah, they signed in, so we know this is true. It's not a rumor; it's true. They signed in. They both signed in and had sex in the Lincoln bedroom or something like that. It was so the woman was pointing this out and just said that it was basically that simple. That Aristotle wanted Jacqueline and just said, fuck the president, and I'll have him off and marry her. And it sounds, in one sense, it sounds crazy because why don't you wait? Why don't you I guess none of that was since no one could tell what was going to happen next. She might have feared for her life. When you think about Marilyn Monroe and what ultimately happened to her, because Marilyn Monroe was killed. Perhaps Jacqueline was afraid that the Irish mafia, which Kennedy had basically had brought into the U.S. government, he had surrounded himself with this Irish mafia. She might have feared for her life, and that's why Aristotle took a preemptive strike. So, it just strikes me as so logical and clean cut. It was it appeals to me. It appeals to my reason, to my logic, because it's, the simplest answer is usually the correct answer. And so that's all I have to say about it. But as for Aquino, like Peter Moon said, it seemed to be, that was for amateur conspiracy enthusiasts. It may have been probably the one time he spoke of it was if I ever brought it up with him, which I think I might have. Bear in mind, this is decades ago by now, so it's hard to remember these things that happen in passing. But I seem to remember now, talking about all of this, that the one time I brought it up with him, it was something where he said, that's, chicken shit for the birds like May Brussels. I think it was something like, that's chicken shit for that May Brussels birds, for the May Brussels bird, something like that. Or chicken shit for the Brussels bird. Something like that. Very dismissive.
I could very easily see him saying that and being quite accurate.
Yeah. So there you go. That's,
well, thank you for that. It's an interesting digression, and puts things into context. But to get back to what I was talking about, and I was talking about the bigger picture with Radu Sinamar and the so-called gateway to Shambhala and the delivery of the message. And I was talking about the delivery of the message of Christianity, which was in a much more archaic form of communication. And and I just want to open up a paradigm here, and this has a lot to do with what we're dealing with in the book, but perhaps in a different context, and I don't know that I will give it in this context. And part of what I have to say is a meditative adventure that applies to both of us. I was reading some of the data you went into about the Jesus Sutras. Mm-hmm. And the Jesus Sutras, of course, are appearances and Nestorian Christianity that was brought into Asia and how it was, amalgamated into Taoism and Buddhism and given that contour and whatnot. And it's evident that your scholarship on Asia is quite incredible and extensive, and it's very interesting. And of course, there have been other scholars that have gone into this, and it just kind of sits there and waffles in the wind. It's nevertheless interesting. But when I go back and I look at some of it, and it's kind of like, okay, it begins with these missionaries going to Asia and spreading the gospel. And then the Chinese react to it. Not just the Chinese, but the different people in Asia. And they respond accordingly. Sometimes with enthusiasm. It might go dead for a few hundred years and then be reinvigorated. But what I think of the missionaries going to the East to convey the truth to these, it's like when a company has a new technology, even be a new copy machine for sakes, and they go. So you might say, let's just say Xerox. Xerox has a copy machine, and they have a representative in every major company in the country, if not the world, that uses Xerox. Like they have a Xerox representative in IBM that's there all the time to help serve and service the copy machines and teach people how to service them. It's like they're spreading the gospel of the Xerox technology, which is very useful and fundamental to copy machines in its day. Well, that's a very pragmatic function, making copies. Now, we take Christianity, and they're coming with this exalted idea and saying, oh, here's the truth. Now, they're kind of hitting people over the head with it. And they get a response. Is the audience interested? Or are they not interested? How do you get into the philosophical and theological intimate zone of human beings? It's like they're waiting to be. It's only going to work if they're looking for something. If they're open to ideas of salvation. And of course, that Christian doctrine, being saved and all that, which was elements of saviorship, it collided with karma and this sort of thing and consequences of your actions. Nevertheless, it was all synthesized and integrated to whatever result. But you have this, whatever it is, it's a Western culture coming into the East and, to put it crudely, beating them over the head in one way or another. Or bringing their new age Western wisdom, because it was new age wisdom for its time. And they're bringing this wisdom. What I find highly questionable and intriguing is, what are the mindset of these missionaries? What is their zeal? And who the hell are they to be teaching anybody about anything? Now, I'm not saying they're not worthy, but I'm questioning their worthiness. Because frankly, I don't know it. And I have no reason. It's not going to be easy to find out. Who were these characters? Some of them were well studied. Some of them operated from their heart. And I'm not talking about the ones that went to the East, but some of them in the West were quite crazy. So you have all types. You have human beings. But this is nevertheless the zeitgeist of the times. Um, and I suppose in this day and age, you can go read different authors and you could make the same assessment. You could also read certain authors that might offer you personal enlightenment, whether it be now or hundreds of years from now. It's like, so it's like, who were these people that were going there into China, which had a tradition of great wisdom, and then here they are teaching the Chinese. What I would say, or venture to say, that the acceptability of it had to do with the fact that Christianity originated in China.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
that's a missing component, and they integrated. And maybe there was some collaboration and correlation with these missionaries, but nevertheless, it all gets adulterated by the human factor, and beings are known for their adulteration or sin, and all a sin is division. Sin means division. Sin is also the word for moon.
Wow.
Like as in shin, shinar, sinar, shin, sinar. Like Babylon was the capital of Babylon, Shinar, which comes from the moon, shine, shining of the moon, Shinar, and the crescent moon. That's the antecedent to the crescent moon of Islam. It's also indicative of shin, the meaning tooth in Hebrew, and being the secret word of Freemasonry and the focal letter of the word Yeshua. But to get back to what I was saying is, so you have this, who the hell are these people who are doing the writing and the interpretations of the great message that is delivered by Christ, and it's delivered with, I guess what you'd say, a visceral communication that reaches across hundreds of thousands of miles and has an effect upon the entire world, even thousands of years ahead. It's like, what is this message? But what's the problem with it is, what's the adulteration of the message? Because the message is adulterated, and it's not the first time such a message has been promulgated. But so we can have bigger issues with the messenger, but what is this whole impetus to deliver and save the world, or cure the world, or heal the world, to bring the world to enlightenment? And it's not just Christianity, it's all the other religions. They're offering the solution, which Hubbard called the universal solvent. It's communication, which the universal solvent represents the philosopher's stone in alchemy, that which would transmute higher metals or base metals into gold. None of which is particularly well. I mean, so it's like, what is this big message? So in the case of Radu Sinamar, you have this conduit to Shambhala. Now, I was alluding earlier to people that want to get involved with this scenario. It's been blocked with the demon factor. So I started to look into things that block and whatnot, and I came up with some really interesting, I guess you'd call this a role-playing game. And this is what you talk about with weaponizing weapons of role-playing games.
Yes.
Now, I think this is a role-playing game because it says Shambhala Guardians.
Hmm.
And it says, the Shambhala Guardians are a hostile faction featured in Uncharted, 2 Among Thieves. I guess these are games.
Yeah. Yes.
There were humans. Now, this is great creativity. They were humans that transformed when they ingested the resin or sap of the tree of life. Now, that's a great concept there. Oh, the tree of life has sap or resin? Who would have thought of that? They are tasked with stopping anyone who trespasses or comes close to finding the lost city of Shambhala. Historical background. Long ago, the Guardians were humans who ate the blue resin produced from the tree of life in Shambhala. As a result, they were transformed into aggressive, purple-skinned, black-teethed defenders with inhuman strength, resilience, and mobility, as well as a limited healing factor and unnatural lifespan. For generations, these transformed men protected Shambhala from trespassers who sought to use the power of the Sintamani stone. Unbeknownst to them, the stone was actually accumulated resin from the tree of life. This is beginning to sound like the Cho. Outside of Shambhala, the Guardians use Yeti-like costumes to protect their identity, frighten trespassers, and to keep them warm in the harsh Himalayan environment. The Guardians were intelligent, having their own form of communication, instilling fear, and constructed weapons, being equipped with lethal crossbows. They were very determined fighters, willing to even risk their lives to kill invaders. In Borneo, Marco Polo's crew was swept away by a tsunami. The survivors ate the resin they took from Shambhala in a bid to survive, but the resin transformed them as well, leading to the men killing each other off. During the World War II era, a Nazi German explorer named Karl Schaefer led an expedition into the ice caves of the Himalayas to look for the stone. Once he discovered that it would transform those who consumed the resin into the Guardians, he killed his own men, preventing the power of the stone from returning to Germany and altering history. This is very rich mythology. It gets a little carried away with itself. But it sort of brings to mind is what is the relationship between the Cho and Shambhala itself, because they would seem to be antithetical to it. So when you have it's like when you have the Garden of Eden and Paradise, it's like that black seed within the white seed of the yin yang symbol.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So when you have the Garden of Eden, you've got to have that serpent in there.
There you go.
And when you have the serpent, you've got to have that Garden Eden seed salvation. So it's like the Cho are, and of course their identification with the Yeti here is interesting as guardians of that passageway. And of course, each one of us has to negotiate that. Now I'm going to give another analogy, which I'm including in my newsletter, because I took the concept of the Grail, the Holy Grail. Now, when we consider Shambhala, Paradise, or the area of Transylvania where I will be is just loaded with gold.
Right.
It's so much gold in it, it just ignites the consciousness. And it's called the Valley of the Golden Thrones, and there's the throne energy, which is all ruled by Pluto. Pluto, Kabbalistically, rules the highest energy, called Keter.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily pronounced that way, but Kether, the throne energies. And the reason Pluto is there, because Pluto purges you of your sins in order that you may experience transmutation of the soul and enter the divine realm. You're not able to enter that divine realm because of your karma. In Christianity, they'd say your sins, and you have to be forgiven of your sins. In actual fact, what you have to do is accept forgiveness. You don't need Jesus. You have to be able to achieve tranquility in your soul. You can use Jesus as an outside reference point, but you have to be forgiven in your own, you have to forgive yourself. And I suppose a Christian could say, well, that's because you have Christ in your heart. It doesn't really matter how you describe the result or the inner transformation. The inner transformation has to take place within inside you. How you color it and describe it is another issue. Now, I looked into the Grail romance, the Holy Grail romance, where the guardian of the Grail is the enigmatic Fisher King. And the Fisher King always irritated me because I said, what a stupid ass name. What's a Fisher King? What was a Fisher King? Well, I just couldn't agree with this. I said, this is a dumb name because it sounds like he's fishing for men, like they say in the Bible.
Right.
We are fishers of men.
Yeah.
Just an obnoxious description, if ever there was one, to me. We're fishers of men. Well, who are we fishing for? Heaven's Gate followers? Christian acolytes? Sheep?
Well, not to mention it sounds vaguely homoerotic.
That's true too. That's, and that's one thing is when you get congregations, whether it be in Wicca or magical orders, all of those people are sexual bait or potential sexual bait. Mm-hmm. That's part of the part of the game that human beings play. So anyway, the Fisher King is called the Fisher King because he was wounded in the thigh of the groin. Basically, he was made impotent. He was wounded in the penis, and he couldn't do anything but fish. So he was out in an old dinghy, and he was fishing. He could fish. Now, he can't give access to the Holy Grail until he's healed down there. This is like a real sexual magic allusion to sexual magic. Mm-hmm. It has to do with the fact that he can't pass on his legacy because he's impotent. Right. He can't have sex, so he can't have an heir. Now, heir was a big thing to royalty in those days.
Yes.
To me, the Fisher King alludes to King Arthur and Camelot. Camelot is dead. And there's multiple stories about the Fisher King. I'm taking the most, what I think is the most evocative of what the analogy represents. But so the Fisher King is I think it's Percival. He runs in to the Fisher King, or he has a dream or something, but he doesn't ask him about the Grail. He sees him with the Grail in this mansion or something, or this castle, but he doesn't ask him. And then he runs into a lady and says he should have asked him. Then he would have told you the secret of the Grail. You didn't ask him anything. So if you got to present the right question. But if you can successfully find the Grail, you will simultaneously heal the Fisher King. But the Fisher King's wound, it states in the legend, is the result of him tolerating the evil of his own brother, because he had brotherly love for his brother, who was an invisible knight, like an Evanescer, an invisible knight who slayed knights in a random fashion. So he's like, this knight is going around just killing knights, willy-nilly, randomly. Had the Fisher King not been tolerant of indiscriminate killing, his sins would be purged and the Grail would be accessible to him. So his wound is that he's tolerating evil in his world. particularly with his brother, somebody he loves. So what this would mean, if you're tolerating evil in your own life, whether it be Jameson Reich, Salmon Sheikh, Edwin Pavel, or whoever it is.
Yes. Yeah, I got it all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's poisonous to your quest.
Yes.
So it's like, and it makes perfect sense. Like what is, sinful in your own life? You're not eating the right food. You're not doing the right exercise. You're ignoring the doctor's instructions, which in this instance are presumably good. You're not doing, it would be very healing and healthy for somebody to write down all the things they should do that they don't. They should write to their Aunt Martha and ask how they're doing. They should call up and ask for help, fixing this. They should call a carpenter. They should, all these things you should do that you can put off, but you feel you should do them. You feel you should do them. You should join a gym. Whatever these things you feel, it's just about how you feel. All the should do's. Now, some of them are going to be relatively unimportant, and some of them are going to be crucially important to your own soul. And this is where you get traction, whereby, okay, this is the entrance to Shambhala. It's about you cleaning your own house, metaphorically. And this is why the Chinese principles of feng shui, which is getting energy to flow. Getting energy to flow in your own home, wow, it's in your home. So all of a sudden, if you're doing it per the layout of the Bagua, which is the 8 directions or 8 sections of your house, it's like, okay, well, if you're doing it right, your career will be functioning. You'll have helpful friends. Your family will be honored. You'll have a partnership corner with partner. You'll have your, notoriety, and so on and so forth. This is like, the home is like a perfect opportunity. It doesn't matter how big the home is, because if you put your home down because, it's small or neglected, it's who you are. It's where you're living. And you're getting some enjoyment out of life, or you wouldn't be living, hopefully. And like, say, Douglas, I don't know how your layout is.
Mm-hmm.
You have all those books.
Yeah.
And I know books are valuable to you.
Yes. Yeah.
And you love them.
Yeah.
And I love that picture. It still looks that way.
Pretty much.
And you've got all that biofacsimilagre, your house isn't a typical house. But it's like, it's, and there's always improvements to be made. There's always, corners to enhance, things to fix. But it's like, wow, that is the moment of one's own life is what is so, I guess what you'd say, that's where you're really going to change life, is when you're in the instance of making that food that's going to be healthy for you, ordering that supplement that you really need online or whatever you're doing. It's that becomes, it's like too simple that we'd typically rather reject that and go into a dream of, well, I'll just, I'd rather, go to Romania and go through the magic door. So that's it's interesting that it all comes back to one's sins, but when we amp that up, and because this workshop is about the dream state, well, the dream state is where the past and the future interact. So now you're looking at the future, the past kicking up, and you have the potential to influence the fabric of reality in your dream state by changing it or being aware of it. And that's where the Cho come in, because the Cho are very active in the dream realm. And they may not be attacking you, but they, if like certain signals come out, might garnish their interest. Whether you're radiating vulnerability, or maybe you're radiating power. Just like Donald Trump's enemies don't want him to be powerful, because he exudes power just in terms of the interest and the political, social activation that he incites. That makes him, he's on the radar of his enemies, so his enemies want to make him less powerful. It's no different if you move up into the astral plane or the dream realm, and you're moving into a different plane of existence, perhaps the causal realm, and you can go on the radar of somebody. And all of a sudden, this is David Anderson with the time reactor. He's on somebody's radar that, doesn't want him making things public. So this is something that, this is why understanding and learning about the Cho is evocative of moving into one step closer to paradise. So now I was thinking about this earlier in the day, or yesterday, or maybe both days, and I'm thinking first I want to preface this by saying somebody had said that the people who have the easy lives in the world, nice families, good jobs, he said they're missing out, because they're basically just moving along and coasting along.
Yes.
It's the people like you. He didn't describe your name, but that experience great strife and great struggles, and they become pivotal in the changing reality of the times, and then they are the ones that actually should be envied. In fact, I think this was a Christian minister who said it, that I heard it.
That would make sense.
Yeah. And it's like, and then it's like you have a very pristine innocence about you when you came into this world, and you were exposed to all of this perversity, brutality, and unusualness, and ultimately poverty and challenging living conditions.
Yes.
Which I could be, I can't think of everybody in my life right now because I haven't thought about this, but just in terms of the living conditions you grow up in, the circumstances, they sound more challenging than anybody I can recall immediately.
Thank you.
Not that there haven't been challenging people that I haven't met, but it's like this is extremely challenging. And whatever innocence you came into the world with, pristine, and I think we can argue that we all come into the world pristine and innocent, and needing our mother's sustenance and then whatever comfort they give us, and then we sort of grow to learn the ropes of being in the world. It's a long, slow process. And I can say, for one, that I'm damn glad that, that my parents were around as long as they were.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great gift to have that, because had I not had that, even despite their shortcomings, and the shortcomings for them would be emotional.
Mm-hmm.
So, and everybody experiences this. But it's like, God, thanks. They're enough to get you walking and functioning and thriving, or whatever you're going to do. So when you're met with all of this, environment that's so negative, say nothing of the bizarre characters.
Yeah.
It's incredibly challenging. And so I was thinking,
Mm-hmm.
because I was thinking, what do we have to do to get Douglas into Shambhala? What's Douglas's ticket? What it's like, it's not as easy or as simplistic as saying, well, you got to stop taking blood. It's all that stuff seems sort of incidental.
Yes,
It's like, you have to do your work. It's more important for you to do your work, which is the work you're doing with me.
Yes.
This is work, and to effectively communicate this information.
Yes.
So that it's like a job. It's like a duty.
Yes.
It's a duty that we have to do. To what end? It's just to get the job done, do the job, and then so be it. And I want to add here, it's a digression, but one of my dear friends, her husband has tinnitus. It's driving the whole family nuts.
Wow.
Particularly him. Tinnitus can really get to your mind. It's a loud ringing. I mean, some tinnitus isn't so bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked my naturopath friend, and he told me about this product. I haven't tried it. I'm going to look it up here, because it's reported to be effective. In fact, my friend's probably watching it right now. And her husband took an interest in it because it's because I looked up essential oils. I said, there's got to be essential oils are so incredible but this was a cure. I'm going to give the product here. Cortexi, Cortexi, Cortexi. Cortexi. If people out there have tinnitus, they should look into this product. As I say, I can't validate its usefulness or its effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
It's got eleuthero, ginseng, astragalus, maca, guavana,
Wow.
geneva, African mango, coleus, gaba, vitis minifera, and green tea. It's also got some other ingredients they don't tell you. It's proprietary blend. It's all in, I guess, a specific ratio. And I guess it says with the discount you get, it's like 6 months supply. It's $294, which can easily be afforded by at least two of the friends I sent it to. 6 months, and if it reduces your tinnitus by half, it's worth it. But supposedly can do better than that. I don't know. Tinnitus is a very debilitating thing. So I wanted just to recommend that. As they say, the product is Cortexi, Cortexi, Um, Anybody who has that, it's a real negative thing. The other thing is that people do have illnesses or even emotional conditions. I would highly recommend they look into essential oils, because essential oils, if they're pure in quality, such as from Young Living, they will change the chemistry of your brain and change the entire brain chemistry. Now, I have a ostensibly interesting article from my friend who went to Romania with me last year.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. It says, weird article, more strange from China, but then the article mentions finding a time travel lab in New Mexico and using it to visit Dietrich's father. Even more strange.
Good God.
You know what? China posts bizarre video of marching female Chinese soldiers. I think this link was compromised. This is not,
Lord.
I'm just going to tell them the link was wrong. Now, nestled in here, okay, that's not something I need to address. Oh yeah, they're saying the link doesn't work for the show. I don't know. I found it okay.
Yeah, I mean, the show's working. Enough people have found it where I'm talking to people in the chat room.
It does work. It does work.
Yeah.
It didn't work for some people, so I can't say for that. So, I'm thinking it's like the, as I said before, compassion dissolves all madness or all crazy conditions. So, Kuan Yin is, of course, the goddess of compassion, who was around a long time before we had the Virgin Mary,
right,
in the Bible. It's like, and I want to mention, in terms of compassion, for those of you who could please donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
And donate. He's got to meet his rent this month. So much of his funds were taken up by his life insurance, marine life insurance from the Marine Corps, which he has to maintain to prove that he actually was in the military.
Yes.
Because they tried to wipe out his records. And as far as compassion goes, yes, he had to, what was it, the prescription you had compromised your, what was it?
Yes, it was basically my ear, nose, and throat doctor wrote a prescription for a non-anabolic steroidal nasal spray, and when Kaiser fulfilled it, they reached into my debit card, which they have the right to do. I gave them that right to do that because I trust them, and they took $3 out for that prescription, which for a med that would otherwise cost close to a couple of $100. This is the generic. Maybe it wouldn't cost that much, but nevertheless, it's taken down to basically $3, including the shipping. So they mailed it to my home, of course, and it arrived. So it's not that there was any foul play there whatsoever. But what happened was it was just converging at the wrong time, so that the $12 that our dear friend in Australia, Queensland, Australia, Nemo Albano had deposited into the account, so that it would equal $380 to meet the stupid website host payment, which I call it stupid because I had basically $140 in there, so that they would they could automatically withdraw it at this time of year, June, because they renew it once a year. And so far they've had 2 strikes out where they're basically tried to go into my debit card and take out the money. The first time was prohibited by their own raising of fees. So they raised the fee for this year to $12.99 a month or something like that, or $14.99. And it equaled altogether like $180. So he stuck $12 in there to make certain it equaled that amount, but then immediately Kaiser reached in, took out $3 and then the idiots at Bluehost reached in and didn't have enough money to withdraw by by $3. So then they send me this stupid email about, on the 3rd strike, we'll simply eliminate your account, and so I had to call them and tell them not to do that for reasons that should be obvious. That the account should renew by the 23rd. We're nowhere near the 23rd, so stop saying stupid things. And so, of course, obviously, $3 will be appreciated from anyone to deposit into the account so that I have enough to pay Bluehost. I would call them, get them to do a payment as soon as that's there, or as soon as after this transmission's over, so I can get that out of the way. Or sometime today, etc., as soon as I get a moment's chance. But aside from that, of course, I need what's going to be hundreds of dollars to make rent this month. We're talking about $300 to $400. So we do need contributors who are not going to put themselves out, but understand June is the cruelest month of the year for me. There's the renewal of the Marine Corps life insurance once a year, which is about $1,000. There's a renewal of the website in June, which is $200. So that's $700 right there. And when I went out with my gang brother Beaver today to take care of, basically I'm required to personally turn in my paratransit form. I applied for paratransit, a debit card that's given you by the city so that I could take cabs. And this is the only way I can start to do things like, say, for instance, go to a regular physical rehabilitation clinic at Kaiser, where they put you through that as a hoop you have to jump through in order to go to a chiropractor, which is what I ultimately need. And I haven't been able to get that done yet, and can only get it done if I go through a regimen of physical rehabilitation at Kaiser for a period of time. And I can't do that without paratransit debit card, because that will enable me to take the cabs without expending enormous amounts of money, because San Francisco being very small geographically, the cab drivers charge double any other city, or it's not worthwhile for them to take people around in a cab where they're only driving you a few blocks. That combined with the traffic makes their timers go way up in terms of the charge, and therefore when I'm regularly going to a destination and back in San Francisco, it's normally around $150 for a two-way trip. So normally it's about $100. So that I can't afford that to maintain some physical rehabilitation regimen where I would be doing that once or a week or something. Even that would be like that'd be $200 a month right there or more. So in order to get that taxi voucher, Beaver drove me down. I turned in the form today. Incredible story to relate with that. When we went inside of this office, it was the same office, which actually surprised me. I had thought they had moved, but it was the entire city's been restructured. My gang brother Beaver and we know San Francisco well, and there's still times, by the way, you can still get lost, believe it or not. But we know San Francisco well, and after they raped the financial center by taking out all of the easy automotive entry and just made it completely traffic unfriendly by being environmentally conscious and making it bicycle friendly, it became inaccessible to cars. Then COVID happened, which just killed the San Francisco financial district. There were some new skyscrapers there that I thought were office buildings. And I commented I couldn't believe they were still building office buildings when this is the next real estate crisis, is of course office buildings in America are just emptied by people, the work at home situation that has developed thanks to COVID. And he said, no, that's not a office building. Those are residences. And I couldn't believe it. It was structured like an office building. It looked like an office building, but they were residences. It's absolutely bizarre to me.
Are
So
they going to convert these commercial empty
that's
ones?
what I think that's a prelude of. I think that's a precursor to that.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, and so so that being said, then we were driving all around and finally got into, the keys to the kingdom, found the right path back into this little cul-de-sac, this little alleyway where this office is located, where I used to take my parents to monthly to get taxi vouchers. Back in those days, they had vouchers. And that's better than money. And cab drivers are so fucking stupid, they would always refuse it if I were alone without my parents, because are you allowed to use the vouchers? I'm saying it doesn't matter. They're vouchers. You just turn them in, you get money. Why do you care? Why do you fucking care? And it's like, money, or this is just so stupid. I said then I'm not gonna ride your cab. I mean, cab drivers don't want your money. It's certainly not those days. Back in the when my parents were alive, so we're talking to 2011. I mean, that's one tangent I have to go into. Just event and
they're afraid of committing a faux pas.
Well, it's incredibly stupid because no one can trace it. It's untraceable.
Nobody cares, but
Yeah.
they care. It's almost as if they're morally bankrupt.
They're morally bankrupt because but it's worse than that. It's something. They're simply insane. They're simply insane because no one will trace it. Nobody cares. It's better than money because if you have the vouchers, you just turn them in and you get the money immediately. It's immediate. It's not like, but they would always try to make up lies that say, oh, they charge us, if you give us vouchers, they'll charge us for it. And, I didn't care because it's vouchers. You just give them a bigger tip. I said, here's like double the price because it's vouchers. I'm not paying for it. So I would do that, for my parents when I was with my parents. I could go into all kinds of horror stories, but the cab drivers, one thing is I have no sympathy for is generally cab drivers. But then again, it was a much different time and place, and maybe things have changed. They're all under one company now. They're all under Yellow. No matter what company they say they are in San Francisco, no matter what you see, they insist they're under Yellow, unless they're Uber or Flywheel or something that's truly a private company, one of those Uber types, or Lyft, Lyft. But anyhow, so when me and Beaver and I got down there, then we got out and we went into the office for paratransit. And an interesting bit of history here. I have a stalker that works there. Not a stalker in the fan sense. It was like I had this ex-girlfriend named Bethany Buckner for a short period of time. And she ultimately got onto black tar heroin and faded. I'm sure she's dead. But Beaver insists he saw her alive at some point. And I'm sure he's mistaken somebody else. But at any rate, she was one of the granddaughters or relation, like a grandniece or something, of the General Buckner, who was killed by a Japanese sniper in Okinawa, whom the Americans named quote-unquote Buckner Bay after. It has its own Japanese name, of course, but the Americans call it, or Okinawa name, but the Americans call it Buckner Bay. And so in terms of her, she was German descent. Buckner was German ethnically. And she had some chicken shit, piece of shit, wealthy Jewish boyfriend named Richard Lesser, who was just the ex-boyfriend from hell. And he was fucking her because she was German, and this gave him this feeling of power as a Jew. And he was always screaming, all Germans need to be exterminated. And so when she took off with me and whispered to him I was the son of Hitler, oh, that was the end of it. He was stalking me for the next 10 years. He went so far as to get a job at paratransit. And this is why we would bring my gang brother Beaver with me into the office with my parents, so that he wouldn't start any shit. He was a martial arts master, but he was scared to death of Beaver. So he would stay the hell away. And so that's why Beaver had to go in with me, and I had to go in to turn in this form personally, because that's the only way I could get a receipt for the form. if you can't mail it. They just don't allow it because they don't think it's going to reach them, and then you don't get a receipt. So you have to turn it in personally. Bigger and shit. Just no Richard Lesser, thank God. No need to report something like that, but just astonishing. The same Russian and black African American ladies that were there when my parents were alive were still working there. And I said, good God, think about this, Beaver. It was, oh, by the way, when I took my number, it was H88, which, by the way, to people who don't get it, 88 is like the luckiest number in Asia. It's like 8 is a lucky number. 88 is like a super lucky number. Like you're supposed to play the lottery if you pull a waiting ticket like that. And, you know, people in Asia will pay, if they're rich, they'll pay a lot of money to get an address that's 888, you know, 88 or 888 or simply an 8. You know, wealthy people will pay for an address that's got 8s in it, especially multiple 8s. But then 88 was also the code sign for a lot of underground Nazi movements where 88 represents Heil Hitler, and supposed to be 8 letters or something here and there. And 88 was, of course, the famous German gun, probably the most deadly weapon of World War II in the conventional sense. But it had an H on it, H88, which then is the ultimate like neo-Nazi code sign, which is like hate 88 or something like that is what it, or haterate is what it was pronounced at, which was very bizarre because that was also the Skype name for one of the Bulgarians. So only they spelled it out differently, but it was the haterate. It was the haterate side, H88. And so when I pulled that, it was like, damn. And then when we waited to see the ladies at the window, what made this so stunning, so bizarre, was the this black African American chick and this Russian lady, both of them about the same age, maybe the black lady's younger. They were like, we got to know them fairly well, or got to fairly acquainted with them while my parents were alive because we saw them every month. And now, bear in mind that my dad died in 2007, my mother died in 2011. We were working with these ladies probably for the 11 years that I was taking care of my parents. In fact, definitively so. So that meant they had to be working for a few years before then because they were already pretty comfortable with their surroundings when my parents were alive. So if they were working from, like, say, for instance, the year 2000, and maybe a bit before that, the late 90s, the year 2000, and then I came in with Beaver, and they're still working there in 2023, that's an almost impossible career time. That's like, what, 30 years? It's like 2023 minus 2023. So they've been there for about, had to have been there for about a quarter of a century, for about 25 years, at least. And so they didn't recognize me, of course, because I didn't go in there since 2011. But, you know, they took my form. The Russian lady went through it. It was all fine, she said. She rubber stamped it. She gave me my receipt, which she signed herself, and I have no idea why, but that felt like I was awarded a graduation certificate to get that. I don't know why, but that's what it felt like. I think it's because, you know, it's my processing into. See, again, all of this is done because I've been banned from YouTube for 2 weeks. I'm taking care of as much as I can while being banned, before the holidays really kick in for the gay pride, the Juneteenth, and all the rest of that. That will start consuming my time. And so there's that to share. Now, the black African American lady had aged fairly significantly. She gained a lot of weight, which is, of course, what happens when you work for the government. You don't move around a lot, and you eat all day. And but the Russian lady looked pretty much the same. I mean, it was unearthly. And yeah, and I told her dos vidania, and you know, took off with Beaver, and you know, we had further adventures after that. I was picking up a bunch of Asian condiments that I haven't had the opportunity to get in years, and we were taking care of too many other important things. But in the end, okay, I was able to get some things on food stamps, but I don't think there was enough on my food stamps to get the larger purchase where I had to get some stuff I haven't had in years that are important to, just Asian comfort food. Pork shavings to add on to various dishes, stuff like that. Abalones in cans that you can open with an open lid top, that sort of thing. I love abalones, that sort of thing. So that together was had to be some money spent. Honestly, about $200. That's one of the reasons why I've got to get money for rent as well. Was that combined with what I got to spend on the website renewal, the Marine Corps life insurance. There's just some things in life you have to get because they make life worth living, and the Asian comfort food is important to me psychologically. So comfort condiments, and this included soy sauce. I had to get some soy sauce, this sort of thing. But at any rate, when I got it all in the end, some dried shrimp, stuff like that, it was altogether about $200. And I didn't use the EBT card for that because I don't think there was enough on it. I did use it for smaller purchases otherwise in Chinatown. They were very friendly about it. So altogether, that's it. Brown 2579 brings up that H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. So 88 is the code for Heil Hitler. And so when you get H88, it's like haterade, and it's like becomes this like super meme that is used among many of these groups. Thank you, Brown 2579. I couldn't get that out without you. The fact that I pulled that as the waiting number, pretty incredible, and those ladies still being there. I don't know. What do you make of this, Peter? Turning it over back to you.
Well, it's interesting. I'll never forget when I was, I guess, 9 years old, getting up on a Saturday morning with my friend Greg to go to our flag football game league we played in.
Yeah.
We stopped at the liquor store. I never forget. And we got licorice, string licorice, before the game. And I made a ritual out of that after going there with him. That liquor store sign, I'll never forget. That was like 1962. When I went back, whenever I go by that area in Lakewood, California, that sign stood there for the longest time. I remember going there with my daughter in 2006 or so, or whatever it was. And that sign, God, it was like 40, it was like 50, almost 50 years later, and that sign is still there. The same sign. Now, you got to understand, businesses have gone up and gone down. It's now gone.
Yeah.
It's now gone. When I was there for the funeral, it's definitely gone. In fact, the whole little, little mini strip mall has changed.
Yeah.
But it's like, something stayed forever, and it was like, a piece of me's gone when that liquor store thing went down.
I'm sorry. It's true. It's true. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now we're talking about people here. Some people will stay on. They'll just be there, and everything in this life has a shelf life, and some things last a long time. And when you think something's going to be forever, big mistake. People, like, my father was in a job that he'd get transferred a lot, or everybody in his industry would get transferred. I don't know why they transferred him around, but he was in posted at Long Beach, California, and we had moved into the house in 1955, and he probably had been there longer. And people always marveled that he never got transferred, and we felt permanent. And then in 1963, 8 years took to get transferred, which was a complete shock to my system. I thought, we're lucky, we're gifted, we don't have to move. And then all of a sudden you're told you're going to move. It's like the rug being pulled out for you under you.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
It shook me. And then the second move didn't shake me till after the move. You get you have to survive in different environments, very different cultures. I mean, how different is it? It's America. it's California,
Yeah.
but from Southern California, which at that time was very, I guess, surf culture, to redneck culture and oil country, to intellectuals. It's really, I think it really helped me grow when I look back at it. I wouldn't trade it now. I wouldn't trade it.
Understood.
But always longing to go back to those environments, particularly Southern California and now Northern California. My big heartstrings attached. But so people doing something for a long time, and it's comforting to go back to a place and see the old things. But now that I'm 70, these things are few and far between. The person that's still at the same desk, the person that's still there. It's comforting to go back and see that so-and-so is still at the same old job.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's any place like that anymore. In my life, I'm thinking of these people. Now that's extremely long time, and it bespeaks of a sort of stagnancy too. Don't want to be somebody who's doing the same thing. But I'd say by the same token, I've looked at my own life, and I guess back 20 years ago, I would have said, most of my life is, in terms of writing and publishing, is like, 98% work and 2% glamour. 2% glamour. Wow. Because people think it's glamorous to be a writer or get attention or whatnot. But it was about 2% glamour, I said, for the longest time. But some jobs have no glamour at all. They're just, okay. Shoveling shit is not is not accurate. But what I would say is having a job of any kind is very comfortable. It's important, or you wouldn't be doing it. It helps you survive. And you can find joy in it, even if it's an administrative job. Everybody has their own, tolerance in what they're doing. So it's like, but to be, L. Ron Hubbard had a statement, and I've seen this statement very misused. Is this: a Thetan can do anything forever, which means he can sit there and just repeat something for the longest time. And when you did what were called objective processes in Scientology, which would be, you could be doing hours of look at that wall, thank you, walk over to it, touch that wall, thank you, turn around, thank you, look at that wall, walking back and forth between the wall.
Jesus.
And, okay, well, it sounds onerous. You could do it as a pre-clear, but you also did it as an auditor. And this was repeating. This was to put you into the physical universe. It was to get your consciousness into the physical universe and out of the corridors of labyrinthine stuff that people are immersed in. People are immersed in their unconscious. People are stuck. And when you get, now, the real trick for me was to actually see what was going on. So what happens is, oh, I can't do this again. Oh, I've been doing this. Oh, I'm so tired of this. And when you actually begin to see these emotions that you have, you begin to process them and you vacate them. Like you just said, Jesus God, it sounds horrible. You know what? When you process that horribleness leaves you. And then you'll start coming up with, oh, no, not this again. Or, oh, no. These thoughts come up. Thoughts come up that are insidious and embedded in you. And you get rid of them. so that when you emerge from the session, you're in the present and you're not looking things. You'd be surprised at how much stuff that comes at you is coming from past responses. Like a husband or a wife might ridge emotionally at their spouse, and they will never talk to the spouse in a present time way. They'll say, oh no, she's, asking me what I want for dinner. Oh God, why does she ask me? Why don't you just serve the dinner? I mean, you can have this sort of thing, and you begin to resent, and you're looking at old patterns, and these things can build up in a family. They can build up in a working relationship. Oh, here comes old shithead to tell me what I'm going to do on my job. Oh no, and you kind of just like, nobody wants to listen to this person. And if that person is replaced by another person who's nice, oh God, it's a pleasure to have the person in. It changes. Well, you can change all that stuff internally. And that sounds like a brutal process, what I just described. But after doing enough of it and watching it done on other people and watching how they react, I began to get the swing of it. And it became like, oh God, what am I going to process? What am I going to run out? In other words, my Qigong teacher once talked about, if he were locked and put away in a solitary confinement.
Yeah.
He said, that would be my ultimate dream. In other words, not that he really wanted to be locked away, but that would be the ultimate experience in darkness. And to process oneself. It's an opportunity. I don't think he really wanted that, but he was getting a point across. You can look at anything as an opportunity in that sense. But to get back to what you said about these people doing well, I would also comment on this, and it relates to these people who are doing it, is that this, it was Carrie Cassidy's former boyfriend. What was his name?
Oh, Project God, yeah. Project Camelot to Avalon. He was Project Avalon.
Bill Ryan.
Yeah.
He said he would want to meet me because because I had worked with Ron and all that, and he was like, at that time, I don't know if he still is, a what you call an independent Scientologist. Mm-hmm. And he was very much, he'd never been into a church, but he was very much into L. Ron Hubbard and all that, and he was telling me, this was a fascinating observation. He said a lot of people, like Scientology at that time was very big, independent Scientology in Russia.
Wow.
Things that are very good in Russia. And they had actually translated my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, in Russian. It's the only book I've had translated in Russian.
Wow.
And they, which I comment was a Axis country at one point. Mm-hmm. But so anyway, he said that a lot of what was coming up in Scientology auditing sessions was that people, as they get audited in Russia, they would come up that they had an earlier life where they were in the Scientology processing that was called NED for OTs, or New Era Dynetics for OTs. It was an advanced level for processing. And they said, oh, and they, God, I'm incomplete on this. God, I was in Scientology last lifetime. And it was coming up quite a bit. And I basically commented that I thought this was absurd. And he wanted to know what I meant. I said, I wasn't discounting that it was true, which one could make an argument, well, they're full of shit. I said, well, if they're making it up, they're full of shit. because they're making it up. But if they're not making it up, and it is true, they're even more full of shit, I said. Because, or use words to that effect, because they've transcended one body to another. They've memorized, they've created this great accomplishment, and now they want to come back for more auditing. Like they were addicted to auditing.
Right.
Like, okay, I need more. Oh, I want to keep, yeah. It's like I said, to me it was absurd. It was like, how stupid can you be? You've had all this auditing, you went free, you came back and you're aware. Oh God, it's like, to me it was very disingenuous.
Yeah.
And he said, well, he reminded me of what L. Ron Hubbard says. He says, Ron says that Satan can do anything forever. Yeah, he can come back and he can be audited forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And what Hubbard said about auditing was that he says it's something that you don't do when you're sick. You do it just to increase your awareness, something he did every day. But by the same token, he'd also say sometimes you just need to let go and you don't have anything to audit out. You don't have any problems to deal with. You just move on with life. And but something about doing things forever, I said, boy, yeah, well, and this is something that I have to confront with playing football. I've been playing football for 40 years, okay? No, 30 years, since I was 40. I played until I was 30, loved it, and then I stopped when I was 30 because I moved to Long Island and I didn't have anybody to play with. It took me 10 years to find a game.
Wow.
And from the ages of 30 to 40, I deteriorated in my ability to play. I was very good. I was still good in my young 30s. But by the time I reached 40, when I went out there, there were, a few players who were faster than me, significantly. I was still faster than most. But then, and of course, over time, one slows down. But I've been playing so I was like in my second season, so to speak. So like 30 years I've been playing. And I'm saying like, oh, the guys are getting younger and faster and better than I've ever seen. And and we're also playing, the games we're playing now are much more competitive and not enough people to, so it's like, it's much more challenging. Although I would say that the main problems with our teams that I played on are poor decisions by the quarterbacks. They keep throwing long plays, and if they threw short plays, they'd have a much better odds of winning.
Yes.
So it's not me that's causing the losses, but it's like I'm saying, what is my shelf life in terms of playing this? Even so, I'm not ready to quit.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to quit because I can go through a negativity and say, but everything has a shelf life, and everything in this world. So I think it's fascinating that these people are still, pushing the same papers.
Yes. Yeah, it's pretty much, well, let me tell you about something else. The first thing, yeah, I'm sorry?
Please do.
Oh, thank you. And the first thing I want to do before I do that, because we're approaching the witching hour, and I want everyone to understand how wonderful it is that I have people who support me. T. Tank Berry dropped by my home the other day and slid $48 through the mail slot. And that's helpful. He's always very profoundly encouraging of others to help as well. Nolani Bouchard, Goddess bless you, honey. A wonderful lady in Hawaii just contributed 30 United States dollars. Quite the angel. And again, I'll try and give credit to some other people. There's been a lot going on, so everybody bear with me if I don't get to crediting you. But what Nolani Bouchard said was, God bless you, Douglas. I wish I could share more blessings. And I believe she shared $30 earlier in the month as well. So Goddess bless her. And at any rate, so this lovely lady has... helped, and everybody understand that I understand that a lot of you can't give 100 or 200 or something of that nature, but we're trying to encourage those who can. I also sent the link to Dennis Marshall, who says, "Oh, hey man, I was in the Motherlode for a month with a side trip to Castro Valley and Danville, and when I returned, I didn't see any current podcast on YouTube. Are you okay? Tell Peter howdy for me." So I just gave him the link to our channel and told him to review all the black screen episodes. Yeah, all that being said, wonderful people out there, and hopefully I'll get some support from our man Dennis as well. Everybody pray for that. And in the meantime, so that being said, the interesting thing about the Jewish stalker, Richard Lesser, and his going so far as to get a job at the paratransit to try and terrorize myself. When you're dealing with these sorts of people, the one thing that I noticed in particular was the parallel between him and another individual of Jewish extraction. I mean, these people, it's not something that I project on them, by the way. This was like their entire essence, their identity was outspokenly Jewish. I mean, it's like literally they introduced themselves as Jewish when you met them, which was something that I've noticed happens a lot in San Francisco. As I was growing up, I noticed that a lot of these people that you meet, they'll instantly let you know they're Jewish, and I always found that so offensive and unnecessary. And why are you telling me that? And it's because, of course, as I explained later, I've kind of like, we're not going to dwell on it, but it's one of those things where many of these people talk like that because they basically want privilege. They want you to acknowledge their Jewishness and give them something for it. This is something that is also part of this kind of bizarre mentality that I ran into with some of these Jewish stalkers. And it usually had to do, well, these two cases in particular were bizarrely parallel. Had to do with some girl that I was approaching and trying to share my affections with. And so in both cases, the case with Bethany Buckner, who was related to that Marine Corps general killed by a Japanese sniper, and the other girl, there was this young girl who worked right up the street from me, just literally within walking distance, like a few feet from my home, at a sushi shop that was there for a long period of time. And so this young lady, who I'm not going to bother to name, she basically had a Jewish boyfriend. Now here's the thing that was so bizarre about both these people. In the first case, with Bethany Buckner, she was not what you would call really, quote unquote, high class. In other words, I don't mean to disparage her, but she just wasn't from a moneyed family. Her dad was basically some kind of white collar criminal who was like running for public office at one point in the local city, which, pretty much puts him at the level of a mugger in a suit, a politician no less, as well as somebody who was like, you owed money to gangsters. And one time when they came looking for him, he hid somewhere in the house while he had his daughter tell the gangsters that he wasn't home, basically putting her in danger. While he escaped. I mean, just reprehensible individual. So that being said, her boyfriend Richard Lesser, this was basically his situation. He was this slumming child of privilege, and his mother was affiliated with the Guggenheim, and basically somehow had a job at the Guggenheim as like a staff member or something. She was on their staff, and basically in charge of I'm tempted to say in charge of their art department, but it really doesn't make any sense because the Guggenheim is effectively an art museum. But of course they have plenty of other things going for them, and but basically his mother was in charge of art at the Guggenheim, and that's how I understood it. And his father ran what at that time was, because the internet was still new, his father ran the largest pornography distributor online. It was Adam and Eve Pornography, which at that time was the largest online pornography distributor in existence. So you've got this Jewish father who runs a pornography industry distributing online. The mother is working for the Guggenheim in a managerial administrative staff position. They're both married to each other and see no conflict in this. And then you've got the son who then goes to India and is claiming to be enlightened because he goes to India and is selling drugs and ultimately gets busted, but his parents bust him out. What would have been like a Midnight Express experience for any other person, for him, it's like a stop on a Monopoly board. There's no concept of jail. There's no concept of repercussions. So in order to make money, he was just selling drugs. This was his job. He had no experience in anything else. So he was selling drugs so he could get girls. That's how he met Bethany Buckner. And she got off drugs during the time she was with me. And then as soon as I severed with her, she got onto black tar heroin. So it was like, but in the interim, I'm dealing with this maniacal Jewish guy who is pathologically anti-Nazi. I guess you could say all Jewish males are like that. And decided he was going to stalk me to the point where he was splashing red paint on my door, this kind of crap, and then winds up getting a job at the paratransit in San Francisco in attempts to terrorize me. But I brought my counter-terrorist, Beaver, and he backed down every time he spotted us there. But this is the kind of bullshit that I was dealing with him. The other story is this girl up the street at the sushi place, whose name I really don't consciously remember, and that's for the best. They're no longer there. And but during the time they were there, it was a hot spot. And so she was this little blonde elfin chick, and with boyish but with really big boobs. And so I really fell for her and was like giving her big tips all the time, and just trying to establish a relationship with her. But she had this stupid Jewish boyfriend who basically is exact parallel to the Richard Lester story. I can't even remember the idiot's name. Oh, yes. Oh, Bodhisattva Freedom. That was his name. It was the stupidest fucking name. I said, I can't believe that's his real name. You've got to be kidding me, right? Bodhisattva Freedom. And, oh, yes, he'd been to India. And he got enlightened. I mean, this is like this thing that really irritates me. What's with all these Jew boys going to India and coming back and saying, I've got my Buddha badge and I'm enlightened now? And then one of them going so far as to change his name to Bodhisattva Freedom. I mean, there's no reason to be hanging out with an idiot like that, except, of course, his money. And, of course, she wound up marrying him. The next time I saw a photograph of her, there was once an article of her that was printed in the paper where she was talking about how surprised she was at how some program was working for children. Some community program or some program, I think it was a private program she was involved with, where basically she was like helping children, even though she squeezed out 2 puppies for this guy. The next photograph I had seen of her was on Facebook, where she had no entries, and that was it. She had put up a Facebook page. There was not a single entry. There was a icon of her that was a real photograph. I recognized her. Something had happened to both her breasts, which was one of her main attractive features. It was like she had a mastectomy, and both of them were removed. She was totally flat-chested, and she looked absolutely miserable. And I was thinking, well, that's what you get for hanging out and choosing Bodhisattva Freedom. You know, the rich Jewish guy.
Yeah, that would be enough to drive anybody. Man, he sounds like he's quite a nut.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, you know, but you've got these 2 Jewish guys. What do they have in common? Extremely wealthy parents. They both went to India, claim they got enlightened. There's this parallel here. I'm sure there's plenty of Jewish guys like that. The one time that, well, I met him several times. He was at a party once, and the guy was all pissed off because he he was trying to pull the minority card. And it was saying, I'm Jewish, I'm a minority. And I said, you're not a minority, you're fucking bleach white. and then a bunch of people agreed with me. Yeah, you're white, man. Yeah, they were all saying to him, and he was like, all pissed off. He was seething, and after that, he hated me, because he wasn't accepted as a minority. I mean, it's like you get these Jewish guys who want it. They want it all. They want to be a minority, but they want that white privilege. They don't want a black guy sitting next to them on the bus. But yeah, they want to be counted as a minority themselves. And they'll take that privilege, that free get out of jail card every time. And yeah, he was doing drugs. Now, by the way, no moral judgment on my part. Yeah, it's the hypocrisy on theirs. This is the shit that gets me. Anyhow, so there you go. I mean, I could go on with other details, but I think people get the message. You're talking about spoiled.
Well, I think something like that reincarnated into his position so that he could work out his insecurity issues. The guy has huge insecurity issues, and he uses the Jewishness to exacerbate it. Because you can make. But the Jewish people I know, they don't. They're not obsessed with Hitler or Germans or anything like that. In fact, most of them, it's kind of incidental.
Thank God. That's healthy. Thank you.
If one was, provoking them, they would probably become sensitive and possibly upset and maybe defensive. But I don't know. The Jewish people I know, they don't really talk about it. Although I have seen, people that do, and it's as if they have a complex. And in fact, I've sat next to when I'm in airports and in planes, they tend to be Hasidic or very Orthodox, the ones I run into. Otherwise, it doesn't come up because of the way they're dressed. And they can be very anxiety-ridden.
Wow.
Next to me until I break the ice and say hi. And I talk.
I mean, why would? Is it? Do you look somehow like they're?
No. It's just that I'm not one of them, and
okay.
They expect to be treated with ridicule and prejudice.
I see. Okay.
Expectation. It's not me, because I'm not putting out any vibe. And then if I break the ice and talk to them. And I love to direct it to esoteric Judaism. I love that. It's actually can be a much more entertaining ride, and it turns into a friendly rapport, because they don't bother me or imitate me, or even I'll never forget when Tamarinda, Paula's stepmother, was coming here for the first time. It's like coming in from Amsterdam, and I see these Hasidic guy, and he's there with his family, and I go up to him and I say, "You waiting for the flight for Amsterdam to come?" He goes, "Yeah," and he was shocked that I talked to him, because I just went up because I knew a lot of the Jews come in from Amsterdam, and I said, "He's probably, he knows maybe he knows something," and he answered my question very friendly, but he was shocked that I would cross the culture barrier and treat him with ordinary, just like he was a regular person. And I do that because why not? It's like, and it is good. It makes them feel, because they've got a lot of built up
tension,
baggage, anxiety, which is basically the way their whole culture is structured. It's very different. So, they're cruising for a bruising, so to speak. In other words, with the way they interact, and it's not. If I were them, I might, if I was in charge of them, I might suggest that they act in such a way that they don't let people know who they are and what they're doing. Be like a Trojan horse.
Right.
But they don't do that. That might be compromising their lifestyle.
Right.
And that's their prerogative. I don't understand, because I've never looked into it, why they wear these dark coats and white shirts, and they will wear these particular hats and braids. The braids. I don't understand this. I've never looked into it.
Yeah, I hear you. It's bizarre. It's
Bizarre. It's
yeah,
bizarre to us. To
yeah,
them, it's it's the staple of who and what they are. It's their identity.
yeah,
And I just, so I'm saying is it makes them look awkward, out of place, or funny from our perspective. And then in some areas of Brooklyn, I've seen that in the hats and stuff and the braids are even more far out in certain areas of Brooklyn that
wow,
and it's like, okay. But then, I will say this. One time I was coming home from New Jersey on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway, and I guess traffic was redirected because of construction, and I was lost. It's about 1:00 in the morning
wow,
in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and I'm like, what the hell? And it's Williamsburg, predominantly Jewish area, Hasidic Jewish area, and it's middle of effing night, and I stopped by and I asked the Hasidic, he's walking down the block, he's dressed in all, and I said, look, I'm lost, can you help me? And told me where to go.
wow,
Because, but the environment was very safe, very safe,
wow,
because they control crime in that area, I suppose.
yeah.
Then on the other token, in Long Island, I went to once pick up this Jewish friend of mine in her neighborhood, and I said, it's all Orthodox. I don't think her family was Orthodox, but she says, yeah, it's all Orthodox. I say, I get the impression that there's no way a guy could sneak into a girl's bedroom in this neighborhood. It would just be totally impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just seems so antiseptic to that. She says, oh, totally. Totally. She says, it's disgusting. But in other words, it was just like, everything is so controlled and regulated.
Wow.
It's a different environment. And this is just a regular neighborhood. I mean, if you went by it, you'd say, oh, these are very nice homes.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of feel, because I kind of, know Long Island a little bit, and I said, this is not, I have a lot of East Indians in my neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't get that same feeling.
Yeah.
But also what I would say is that they, some new people moved in, or they were moving in, and I greeted them, welcome to the neighborhood. I said, do you live here? I said, well, I live a ways away, but they were very happy that I greeted them, because, I think they're all sensitive to prejudice.
Yeah.
From white people. And, they're sensitive to that, because you understand.
Yes.
Well.
Yes. Definitely. And by the way, I'm just going to share the screen with you here to show you something, and here we are. Just wanted you to see this. No need to name the circumstances, but our favorite episode has now reached 1,000 views. Actually did so several days ago, so there you go. And with that, I'll stop.
Wow.
I'll stop.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. I'll stop sharing screen now. So there you go. I mean, like you said, yeah, definitely foot bullets. There's foot bullets at all times from.
Yeah, maybe we should go on the dark web.
Yeah. And so I do want everyone to know that thanks to Peter Moon's own channel, we were able to continue as well as we can. Obviously, more and more people are trying to find us here, and that's great. And certainly we had a little bit of trouble. Obviously, something strange happened because we had to use a different key to start our live stream, and it was generate a new key. We had to generate a new key to start our live stream, and that should not have been necessary. So it was, as always, Basically, I would say it's the NSA. It's just the NSA. Aquino's cultists dominate it, and they control information in the United States. The colloquial name for them was the Puzzle Palace. Back that was before Aquino joined them, and after that, it probably became something like the Putrid Palace or something. And he infested it with his cultists, and now they do their best to take us out any way they can. And so yes, by all means, do what you can to help us. And so obviously, if people wonder why I have the temerity to say something like I alone can help you out of this situation, because they say, oh, that's the tactic of tyrants and totalitarians, the reality lies in the fact that I'm the only person who has the overall narrative to help you out of this situation. There really is no one else, because so many other people chose not to pay attention to any of the details or the facts. Just maintained their denial. If they're ever exposed to this information, you'd be amazed how people compartmentalize their minds. When it came to the officers that I would write their promotional papers for, in other words, essays they would turn in for review boards that would then decide whether or not they got a promotion. These are people who sometimes would know the circumstantial evidence and just choose to ignore it. It's just like the Soviets did, and why they collapsed. They ignored all evidence around them of their pending doom and collapse. So what happened? They were taken over by Satanists. When it happened here in America, the Satanists taken over, it happened over a long enough period of time and with a powerful enough trauma, World War II, where Americans never noticed. I mean, I think it's probably the most alarming thing to me in the world is that the one thing that both Democrats and Republicans claim they respect and trust, it's the military. And that is horrific. That is that, and that means that the military has a very high chance, when the shit hits the fan and we have a civil war commence, if it comes to that, the military will step in with a junta, and the Republicans and Democrats would both assent. I mean, we've already got a junta, but it would become just direct. No more hiding it, no more hiding behind electoral politics. If you don't want it to come to that, you've got to help cure the American pathology of military warship. We were out of it in the 60s, to the point where the military was naturally accepted as the enemy. You've got to get back to that reality, that awakened awareness. The fact that America lost that insight and then turned into military cultists is astonishing to me. But it happened in the period of just with the next generation. The baby boomers became people who said bomb, bomb, bomb everywhere. And the military stepped in and bombed Serbia, Iraq, Afghanistan, everywhere they could. It was just amazing. No sane man would have predicted that 180-degree turn on the part of the American public.
It's the greatest generation.
Yeah, thank you. So awful. Oh my God. So before you retreat into the gentle night, go ahead and share any thoughts you have on that.
Well, you're totally right, because I grew up into learning that the military was a great evil. And was sort of astonished to see the same people who recognized it that way as they grew up into the 80s and became rich yuppies, that they completely, that was the idealism of their youth. It was like it didn't even register. was disingenuous, morally disingenuous. Like there was no moral. Like everything they were protesting or going through was just a, you know, I'm just being a kid or whatever. We all protested, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't like into protesting, but it was like these were people you know, it was just a BS game working for, you know, the military industrial complex. And people need to make a living, but they don't need to believe in it. And it's just, as they say, it's people are very programmed, and the extent to which they're programmed is deep. It's shocking, but it's not shocking if you don't share the program or the chogram, as we might say. Yeah, and so. And the other thing is that I've noticed is that I've seen so much of this, you know, Stephen Greer stuff, and people are like promoting it. You can't, it doesn't do any good to insult people and tell them how stupid they are, because it doesn't, it's not good public relations. Yeah. But one of the key ingredients to success is learning when you are stupid. When in not thinking you're smarter than you are. Yes. Because you also shouldn't discount yourself. But people, as they say, they're just, what do they say? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Yeah. Well, so much of this behavior is cultic behavior. Even Hillary Clinton is received actually a lot of criticism, even from her own people, for saying that the Republicans are not like a political party, they're more like a cult. And of course, this doesn't go over well, because it just tells people that she doesn't get it. You know, she doesn't, you know, it's not a good way for her to win friends and influence people at all. You know, because when she called people deplorables, yes. It's just, as they say, maybe they are deplorable. Not necessarily for the reason she thinks, but they're deplorable. It's pretty funny. But it doesn't work to insult people. It just doesn't. Maybe sometimes it does. But it's not typically a good policy. So, but I used to say to my girlfriend, I said, you know, some of these people, like, you know, Whitley, I said, they need beatings.
Yeah.
Beatings. I said, I'm not going to beat to get across. And of course, that's not going to work either. It's not going to work. But there is, like, you know, because they'll just keep coming up with the wrong answer and pride themselves on that. And this is the stuff that's going to get drilled out in basic training or military or football. When somebody keeps doing the wrong thing and you have to just keep drilling into it so they get it right. You know, this is the enemy. You have to shoot him. If you don't shoot him, he's going to kill you. Well, I can't do that. My mom said not to kill. No, I mean, you can't mess around in a situation like that. And that's the only way. That's why I say they need to be beaten, because they'll just keep saying stupid things.
Yes.
Or keep repeating things. Sure. like an idiot on steroids. Yes. And unfortunately, because I keep getting, people keep sending me stuff like, oh, look at this, you know. Look at this. And I'm talking about the Stephen Greer stuff, the UFOs. Yes. Not the thing that my friend Greg sent me, which I did get through, and I couldn't access it because it wants me to download an app with one of these, you know, I forget what they call them, scan. And how do I scan this on my computer? It wants me to scan it onto my phone.
Oh my God.
Scan to download. This is a computer. It says to continue reading, scan to download Smart News app. I can't scan something on my computer. I'd have to scan it onto my cell phone. Oh, maybe it's here I can read full article. Oh, okay, here it is. Maybe I'll read this before I go to bed. Here.
No.
Red alert. China posts bizarre video of marching female Chinese soldiers to sounds of classic video game. China puts female soldiers front and center in video. It was made from a famous 1996 military strategy video game. The video captured La Femme de l'Armée Chinoise, the women of the Chinese army, was posted on Sunday and features a number of clips of female soldiers marching in different contexts. However, the music featured over the top of the clips is well known to real-time strategy gaming buffs who grew up in the 1990s. These Chinese women, they look pretty attractive.
Mm-hmm.
And they look like biofaxes. They really do.
Interesting.
And they're unusually attractive.
Mm-hmm. Well, send me the link.
Well, I will. I mean, you tell me if you agree.
Okay.
Or what I would expect. Of course, they're young Chinese women, and they don't look like the, most of the Chinese women I see around here.
Right.
They just don't.
Understood. Well, in a very real sense, they wouldn't, because everything is so different on the mainland, different diet, different environment. So, I wouldn't expect them to grow up looking the same. It's like you can sometimes tell when you're familiar enough, like I was in Africa for a time, I can usually tell American blacks from African blacks. They do look different. I'm sure you could tell that too. The difference between American and African blacks. So the mainland Chinese women tend to look different from a Chinese woman who would be in the United States. So yes, they do make certain they get the most attractive types, and they have to pass a height requirement for the parades. So yes, impressive looking woman, very statuesque. And I could see how, they could have a biofacsimilacra appearance. I wouldn't assume they are, but fascinating nonetheless, and certainly.
I'll read the rest of the article here.
Yeah.
It says the music, peppered by the sounds of boots and militaristic commands, is from the opening of the '96 title Command and Conquer: Red Alert. That game, which is widely regarded as one of the best titles in its genre, is premised in an alternate timeline where Albert Einstein discovers time travel in a lab in New Mexico. As a result, in 1946, he transports back to pre-war Germany and removes future dictator Adolf Hitler from history altogether. Now, he sent this to me because it talks about a time travel lab in New Mexico,
right,
which David has. But of course, Einstein removing Hitler would not be that easy.
Right, right. But the point of Command and Conquer, the entire franchise of Command and Conquer, the point is actually that Adolf Hitler was a good man, because the whole point of Command and Conquer, the entire video game franchise, is Einstein is the villain. He goes back in time, he kills Adolf Hitler, and the communists take over the world. That's the horror of the game, is that the communists...
That's what the game says?
That's the message you get. Yeah, it's definitely the message you get. There's three sides. There's three sides that you choose, which is the normal balance in video games. There's one side that's all mass, one side that's all like what you'd call insurgency, and then one side that's a balance in between, a conventional force. So the Soviets are the mass. The Japanese are high technology, so they represent like a wild card. They're like the third side. But the other side is the Americans and the West, who have more of a conventional war machine. But it depends on how you play the game, which side you choose. It depends on how you're playing, who you're playing, which side you choose as to which side wins. But the general threat is perceived to be this ever greater Soviet Union and Communist China, which effectively are out to conquer the world, and the other sides, high technology Japan and America, are the only bulwarks left against them, because Hitler was killed by Einstein, and therefore the Soviets overran all of Europe. There's no Europe. There's no Europe in the game. In other words, Europe is just part of the greater Soviet Union, and therefore the West is only America and the Western Hemisphere, and the only other viable power is Japan on the other side of the Pacific. So the game is, yeah, the what it's telling you, and they don't say it explicitly, but it's quite obvious. It's quite obvious just by anyone playing the game. What they're telling you is Einstein did something horribly wrong. What he did was not only immoral, but evil, and ultimately resulted in a dystopian scenario that is untenable, that Japan and America have to cooperate, or the Soviet Union inevitably wins through sheer mass and endless resources, manpower from communist China, etc. So the game is, what I'd say is one of my more favorite game franchises, in the sense I've never played it, but in the sense of the concept that it promotes. So what people learn is that all this bullshit about the fantasy that everyone says is, what would you do if you could go back in time? And people are indoctrinated to say, I'd go back in time and kill Hitler. And so the game plays on that and shows you that that's the worst thing on earth you can possibly do, because if you do that, the Soviets would have overwhelmed the world. So that's the point that's ultimately made by the game. So in that sense,
speaking of that, and you mentioned Dennis Marshall.
Yeah.
He was, when I once asked this question to my mailing list, and I sent out, what would you do if you could travel in time? Yeah. And many answers came through, which were very well-intended ideas, to fix that or fix this. But Dennis pointed out quite astutely that, nobody's saying you should fix yourself. You should go back and fix yourself. In other words, this is just what I was saying earlier about working on yourself. They didn't say, people look at it altruistically. They don't look at themselves as something that needs to change, or at least they didn't in this paradigm.
Yeah.
So it's an opportunity to change yourself, and that's the most important thing. And, that's something you work on yourself consistently with Qigong. For better or worse, successful or not, or whatever it is, but it's like, exactly. So I was just saying that, people they're talking about, going back and fixing this. People aren't, they're not necessarily up to fixing anything.
That's the point.
I'm serious. Yeah. I'm serious.
Yeah, they're not up to fixing shit. No, you're absolutely right. Yes.
Yeah, because look at, most people are trying to cope with life, and that's the simple truth of it, and it's certainly understandable. It's not something they should feel guilty about, but it's so the people that run the world, as David Anderson once said to me, he says most of them aren't quite sure how they got there, and they're very troubled, and they're trying to do the right thing, but they don't know what they're doing, and I don't know that I would have been so
generous, so gracious. Yeah.
But then again, I haven't, sat across from them, or listened to their, foibles or frustrations. I just have had no exposure to that element of life. But so be it. Never something I particularly desired either.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I will say good night. Maybe I'll join you in the morning. I don't know if you're not broadcasting so long anymore, so I don't know.
Just so people understand, it's during this period of time that things are a little different with Peter Moon's channel. So I actually broadcast it for a fair amount of time with the last episode, the latest before tonight's. Tomorrow, because I'll be taking care of some other stuff. If I wind up, transmitting through the entire night. I'd be actually surprised. I expect to probably just do a little bit and then kind of go to bed. I do want to recommend to BRN because this is something I should answer while Peter Moon is here, and I probably will do it with our next episode. But BRN 2579, or Brown 2579 as I would call him, because he's got a nice brown icon there. He says, can you detail Aquino's officer coven? Were they all members of the Temple of Set? Generally so, yes.
It's a good question.
Yeah, and so, I'll go a bit into that. But the place to go is, honestly, on my channel. If you look up Satan's Crusaders, the video is there. And you should, if you haven't reviewed it already, review that, and I'll give you a good outline. And then I'll, happily go over a bit of that, on Sunday with Peter. Next, the time we're on, Sunday with Peter, will be the last time that we're going to be transmitting here on the Peter Moon channel for a while. I hope. By that I mean, hopefully everything normalizes after that. And like Peter says, we're going to work with adapting because we are effectively shadow banned on YouTube. So we'll work with adapting to simulcast. And our man Brendan is doing his best. I mean, he's going through a lot. Terrible emotional trauma right now. We won't just maintain him in thought and prayer. But he's done his best by us as he could, though he was remarkably distracted at times. Today we got on because of him. We couldn't have done it without him. So remarkable in that sense. And Peter, we love you and we thank you.
One thing, do we know what channel you're going to be on? I mean, we're talking about Rumble?
Oh, so just so everyone knows, I am not yet.
I gotta give him a link. Give him a link.
Oh yeah, got it. I am presuming we are going to be transmitting from the Douglas Dietrich channel on YouTube because I have not yet, and I don't believe I'll have the time to get together with Brendan to learn how to produce on Rumble just yet. He is busy downloading some hacks. In other words, he's busy studying how to hack our way into simulcasting with Rumble because that would be a boon. That would be a boon. And again, to emphasize, Rumble seems to be a good bet. I mean, Rumble's may ultimately, inevitably become our main channel, and we would be informing people along the way. But to maintain audience numbers, the audience we've built up over years, we're going to go back first to the Douglas Dietrich channel on YouTube for as long as we can make it last. Yeah, and Brendan Zoget sent me a message saying, just say, okay, he gave me the notification here. He told me what to say. Just say we are going to simulcast on multiple platforms coming soon. By the way, Brendan, you're welcome to jump on and say that for us. And I'm so glad he's tuning in. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's good. Good man. Thank you. He was distracted earlier by meditating monkeys on fucking video and shit. It was. So the fact that he's paying attention to us now is a good thing. There we have that, and that's coherent, right, Peter?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all coherent. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. If I say a little bit on the officers and stuff after the you leave, you go to sleep. If I say a little bit on Aquino's covenant, if it happens to come to my mind, I'll probably just save it all for Sunday. Fuck.
If you say a little bit, you'll say a lot.
Yeah, so I'll save it for Sunday, and so we love you dearly. Best wishes and blessed dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Okay.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody, and remember to donate to Douglas what you can.
Thank you so much. Bless you. Okay, and so we are going to probably maintain call thanks to Brendan Zoge. I don't know if he wants to come on, but I'm going to try and bring other people on right now. And before I even hit any buttons, first thing I'll do is open one of the messages here on my Facebook, and that will help me decide whether or not to contact a certain individual among our usual suspects. And gosh, what a week it's been. Okay, so we got some interesting stuff here with this. I'll just put I don't know what to put on this. I guess just a wow. So I hear some preparations going on in the background, and I believe that's our friend Brendan, and he's gone off mute. He's got his own Rube Goldberg device in the background that's working. So share it with us, Brendan. What you doing?
I'm currently making structured water.
Okay. Yeah. You
in a copper cup.
So tell us about this structured water. Tell us about this, and tell us about the advantage of the copper cup.
Yes, so copper is advantageous for humans to use because it is one of the elements that is inside of the myelin sheath coating of the nerve cell.
Mm-hmm.
So without trace amounts of copper, your body couldn't build nerves.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. That's
Wait,
great.
can you guys still hear me? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Go on.
So that's one important thing that it does.
Yeah.
And in general, it's of course it conducts electricity, which is why it's needed for nerves.
Mm-hmm.
And that just proves that the body is electric. It's an electromagnetic device, well, in a way. And also the biology is electric as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that kind of proves that. Why else would it need copper to survive? And what the copper does is it actually, when your nerves have enough copper, like adequate amounts, to seal off, those myelin sheaths, what it does is it prevents heavy metals from binding to your neurological system. So like things like bismuth and these other really toxic ones, like what's the other one?
Oh, fuck.
There are a couple types of these heavy metals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm spacing on it right now, but
no worries.
It'll come back to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when copper is present in balanced amounts, it blocks these heavy metals from binding to your nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
Aluminium. That's what I was thinking of.
Cool. Okay.
So, yeah. So it's beneficial if anyone's like afraid of chemtrails or anything. It's like you got to have copper because that way the aluminum won't bind as much to your neurological system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and bromides, like things like that.
Wow.
These metals that affect the thinking. Bismuth is one of them. There's one more.
Mm-hmm. And
But
pink
anyways,
bismuth is what they put in Pepto-Bismol. Pink bismuth.
Yeah, exactly. Which is totally toxic.
Oh shit!
Wait, what is that?
Yeah, go on.
Was there someone else on the call?
I'm trying to get some other people to join, and somebody might have jumped on right away.
I heard like another voice. Hello?
I believe that's Viviana and Ian both. Yes.
Oh, it sounds like Ian, maybe.
Yeah. And so.
But he's like not coming in clear or something?
Well, they just both went mute out of respect for you. So by all means, complete your thought process before I.
Okay, my thoughts are a little slow right now.
So no worries. We understand. You're going through a lot. Of course, we all are. It's an incredibly. What I'm trying.
It seems to be that kind of situation, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find Amanda Eitenayer. Do you remember how she spelled her name?
No.
We're getting hearts. Yeah. Lovely people. Oh gosh, and Brooke is with us.
Oh no.
Yes, and Viviana. She says hola everyone. And Viviana was saying how nice it was to be on with you, Brooke, the other day. And Amy Como is with us. All three of these lovely ladies, angels. Yes, I could start a rock band. Who's the guy who started the rock band with this? Oh yes, Corey Good. What? No. Who's the kid who claimed he was all molested in Hollywood and shit? Started his own band.
That's like everyone.
Corey Hay.
Corey Haynes, thank you. Like his band. I could start my own band. Doug's Angels, yes.
Charlie's Angels, you mean?
No. It's Corey Good was playing off that when he started this 3-girl band, and he was like the lead singer.
Right.
Yeah, trying to recapture his youth or something, or make himself look, like he wasn't impotent. And then, so there you got that. So, dear Brooke, Viviana, Amy Como, by all means, all of you, join us in talking. Oh, Ian West too, of course. not that I'm not enthusiastic about his speaking, mind you, but I'll count on.
Yeah. Like I've got so much time to just hop on here and do everything. Yeah, go ahead, talk away. It's fine.
So
You're good at multitasking.
yeah, you multitask. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, between putting back the cheap.
Actually, that's what I do. I am multi-state. You are right. I am right now. I am.
You're like the master at it, from what I saw.
Yes.
Putting together all his metal crafts for selling.
I thought that you had it better when you started off originally with, come on, you multitask, putting together all that cheap shit. You said,
the cheap shit from China. Talked to him tonight, man. He couldn't get his earpods to work. You know why? Because there's 34 cents from China. Good deal, though, man.
Yes.
Buy them for 34 cents, sell them for $3.
You're so quick, Brooke. You're so quick to the
I am.
Oh my God.
I'm quick enough to know not to order something for $2 from China. I'm sorry if you haven't figured it out.
How am I missing Amanda Eitenayer? I had Amanda Eitenayer. Did she was her account scrubbed by the enemy or something? I can't imagine why she would do that. I was trying to get her and Brooke to kind of like develop a support group for each other and stuff, for...
Are you joking? You really think that's going to happen?
I don't...
Are you serious?
Yeah.
No, save that girl. Save that girl to whatever. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Whatever, yeah, I'll probably steal some of your bullshit because you're my support team.
Yeah.
I need a support team. All I got is freaking Ian. I called him tonight and he was like, and then he's outside doing metal work and putting a trailer together to haul off some whatever.
I forgot to send you the weapon thing. My bad, Brooke. See, that's how busy I've been.
Oh. So I guess what she did was she changed her stupid name. She changed it back to.
I've tried to do that several times between you and Ian, and it doesn't work. So you'll find her anyway.
Yeah, she just wants that attention. That's why.
I do. I change it back. I get bored and I change it right back. You're right.
So Nemo is also active, and I couldn't find him on the. Or did I find him? I can't tell who I called. But we'll try and add on him and.
I think Nemo and everybody heard me last week when I was talking about the stuff going on like at my house with the chickens and with the bunny and all that, and I was like, "Fuck you all." When I said "fuck you all," I just want everybody to understand it wasn't to you all. I meant to the people for Energies listening.
Yes. I think everyone generally understood that. I think that everyone.
But I thought about it. I was like, I probably came off as. Maybe
no,
I didn't take it that way. You're good, Brooke.
I mean, and Ian. I meant fuck you all and Ian.
We didn't take it that way, Brooke. It's all good.
Thank you, Ian.
Yes. What the fuck? It says you cannot add this participant to this conversation. It's not you, it's us. Fuck, let me do a screen share so you guys can see this. Holy shit. Hopefully it comes back on.
Sounds concerning.
Can all of you see this moving? And then I'll try and add them again and let's see what it says. So okay.
I didn't see the naked lady that you're sharing. Is that what you're talking
about? Yeah. You see a naked lady?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
All this shut.
What?
Nothing. I said hi. I'm saying hi to Brooke and Amy and Brendan and Ian and everyone else out there in the ether. Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Val. How are you doing?
Wonderful.
Good to see y'all.
We should play a metal song for John War.
So here we are.
John War.
Oh gosh.
Hey, I miss you.
Who? John Warrington?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me? No.
His solar return.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear him. So he got on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes.
For some reason, my profile image isn't showing.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. John Warrington is the Australian? Because I thought John Warrington was the English guy.
No, he's English. It's his birthday today. He's got the same birthday as Donald Trump. Just like you have the same birthday as Peter Moon.
We all have
John
to deal with.
The guy
There's always an angel in a demon born
Europe.
someday, right?
So can you people see? I'm trying to add Amy. We know. I mean, Amanda, you. We know that.
Did you get the
Nemo's with
contact
us.
card I sent? Doug?
Contact card? For who?
Yeah, in the chat. In the chat, you can add her through that.
In the chat, we can add her through that. We can.
The
Okay.
Skype chat.
Oh, okay. I didn't get it. No, I didn't. So
He just learned what that was, if you can't tell.
and see, there's all these Amanda Utes. Now watch it when I press the add button. See if it says the same thing this time, because last time it said like it. Anyhow.
sounds
Oh,
concerning.
look! It looks like it's trying to call her. Looks like it's trying to call her. And then somehow we got Nemo, but he's not showing. Viviana, what's your question, honey?
I just wanted to raise my hand to be annoying.
Delightful. Oh my god. So
My
yeah.
Those are
internet
for, like,
was fucking
business
up
meeting.
before. I had to reset everything. I
Wow.
don't know if that might be the issue.
Okay.
Feel
Yeah.
bad we
None
interrupted.
of us are getting paid.
Brendan was going to be very deep and tell us something profound, and we all interrupted him.
Yeah, that's so.
fucking
Yeah,
rude.
Brendan. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't that profound. It was just something about copper. I can keep going
Yeah.
indefinitely about it.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay,
The
hold on, let
ladies
me-
will have questions. They'll
Give me a
ask
second here.
questions. Yeah.
I feel like I had a lot of questions too.
Yeah.
I can pretend to have questions.
Yes. And
So copper water is basically a copper structured water
mhm.
because it's rested in the copper, and the copper is of
Explain
course,
Hanuman to these ladies. They're all looking at this black monkey and they don't know what the fuck it is. So explain Hanuman.
Hanuman? Do you want Hanuman or the copper cup first?
Both.
No, we went over the copper last week, but if you have more to add to the copper, that's
Wait,
good.
I wasn't there for that.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is this? I get Brendan and Brandon confused. Which fucking one is this?
Yeah, no. It was Brendan. We went over it very briefly because I was
Yes,
making
Brendan,
fun.
we did. Because remember,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
told you that like I had learned about ordering the copper pictures, and then you
Yeah.
talked about how you got your
Oh,
hands
that's
on the
right.
copper
Yes.
mask. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So Mark
Thank you for
H.
reminding me.
Mark H. writes, copper is anti-corrosive, way more efficient than iron, and helps oxygen be more soluble in your system. It is also rumored to increase psychic ability. So there.
Yes, it's a bit more esoteric
Yeah. Yeah.
of its uses.
Yeah. And so what I'm going to ask all of you, can you all hold the stage, talk about stuff like this, and I'll just refresh myself for a few minutes and then come back and we can take it from there. Right? We
Go
can.
for it.
Yeah? What'd you say?
I said go for it.
Thank you. And
Take your time, Doug. Take your time.
thank you. Now it's disturbing to me that these two gentlemen respond with this positive, well, the ladies are all deathly silent. It's like, that's disturbing to me. Is that like
Well, this is one of the few times when we've had like a decent balance of people and gender.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean, we
trying
might as
to not
well
overtake the conversation
chat.
like I
I'm
normally
shocked.
do.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, that is appreciated. Yeah. It's
No,
sweet.
not really for me. It's boring. So I'm just rolling up rugs and rearranging my furniture. While we talk.
So, yes, what's that, honey?
So I was just kidding.
Oh,
I mean, I am rearranging furniture as we speak. But go ahead.
Got
Oh,
it,
before
yeah.
you go, Doug.
Yeah, I
one
see
of
you
the
now.
1 in the
videos-
morning? Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I see you now, Nemo. Anyhow, so go on. Before I
Yeah,
go.
one of the videos I uploaded on Rumble, one of your videos got
Yeah.
nearly 2,000 views within 4 days.
This
But
is
strangely,
I told
that's
you
the only video. The other videos I've
Yeah.
uploaded barely got like 20 views, but this particular one got nearly 2,000.
What was the topic? Just curious.
which one?
How the U.S. military and government lost the first nuclear war they've started.
Oh, great.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's Rumble material for sure.
Great.
Goes for over
Yeah.
3 hours.
That
I mean,
title.
People in Australia, people watching it, they want to know. They want to know bad things about the U.S. I'm sure.
Actually, honey, the problem with Australians is they hero worship the U.S. That's the problem. That's
Yeah.
the norm. By the way, Amy
Is this
said,
true, Nemo?
Yeah.
In a
fuck,
way, yes. We
There's
despise
a-
the British, but worship the Americans to an extent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
you
can see
worship
that.
Fox News for sure, whatever it is.
Not
yeah.
me, but yeah, the most men do
Yeah.
in Australia.
Thank you. See, Nemo,
Thank you for
So
not.
that's the link. The
Yeah.
propaganda is the link, which makes sense.
Yeah. Yes.
That's why it's like a similar
Thank you.
mindset.
The
They-
owner of Fox News lives in Australia, or is it New Zealand?
No,
right?
he's Australian. He's definitely
Okay.
Rupert Murdoch. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Australian.
Thought he was dead.
Yeah,
He'll be dead
you wish. Yeah, we all wish.
Yeah.
He'll never die. Ask Ian.
Unless he has enough-
of him in a year from
Unless,
now.
unless he has enough money to put himself in a cryogenic stasis until they can make him immortal with cybernetic technology.
Oh
Right.
God,
Yeah,
yeah.
they already
Hasn't that
they already-
been proven
they
as a
already got his
myth,
DNA on file, so if something goes, they can just make it.
I don't know.
I guess everything is so-called proven now that the internet exists.
But by the way, just in fairness to Ian, what did you say, Ian?
I said Murdoch's DNA has already been cataloged, so
They
if
can
something
just
goes
clone
on
him.
him, they can just make a new one. Yeah.
Oh God. At any rate, thank you. I was going to say, I think what Brendan was saying was
Very
something
nice.
was a myth. I think what you're alluding to is the fact that the claim is, or the assertion is, that when these people are frozen, that basically it alters the.
No, they don't have to be frozen. No. They just go to the lab, give them a sample of their blood or whatever.
Okay.
They just
Well, I know what
have
you're
it on
saying,
file.
but I'm saying the cryogenics was definitely like I don't think
That's
like because a
past.
couple
They
of
don't
them
do
like
that
started
anymore.
melting or something, and they
Yeah, that's like old
Like
technology.
Disney.
Yeah, that's old.
Sure.
That's old shit. That's
there's
they don't-
there's that internet like spooky internet story about the reason why they named that one movie Frozen was to get Walt Disney off the search engine, because he when you type
I
in
believe
Disney
that.
Frozen, that like the ice chick, the ice princess
That's
shows
funny.
up.
Oh, interesting.
Brendan, I believe
Interesting.
that. I do.
Interesting.
Because apparently his
Yeah,
either
he
the
was
family
frozen.
doesn't want anyone. Yeah, the family
Yeah.
doesn't want anyone to look it up, or
Yeah.
there's another theory that it went horribly wrong and his body melted.
Yeah. Well,
So the cryogenic company basically ripped them off or something.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Family
Which
Guy
sounds
did an
likely.
episode, did a little segment about that on an episode where they
Okay.
tried to unthaw Walt Disney, and he
Mhm.
wakes up from the cryogenic stasis and he says, "Are all the Jews gone yet?" And they said, "No, put me back in."
Oh, it's like a Family Guy episode.
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's there you go. Quirky. So Amy sent us a Dragon Flask set. Amy, could you explain this a little bit, and that'll segue back to Brendan talking about the copper, dear lady, while I go mute.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sleepy, but yeah, the copper guy is somebody I went to high school with, and both of them, him and his wife, went to high school with me, and they used to have a copper mine in the town they live in, but of course they get all their copper from somewhere else. But yeah, copper and water, they're on it. They make flasks out of copper right here where I'm at.
Wonderful news.
I know. It's so hard after midnight. I mean, honestly, Douglas, I can't even believe I am up, but I
That should
am.
get Douglas back off mute. Where is he?
Oh no, never mind. He's not. He's not. See, I'm still asleep.
He might come
Brett,
back soon.
you have to pull the whole weight of all of us. We'll just cheer you on. We'll raise our hands and such.
Well, I mean, I'm open for anyone to speak, but the copper I can keep. Like, it's a very ancient thing. Like Ayurveda uses it. I mean, all our
Is
ancestors
storing
drank
water
out of
and-
copper.
So storing water in copper is good, like drinking out of it. I've never heard of
So-
this before.
Oh, really? Okay, so the ideal method, I can speak of like practical methods. The best way to do it is to keep your water fresh, filtered water, preferably. You can use distilled if you're cooking with it, or remineralized osmosis water, but preferably from a stream, because that's going to be like structured by nature through like the vortexes, the Schauberger observed like vortexes in nature that charge up. It spins the molecules and it gives them this positive spin charge, or in science they call it negative ions. So that's why when you touch the earth or like go into a clean body of water, you get more energy and health. And but basically what the copper does is it structures the water molecularly through its like charge properties. So that's why keeping copper in glasses is really good.
So I should get some copper cups.
And also
If
what
you
it
want,
does is
you can order them
I mean,
from my
Indians-
buddies. They make them over here. They're really nice. I mean, they're also
I know.
super expensive.
In Indian
right. Well, I go
culture,
to the
they
Indian
bless
shop
the
and just get a
water.
couple of them for like small ones for like $5. So if you
but
go to like an ethnic
from what
shop,
I
they still use them.
Am I not on? Can you not hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I was just saying the reason the question came up last week was only because I heard that the Indian culture, well, usually like you can get the copper cups, but the pitchers are great because they actually bless the water the night before and leave it sitting all night. And let's do a copper
Yes.
pitcher is actually better because, well, with the cup, if you're just pouring it in and then drinking it immediately, you're not getting I don't know. I mean, I guess if you leave it sitting all night, there's something to that. Like they actually bless the water and then
Exactly. That's the Ayurvedic method.
Yeah.
You store your water in there for the day. So it's the water you use for one day.
Yeah.
So so what I was getting to is the practical thing. It's like you just put water in there for 4 hours. Or at maximum 4 hours. So you can like drink out of it right away. Leave the water sitting 3-4 hours and then drink it. And that'll structure the water and pull out toxins. And then all you do is you clean the cup with a little bit of lemon juice and salt. And that's it. It's recharged for the next round. And it makes the water more thirst quenching. Like it's very satiating. It adds like more life force to it. And nowadays there's people that are using, like they wrap copper wire on sticks and put it in their gardens, and it's called like electroculture. And they've proven that it does exponentially increase yields. So, which means there's like, you put a stick with the copper in it in the right direction, like a Schauberger spiral, and it will grow to like double the size or more of your other plants without the antenna, because it's pulling etheric energy or some other like ions from the atmosphere, which help charge the the microbes in the soil, and it like attracts worms and different things.
That's good.
So yeah,
that is good to know because I have some that aren't growing or some that have started withering a little. So that's something I'm gonna try.
Yeah, try that. Look up electroculture. That's
Okay.
kind of like the pop culture term for it. But I would say it's pretty good.
Is it
The
like
science is there.
I try to do natural gardening, like I don't try not to put pesticides
Mhm.
down or anything. So
Yeah,
that would be something.
and the copper helps with that. Copper repels slugs. Slugs won't climb over copper, so if you have like a slug problem, you can get like copper wire, make like a little fence, and they won't cross it.
I think I
And, like,
have.
eat your plants.
What are those things that eat the roots? I think that's the problem I have.
Apparently, copper's an excellent electrical conductor as well.
Yes, that's why it's in wires, like housing wires. And that's why your body needs it to make the nerve endings, because it's all electric. It's biochemical electric.
Right.
There's a bag. There's a giant bag in there.
What's a good conductor?
I'm about to give it away though.
Copper. Because I need to
What was that?
ground.
It's gonna turn into like a bag. Wait, I can't hear anyone else though.
Someone was trying to say something. Your voice was low.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, now I can. Yeah, now we can.
Sorry. I'm looking for a crystal that will ground and have copper on it too. But I need to like be grounded. So what would that be? Something
Fossils.
Grounding is easy. You just go outside and put your feet on the ground for 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And it will ground you immediately. Yeah.
Oh.
That's all. It's that simple. You just do it every day and build up the charge, and it'll increase health and well-being.
Yeah, I actually did that today. It's like I'm a total airhead lately. So I have to go sit on a rock, and we went and faced the north, and the whole pond was like drained, and I was like, I want to get in there with like a metal detector, because we had a flood, and the pond just filled up with all the soil from like the mountain, and so that soil is probably really good, and it probably brought down a lot of debris that was just kind of like, just you're gonna find stuff in there anyway. So it was really cool. But anyway, I was like, yeah, I like this spot where we ground, like right there where it's almost ritualistic facing the peak, and it's north, and and it's just really spiritual all around, and you have so much going on with the colors, and I was so into it. And then we were chilling at the garden, but the thing that sucked is that the whole pond, even though it was filled with all the soil, had that mite. It was like that dust mite. I was like, ew, because I kind of want to go get some of the soil, but I don't want that problem, you know?
Mm-mm.
But it's like kind of in the air. It's like, dude, that's kind of gross. But anyway, I'm done
I've
talking.
grounded. I've used crystals, but I was mentioning like I will ground walking outside barefoot, but I'll feel it some. But what I found most recently, just in the last couple weeks, there's like a pond near me, and it's not that big a pond, and there's ducks and a couple of ducks and some algae on the top of it. That I would go sit down by the pond and completely take have my shoes off, barefoot walking, and then put my feet in that water and then just lay back in that grass. And so my whole body was grounding. And then it was also great when the sun was out, because then I could feel the sun and the energy. And it was just so grounding because my body's on the earth, my feet were in that water. And then, again, like it was random, like these ducks would just swim up to me just to look, and they're scared, but wanting to come near me and see the little fish. It was just so nice to do that. So I think, if you can find somewhere like that, it's wonderful because you can feel all four elements. You feel the air, you can feel the fire if the sun's out, and then you've got the water and the grounding from the earth, which are just balancing to me.
I was so blessed to see like a patch of swallows and so much more milkweed and just more beautiful plants coming, because it's kind of like we're finally springing into summer, but it's not. It's just bloom, so it's beautiful, and finally. But yeah, so it's still cold though. Like I hope it doesn't freeze tonight.
Where are you?
Tomatillos, which are beautiful, and I got artichokes, which I'm excited about. It's like if they produce, that's gonna be awesome.
I thought you were in like Arizona.
Yeah.
I thought it would be warmer there than it is here, because it's been like 85, 90 here.
Yeah,
Isn't it mostly desert in Arizona?
Tonight. Yeah, this is like a high desert.
The higher it up is up, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, our spring's just now like beginning. Like we're just lucky if we can now plant. So hopefully it doesn't freeze. Maybe snow, like the mountain we were walking home it got hail. It was beautiful though. It was like a storm on the mountain. And so after the storm passed on, it was all just a dust of snow. So it was kind of cool though, because it was all purple and pink, and the sunset was so gorgeous. And then everything's in bloom, so it's kind of like finally our spring is here. But we still might get snow. Maybe one more time. Anyway, I'm done. Thanks for letting me run on.
Does it snow in Arizona?
Well, you guys need that snow out there, man, because of that Colorado River stuff going on. Your drought. Don't you?
We got so much rain. So beautiful.
Yeah, I know, but overall, like the mega drought you have for like 10 years out there.
Mm-hmm.
You guys not feed into the Colorado River? Not where your water comes from?
The water's flowing, and the little Colorado's flowing, and Lake Powell's like really full, and so are all the dams. So we're doing really well. We're blessed. It's like what do you call springs in the desert? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they've had a huge write-up on it just because of the huge snow amount that they got, but that's what's been in the news lately. I have a friend in Colorado as well, so they were just talking about how they're trying to come up with the regulations for long term on to keep the water flowing. Like, everybody's claiming it from California on down, and who gets the right of ways.
Supreme Court, because I know that was being heard, and it was kind of like the federal government's like, we don't want any part, like that is not our fucking issue. And if they want water if the native tribes that Dene want water, then they have to pipe it in themselves, and that's going to be the cost for them, and blah, 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 and we're not responsible for that. And then they're like, well, aren't you responsible that they have, access to water as well? So anyway, that went through the Supreme Court, and I was wondering, because that's an important case. Sadly, the Dene always have compromised for these other kind of rights. So it's an interesting case, and sadly, they have misused so much funding back towards ways that it could have benefited their people. Instead, they were, just being freaking corrupt, and that kind of just in circles and whatever, whoever's responsible. I mean, whatever, water's a right. So the whole thing is like, we got the rivers flowing with life and purpose and joy and strength and power in Yah's name, So it's like he's given us abundance. And man can try to control it, but they never will, So it's like, whatever, we're just going to keep on taking back what's ours,
Well, I think that, but I think the same instance in that would be the fact that waters are right, but we have to depend on it from source, from God, from the universe, however you want to define that. And so when, like, for instance, last year, I'm not sure if you're aware, but in Mexico, the drug cartels were actually running water. They were making more money off water and taking over the water sources from the for the crops and farmers and different things. So they were running the water supplies because of the drought. So the problem, just like the Colorado River's been drying up, obviously those tribes need it, but the problem is if the droughts continue and we don't get our entire world under control, if we can, then it'll be a right, but it won't be enough, I think is the problem. I think that's the other thing that people are starting to look at is, people in California are bitching and other places. We don't have the same drought here. We have had water restrictions before, but, I'm sure he can speak in Australia, and I think you guys have had a lot of droughts too and fires, but, water restrictions as far as, not being able to just water your lawn whenever you want to.
Yeah.
And things like that.
You're only allowed to water your garden on certain days, apparently. That's what I've heard, but I don't give a shit. And I don't bother watering anything.
So just got back to hear this, and tragic to hear about this corruption that Viviana was speaking of. George Knight has joined us, and
Hello, George.
Yes, George.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you. I don't know if, forgive me, I've been through a lot. Has Amy Como and yourself been introduced properly?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so Ian took off for a little while. He says he'll be back with something new for everyone, and I just shudder. I'm sorry, what?
More pot. He's getting more pot.
He's getting more pot.
Probably.
Yes, or something. He's got quite the spectrum of drugs that he goes through. Yes. So I mean, like, I don't even understand what the trip is with the fentanyl stuff, because they're like, everybody on crack.
That's an epidemic now.
Yeah, so they tell us. Yes, I don't deny it, but I'm just saying I don't know how that's more. How is that worse than the crack epidemic? It's
right.
It's what
Crack
puzzles
is
me.
worse. Yeah, it's been out longer.
Yeah, I guess fentanyl. It's just such.
I don't think there is a crackhead epidemic anymore. I'm pretty sure you're referring to the 90s.
Yeah,
Pretty sure.
maybe that's the case.
I mean, I think there are
Yeah.
still
It's still
some crack,
getting
I'm
around.
sure, but it's not the
just-
epidemic it was.
There's just a lot more drugs you can make nowadays synthetically. So
Yeah.
crack's old school, and they got the new shit going, like
Yeah.
fentanyl and other stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks to pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah. So that being said, what was it I wanted to say before I forgot? I wanted to say, oh yes, Amy. Before I forget, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Do me a favor and provide myself the link to the, that channel that the Bulgarian bozos operate, the Golden Apple, and I will, provide that to Peter. He's pretty much been given the lowdown on everything, and he has definitely landed on the side of common sense, and so I do want people to know he's fully aware of the situation now. But that link he would appreciate it, so I'll give it to him. I don't have it myself, But yeah, he's definitely yeah. So when you're ready in the
I'm looking for it.
yeah, sure,
It,
take your
it'll
time.
take me a minute.
Oh yeah, no rush, no rush. And that's the okay. So basically, what happened is I guess it doesn't even bear going into now. I think everyone's pretty familiar with the situation, and such being what it is, it's just amazing how so many of these turn out to be just another ambush. These different interviews, and it is what it is. So that being said, George Knight, what was it that you could report on most immediately from England?
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Doug. So just so you know, yeah, it's just gone 10 p.m. your time, daylight saving time in San Francisco, and I've got about 35 minutes left remaining with you before I have to attend to my duties for the day. We've got a very important meeting today at work, so yeah, wow. So I do have to make pronto move at that time. So in about 35 minutes I will make a move, but hopefully I can rejoin you in my break this afternoon.
Okay. That's now I do give you a forewarning. We may not be transmitting throughout the night like we usually do because
yes,
I do have to be someplace early tomorrow, and like I was saying, I'm not as motivated to go out on throughout the night because Peter's channel has half the subscriptions, or less than half that mine does, and commensurately less than half the people throughout the night that my channel would have. So
absolutely.
Now, okay, so Our Lady Amy sent me that link in her Skype text. Okay, her Skype. So I have to go to her Skype mailbox and retrieve that. There we are. And such being said, do please take a little advantage of the time that we have and go into a little bit of a status report, about what's going on.
Oh yeah, thank you. No, just to report on England itself, it's going through certainly a heat wave this week. It's extremely hot, and humidity is very, very high. It's one of those countries where when it is hot, there's no fresh breeze or air that cools you down. So you're just scorching, cooking alive. And so, yeah, definitely replenishments are necessary for survival. It's just, and certainly myself in my role, I'm out in the basically anywhere, but outside. And so when you're climbing up poles and such, the temperature is far hotter above ground than it is on the ground itself. So humidity and degrees go hotter the higher you climb, or rise or ascend. So it's that's basically reporting back from England, the weather conditions. It's just very, very humid, muggy, just sticky, everything. Last night was just very, very horrible to sleep in conditions. Whoa. So I had to, of course, we don't have air conditioning, of course, not really necessary in England, but during the summer it's certainly necessary to have air conditioning. So the only way I can emulate that is through just cooling down by splash yourself with water and then sitting in front of a fan just to compensate, to emulate that. Yeah, so that's just a stats report on England. I'm doing very well, and last night I was able to just review the. It was over 40-minute segment of that David Grush interview, what he conducted with some news organization, broadcast news organization in the United States. So I was able to review the entirety of that interview, and he was towards the end of the interview, the correspondent or journalist asked him, David Grush, this intelligence officer, are these exotic vehicles, or these what they call non-human intelligence? So that's what he was calling them. He was referring to this abbreviation, non-human intelligences. Are they malevolent? Have human beings been hurt or been killed by these non-human intelligences? And David Grush just confirmed certainly they have been hurt. There are cases, and what the oral testimonies he's been listening to from his senior peers, they all confirm that yes, people have died. And he was startled, the journalist, the interviewer. He was just like, oh my god, this is just amazing, the first time we're ever hearing this.
There you go.
And so,
Yeah.
yes, there you go. And it's just, it's slowly, I can see it slowly getting there, but it's not, if you know what I mean. There's still disclosure to be, they're never going to completely reveal it, not anytime soon anyway. But
they can't afford to.
Even,
go on.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he also admitted, he confirmed that there is this sophisticated disinformation campaign on the American populace, and that's what his words were. There was this really highly sophisticated disinformation program or campaign against the populace to disambiguate the pop on the reality of even he wasn't aware, because the program that he was a part of, this UAP or WAP program to investigate these the phenomena. He confirmed that there are the U.S. military, the Defense Department, are in possession of what he calls exotic materials. He confirmed this. There is a number of them, but he wasn't available to the program. He was denied access, even though he had a very high security clearance. He was denied access to these so-called retrieval programs, but he was given snippets or just basically just very minuscule remnants of information or documents regarding the retrieval program. So he wasn't very. It was very.
So he's
disingenuous.
Just right. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he's only disseminating. He's only just basically disseminating what he has been exposed to. He's not fully aware of the reality or what the United States has been contended with. But he was certainly, and he mentioned Roswell as well. And he was saying that the United States, they reported a retrieval of a disc, and then they changed the claim to a weather balloon, and that's what he went into very briefly. But he wasn't. He obviously said, but he admitted there is no documents that exist regarding it, and they've just referred to the 1994 report was the official disclosure report, just denying any existence or denying the whole investigation or the whole incident itself as a disinformation campaign, which was completely disingenuous and phallus to the whole report and the incident of the Roswell incident. So he admitted it was all complete cover-up.
Right.
It was all to just discredit the whole program, the whole campaign, the whole incident that happened. So that was very interesting. Of course, we know that all the documents are all destroyed.
Yes.
There is nothing regarding Roswell, but we know the reality. So that was just interesting. That's just just a report back and my feedback on that whole interview.
Excellent.
Conducted with him, because that's just circulating around the internet at the moment. The same interview that he's conducted. Every news organization, everyone who is not associated with I guess the alt-right media, anyone who is not associated with them, they are reporting this. They are reporting the whole interview, this whole called whistleblower.
Are you referring to the most recent?
Yeah, very recent. About last week it was conducted, this interview. Yeah, I only just got to review it last night, just very briefly, just once, the whole entire segment. So I didn't retain all the information.
Was that the American whistleblower though, in the military?
Yeah, he was a former. Yeah, thank you. He was a former Air Force. He was a captain. He was promoted to captain towards the end of his career as an Air Force pilot.
And he did have high clearance, but he still wasn't clear.
And then he had, and then he became an intelligence officer. And
I think he's a false flag. I believe he's a false flag.
Yes. Yes, honey. That's very astute. Thank you. Definitely appreciate it.
I mean, if you watch
I'm getting bored of the flying saucer, though.
Yeah.
We need Tartaria disclosure.
He's being facetious, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, I'm being facetious.
And
I don't know, Douglas. When I was in San Francisco, I saw those Tartarian buildings. They just won't tell us,
I'm pretty sure Douglas lived in an original Tartarian building.
He does. He actually does.
Good.
That's what the Russians. That's why the Russians tried to take San Francisco. Or they were helping out San Francisco during the Civil War.
Yeah, no,
See,
it's
we're just
yeah.
we're just practicing for Rumble, Douglas. Just chill. It's okay.
That's right. Yes, yes. But by the way,
That's
just
how we'll get views. That's
yeah,
me and Ian and Brooke will talk about Tartaria,
yeah. This got
and
it.
then you and
Yeah.
and then you and
Yeah,
uh
yeah.
George Knight can talk about the real history, and then it's up to people to figure it out.
No, definitely. Oh my God. Just so.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
No,
mute
no,
now.
no, no.
Yes.
I just wanted to like.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute on that one too. Yeah.
What's honey?
I'm going to throw up right now. I'll be back.
What are you throwing up about?
She was thinking of Ian.
Oh, that's pretty good. In terms of, let me take a look here and see if I can remember the name of the ship or recall it. But basically,
Yeah, I apologize, George, for like throwing you off of your topic, but
yeah. The
No, not at all.
yeah. So, in terms of the American Civil War, which is what our man Brendan is referring to, Russia helped the Union during the Civil War, and during that period of time, the Russian naval fleet conducted an expedition to San Francisco, and basically staved off a Confederate attack. So that was, I'm trying to remember the names of the ships, but that's pretty much what you need to know as basic. And
the Shenandoah, I believe.
It may well have been, yes. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Yes, thank you. And so it's all pretty incredible when you think about it. And it just goes to show that, yeah.
The original one, not the airship, by the way.
Yes,
in case
thank
anyone
you.
looks it up.
Thank you. Yes, that's an important point.
Yeah,
Because,
thank you.
yeah, the airship Shenandoah was later on sabotaged by the Japanese, as was the entire American Airborne Aircraft Carrier program. Just so people know, that was an airborne aircraft carrier, the Shenandoah. So, okay, so that being said, what I had given to our man, young Brendan, was from
What's
Amy.
interesting is if you look up Shenandoah,
Yeah.
Google's on Wikipedia, it says it was a Union cruiser, and then on another site it says it was the last Confederate cruiser. So there's some fishy business here.
Well, it's fucking
Yeah.
on the internet. Yeah, everything's gonna be turned around.
That's just
Are those both
another
Wikipedia?
point that-
Are those both Wikipedia?
No, one's Wikipedia and one's a completely different
Okay.
history.com, which is the Ancient Aliens history.
Okay.
channel.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't trust either of them. Really.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
Maybe
you.
it was a
Is it
Tartarian
referring
ship.
to the same ship though? Since Shenandoah is such a popular name, obviously, I don't know if it was referring to two different ships.
Is that possible? Douglas? Could they have done something like that?
It's
I don't see that
possible,
being
but
probable just for
it's
communication reasons.
Yeah, it's possible, but I don't think so. I distinctly remember the Shenandoah as being very much a Confederate, shall we say, copyright?
Yes.
Just like a Confederate copyright. And when it came to, like...
Oh,
Brendan-
I think what happened. Okay, I think I remember the story. I think it got captured immediately. So the Union, when it got birthed, the Union, the Confederates took it. That's what started one of the first. When they attacked the South the first time.
Yeah.
So I think it. Yeah. There's some context to that.
Might have happened. Might have.
Yeah, it says
I'd have to look it up.
was.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But just so people know, of course, because the Confederate influence in the United States military was so strong, this is why they named the airborne aircraft carrier the Shenandoah. There was an incredible Confederate influence throughout the American military, deep into World War II and Vietnam and beyond. Of course, all people need to do is look up Confederate flags flying in the various wars.
This is the real history, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
It was the last major Confederate cruiser to set sail, launched as a British vessel in 1863, purchased by the Confederates, for which they armed it with 8 large guns, and they ironclad it, which they don't say in this article, but that's what else they did to it.
Yes.
And it had a crew of 73 sailors. So
wow, that's amazing. That it's amazing so few. I mean, that's incredible that you can man a ship with that few men. By World War II, when my father was serving, they were packing hundreds of men into the smaller ships and thousands into the larger ships. so that men could replace others as they died. Yeah, not that we want to necessarily turn this into like too serious a discussion on military history and whatnot, because the big problem is that we don't have that many people listening comparative to my own channel, which you will probably take a little bit to build up. I mean, a good number of people, and I salute you all who are listening. But
is this your long-term plan to stay on his?
No, of course not. Good God, honey, please. I mean, Jesus. I mean, it's like Amy said. She misses, of course, my graphics, for instance, whether they're photographs or illustrations, and I think many people do. And, when I said, okay, we'll go serious, go black, black screen.
I know, but how long? You couldn't just reset up another channel in your name, so you just got to wait for them to reapprove this channel, or you're just going to go over to...
You're thinking out of the box is definitely appreciated. Even V was suggesting that. Why don't you just set up another channel? The problem is that these fuckers have your IP address. That they're owned by Google, and Google basically has all...
Well, I mean, all you have to spend is $100 and you can get a different IP address. That's not a problem. Just get a router. But regardless, that's outside the box too, I guess, for you.
Sure, but before we
how long is it suspended for then? Because I don't remember when you told me.
Oh, right. This time it's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks. So it's over basically next Wednesday, theoretically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Theoretically. Yeah.
How many strikes did your account get? Is it your second strike?
It's 2. And by the way, I'm not afraid to show you all again something that's important. And actually, I shouldn't, because we don't want to be too public about it. So something happened that was very important that I showed to a few people, and it's best I show everyone privately rather than publicly, because then we don't want the word to leak out on this to make the situation any more difficult. But in terms of the strikes, it's 2, and so this is basically what happened, is that I just gave the link provided by Amy Como to our man Brendan Zogit. And what happened was Nancy Toulouse was trying to research the Bulgarians who are behind all this. Basically, all of the latest attacks source essentially by the Bulgarians networking with the regular cultists. And the Bulgarians are essentially of the cult. So we know they're of the cult because basically when they interviewed me on March 4th is when one of the cultists, one of the few who has ever attacked Peter Moon, he's a crazy black guy named Ani Osaru or something like that. And what's the occult significance of his name, Brendan? Could you explain that to us, please? Let's see. Did Brendan go, or see where he went here?
Did you say Osaru?
It's Ani Onsaru.
Yeah, and what's the...
He's just some dude that does Gematria online, and he's friends with Mihail, where they do like interviews together.
They masturbate each other. Yeah,
but he just does Gematria or like whatever, and tries to decode every single event in pop culture.
But what
to like
you said, there was an occult
there
was an occult significance.
Well, his name is just, if you invert it, it's Oni Asaru, which an Oni is like a demon. So
in Japanese, it's a Japanese word for demon. Yes, go on.
So I don't know where the other word comes from, but definitely he's some kind of demon. Oni means like a bad spirit.
Oh yeah, he's taking on that onus, to use a pun. Right. Yeah,
but he would say, because he's Gematria, he's trying to do Gematria on it. He would be like, I'm inverting it, so I'm not a demon or some bullshit. They do this kind of word salad, like one-upmanship, which it's not even the right way to decode words, in my opinion. But.
Right, and somehow they said that we know Douglas Dietrich is a white supremacist because they did Gematria on my name and it came out as...
Oh, that's right. I remember this.
Yeah. So Viviana, wait before you go.
Did they do the biblical code book too and find your name in there with the biblical codes? And I'm sure it would tell them.
Well, Douglas, I'm assuming you don't want to explain it, or should I?
Yeah, of course. But Viviana, first say goodnight to everybody. If you're going to go now, honey. Honey, Viviana.
Yeah.
Okay, honey, I want you to talk with Amy Como or Nancy Toulouse, these two ladies, and speak with them. They were trying to contact you about something concerning what I was going to ask you about. I didn't have a chance to talk to you privately. And I'm so busy over the next 72 hours, the next 3 days, that I won't be able to talk to anyone, really. So if you could talk to Amy and Nancy, I'll try to talk to you later. about what I was bringing up about some of the stuff, it would really help. Just speak with them, and they'll catch you up on stuff. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm glad you came on tonight. And I pray you all the best.
Yeah. And,
All right.
and say goodnight to all our listeners too.
Yeah, good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out tonight. And don't forget to support Douglas.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
darling.
guys, have a great rest of your week as well.
Okay.
Go in Jesus' name, all right? Always.
Of course.
Hallelujah. Bye.
Yeah.
I love you, Viv.
Love you too. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Yeah.
sweetheart.
Yeah. And so hopefully she saw what Amy wrote, where she says, "I'd love to talk to you tomorrow, Viv." Hopefully Viv caught that. If not, hopefully she responds to Amy's call tomorrow. So now, Brendan, please, continue. So explain to people what was these guys were saying when they were Gematria bullshitting with my name and whatnot.
If you take Douglas Dietrich and you add them together, it equals. I think it was like they counted it all up, like Gematria style. They did numerology on it basically, and your name turned out to be 888.
Yeah.
Which 88 is like. First of all, it's a positive word or a positive number in Chinese, but
in Asia,
which is your
all Asia,
which is your culture. So that would
Yeah.
that would like almost vindicate your naming.
Yes.
Not be an it wouldn't be a detriment, but they claim that equals HH, which is Heil Hitler.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand the
Not.
Yeah.
That's how these people work.
No. Just to explain it so that people understand it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Is that the letter H? The letter H is the eighth letter of the alphabet, and because the letter H is the eighth letter of the alphabet. Also understand. What was that, Brooke? She said something and then it kind of disappeared. Anyhow.
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. So, in terms of the 88 in Asia, Japanese or Chinese, 8 is this incredibly lucky number. It would be their version of the lucky number 7. Then what happens is that when you get the two 8s together, then that's considered very auspicious. And if wealthy people want an address, they will usually pay an exorbitant amount of money to get a 888 address, like 888, or that on their phone numbers, that sort of thing. So when it comes to the 8, it has that Asian connotation. But when it comes to shall we say, the neo-Nazi movement, for years they were using that as a code because H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. Then they'd say 88, and that was also a play on the deadly German weapon, the 88, which was one of the deadliest conventional weapons of World War II. The 88 was this incredible weapon that could kill tanks and kill aircraft. It was like this all-purpose cannon that was very portable and very deadly. So the 88 has all kinds of significance. It's fraught with significance. So when I went into the paratransit office today, like I mentioned, and I took the waiting ticket number out of the waiting machine, it came out H88. And I showed that to Beaver, and that comes out as haterade, which is what the various neo-Nazi networks used to use that term, H88 for haterade, which, by the way, is also the code name that is used by the Bulgarian bozo Milko on his own channel, where he you remember that, Brendan? You saw that he used the haterade as his name. So
yeah, exactly.
So
that makes sense then now in context.
Yeah. And then, so I got the haterade.
I thought he was talking about Gatorade. I was like,
yes. And so I got the haterade as the my waiting number. I showed that to Beaver, and it was significant. And I said,
it was 888. I mean, I would see it as 888, which is like the most auspicious number in Chinese.
In Chinese, yes, 888. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
888's like good fortune, like completion.
Yeah, means
benefic.
Yeah, means I need to play the lottery. So all that put together is people
that's a good point.
Yeah, and so people then understand that. Whoa, wait a second. Whoa, wait. I'm reading a personal message now. I'm not going to read it out loud, but this is bullshit. this is bullshit. I'm just answering the personal message. So, okay, all that being said, I will talk to the source of this message later. But when it comes to the, now I gotta find my train of thought again. The 88. So my mother named me so that my gematria would come out exactly as they read it. But when they read it, then
Right, which is what I said.
yeah, it comes out as Heil Hitler, and they said, this proves Douglas is a white supremacist, and that he's not Hitler's son. Which is like, well, doesn't that prove I'm Hitler's son, that name would come out that way?
That would prove it even more. Douglas, when I put your full name in Gematria, in Hebrew Gematria, it equals 840, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's appreciated.
Well, they just used the two.
Yeah.
The first name and last name.
First and last. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Is there a website to put this in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what Ani Ansaru does. He just types it into that site.
When I put in just Dietrich, it's 590 in Hebrew Gematria,
I wanna do
930 in
mine.
English, and 155 in simple. I'll post a link to the site.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sites, and they all use different
methods. They all use different numerological calculations. Yeah. Yeah. And so these guys were just going to use the calculation that fit their agenda. And
right, that's what I was going to say, is like, it's that classic New Age mumbo jumbo where they pick and choose. Like, something can be spiritual, like it's deliberate that you made your name like that, but in normal numerology it would be considered synchronistic.
Yes.
But they just pick and choose.
Thank you.
How they apply it. It's like a classic bystander syndrome or whatever it's called.
Take it as a compliment.
Thank you. Well, I will. And by the way, if it comes to quote unquote minorities like Miguel Andahar and Salman Sheikh and Jameson Rees and Annie Ansaru or Oni Ansaru, I'm an unabashed white supremacist. When looking at minorities like that, fuck yeah. I mean, yes, at that point, yeah. Give me a white world order any day if those are the best minorities we have to offer. Anyhow, Douglas Dietrich value in Gematria is, so Honeybrook, that website is where you can, type in your name and see what that says. And Amy as well, if you wish. And, so
I'm not really into the whole Gematria, Kabbalah, all of that. I feel like it's really an abstraction.
Yeah, I agree.
You get a laugh out of it.
Yeah.
You get a laugh out of it.
I mean, it's fun.
Yeah, I think it's just something interesting to do. I'm not saying
Yeah.
Well, of course, when I first started astrology, I didn't believe in it at all. Like a lot of people don't. But I found that it was true. So anything that, I guess the reason I said I hadn't heard of this, so I at least wanted to see what it was about.
Yeah, well, I was deeply impressed by some things that Amy said using astrology that were profoundly on point. And when it comes to Gematria, like these clowns proved by adding my name up the way they did, I think they actually did it correctly. And the point is, they're just trying to make a negative out of it, but I find it a positive. So there you are. And it does nothing other than reinforce everything I say anyway. In fact, like Brendan said, they never attacked my being the son of Adolf Hitler. Instead, they kept attacking the viability of sperm after 40 to 50 years, right, Brendan? I mean, that's what they started to attack. It was how stupid they are. Sperm can't last 40 or 50 years. But by the way, for those of you who are listening, it has been proven it can last beyond that. I mean, no one knows how. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Korean and the Chinese studies, which I sent to Douglas, he has them on record, have proven that adding certain preparations of the herb ginseng, Panak ginseng, Chinese and Korean red ginseng, extracts and preparations, scientific preparations from their extracts, can make reproductive material viable indefinitely under cryogenesis.
Yes, thank you.
And Douglas has the article. So.
Thank you. No, it's deeply
and I would infer that it's a technique that they've known of for thousands of years. It goes back to the ancient emperors of China, even Genghis Khan and these beings. Because the Manchurians, they ruled China with the empire that stemmed from ginseng production. That's how the Manchurians took over.
Quite true.
They were basically an unknown tribe, or these like merchants that they became so rich from dealing in this ginseng trade
Yeah.
that, and presumably extending that to the hereditary, you know, basically why they were famous was because everyone was, it was a filial piety based system, so they needed to be, what would be the word for it? Fertile. So that's why these ginsengs were so important, and so I would concur that they were lasting.
And they
This
were also
technique
important. Also explain how. Not only explain the technique, but also explain how it helps with male virility.
Yes, right, which is the point of it. Yeah. So that way they can extend their lineages.
Yeah.
And that's why the Manchurians became the most rich, or this was before the modern Manchurians. This was like some ancient group that they were the rulers of China at one point.
Yes.
The emperor, he became the emperor just through this trade. He had so much money that all the kings had to borrow money from him, and then he had to wage war to like take over China. There's a cool story to it. I can maybe pull it up one day.
Yeah, that's right. In other words, he was waging war to basically get his money back. He was like collecting on his loans.
And then he became the Dragon Emperor later.
Yes, that's right. Just so people understand this, the Manchurians were originally, like the Mongols, Turkic. And for people who don't get it, the Mongols were originally Turkic, and they were actually white, and they each took 5 Chinese wives, so they wound up Mongolizing their entire race, and so the Mongols became indelibly affiliated with this Asian genotype. But whenever one of the Mongol nobles was searching
his name was Nurhaci.
Thank you.
Emperor Taizu of the Qing.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The original Qing dynasty.
Or this might be one of his descendants, but of the original guy. But still, that was their lineage lasted a while.
Yes, and
the Qing. Yeah.
Yes, and in their case, they were merchant warriors. And so what happened was that as merchant warriors, they actually were nomadic, like all of the Turkic tribes, and really didn't live in cities. They thought that cities were effete, and this is why they actually moved Beijing, or the capital, up north, so it could be close to the countryside. And you know, the Mongols and the Manchus, these were all foreign dynasties, and they ruled from Beijing for hundreds of years each. And this is why I feel Beijing shouldn't be considered the capital of China, because
Peking.
In the old, well, it became Peking during times when it wasn't a capital. When it's not a capital, it's called Peking, because that means it's northern peace. That's what Peking means, northern peace.
Yes. Thank you.
So when it's serving as a capital, then they changed the name to Beijing.
Which is like northern fortress.
It's basically the same, but it's in Mandarin instead of the Wade Giles translation. That's basically it. But the Peking is definitely northern peace, like pay for peace. Beijing is more like would be more like just northern capital. The Bei means capital, so the Jing, it means like city, kind of. So. But when it comes to the combination of characters, is more important than each one of them alone. But when it comes to the capital, it shouldn't be the capital because it's a foreigner's capital. So I'm just saying that, hopefully they change that and get the hell out of there, because, you know,
the original, or one of the main capitals that I would even consider as like a cultural hub even now, is like Chongqing.
Chongqing was places. And was Chongqing, I think, or Chongqing, which is the same city, just so people know.
And there's another one nearby, Chengdu, and these things. They're the nationalist bastions, and they're still pretty modern and nice, apparently.
Thank you. I agree. And I think the best capital for China's future should be Kunming, but we're getting very esoteric here, so we shouldn't get too deep into this now.
For people that aren't into Chinese politics. I've just been a Chinese history nerd for a long time, you know, like the Kung Fu films and all that shit.
Yes. So
it happens.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, whenever the nobles.
And I can't find details on this ginseng emperor because it's suppressed, and I only saw it in a history textbook when I was taking the ancient Asian history.
Excellent. So just very important. And so Brooke,
because I study anthropology, so that's why.
Yes.
I would nerd out over something like this.
That's right, and that's great. That's great. Anthropological languages, actually, wasn't it? Anthrolinguistics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we are. And,
That's the
yeah.
that would be the idea, but yeah.
Yeah, and at any rate, Brooke, now you've been through a lot lately. How are you feeling?
I'm thinking this gematria is just fucking stupid. I don't make any sense of it. Like, how do you say, in my name comes up in Jewish 1045, which could mean anything from the Star of David to fucking new to get over here to brick wall to jelly to fucking like what? Where are we getting? I am not looking.
It's an entire science, like an esoteric science. It's like astrology. It's like takes years to learn all this.
So is there
I'd like to
something
say
you? Go on, Amy. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I
Go
didn't
on.
mean to interrupt.
No. Go on. Don't ever apologize. Oh
I
my
was
God.
just-
Yeah.
I was just thinking about when you study languages and how they look at like the symbol and syntax, and it's always the syntax, the meaning of the symbol is always sort of beneath the actual symbol, and in Hebrew they don't have as many characters, and their freaking characters all have like 4 or 5 different meanings.
Yeah.
Just, and so to me it is really super arbitrary, and you could just piece together some kind of story that suits whatever agenda that you want. I think that where it makes the most sense though is if you go to the rabbis and you look at things like the Torah codes and like just that sort of stuff sort of fills out the blanks with the gematria. I don't study it very much. I just feel like it can drive you absolutely insane just having.
Absolutely.
But did people
people
look at
say.
the English gematria? Because I was looking at my numbers. So then the Jewish is all 1045, but then the English is different, and then the simple. So are they piecing those together, or are they just using one?
The rabbis are going to this other document and looking at the Strong's Concordance that relates back to the Torah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with. I'm barely familiar with what that is, but I am familiar with the name, the Strong's Concordance. Yes, but I have no idea how to use it. Obviously.
Well, it relates to this. It relates to the numbers and the gematria.
But again,
What I
with that,
did for fun
I just feel like
is...
you.
Oh, sorry.
Go on,
Go
Nemo. Go on.
What I did for fun, certain words that I type up and the numbers I get from the Jewish, English, and simple, I add each of those numbers to the calculator, then put those, I get the equated number and I put that in, and then I get a very funny long ass answer of words. Like,
That's
for
interesting,
example,
yeah.
it's just fun to do. Like, you add up all the numbers you get from the word you put in, and you get something bigger, significant and bigger.
But it's like diving down a rabbit hole where
Yeah.
now your mind is associating things that aren't actually there.
I just
that
don't
other
take it
people-
serious. It's just
yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's confusing me because the one I got for Jewish, there's nothing that matches my English or my simple, but my English and simple come up with ones that are matched, obviously. And I would tell you you would like to know. One of them is I'm in love with you. Another one is the real Jesus Christ, which I'm sure you all think that I am. Another one says I will be your husband. And then another one is the point of no return. And the son of storm.
Right.
Wow.
But, I mean, it's just so interesting to see that. But like you said, it's a rabbit hole. Like she said, I think there's too much. Like
I'm adding the numbers that I got from Douglas Dietrich, and it equals to 1,675, and I put that in, and I get zombie virus in the first fucking words I get in the results.
Well, maybe there is something to it.
And the second one's no one knows the secret. Numerology, compatibility, all this shit.
Hey,
8, 9, 16, like shit like that.
So wait a minute, how did you add the numbers? Because my
With
first
a calculator. Like
I can add. I've never meant it that way. I meant
just
are you
500,
adding
like the Hebrew, then the English, then the simple. Just add all them.
Adding them. Okay, you said Douglas only had what? His number was what?
When I add all the numbers, it's 590 for Hebrew, 930 for English, and 155 for simple. So I added all them, together,
That's
and
why
you
I
get
thought it sounded
1,675.
Okay, because mine's 1,045 for Hebrew, 1,320 for English, and 220 for simple. So that's why I was confused on his numbers.
A lot of these sciences are deliberately obscured. That's why they're called occults.
Yeah.
So they're very, like, they're codes within codes where, like, only, like, the initiates know about them. So we're
Just don't
looking at
take-
these numbers. But, like, that other guy, like, Oni, the Oni demon guy, he's able to, like, he has one of the keys to the code. And he's able to use it. That's why his whole channel is based off of that. It's like a
Don't
cheap
take
gimmick.
it seriously unless you know exactly what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah. By the way, I noticed that George Knight left without saying goodbye. That was interesting. Most of the time he'll say, "Oh, I gotta go," or you know. So.
I know. I kind of feel bad for that, for like throwing him off his thing.
Wait. Oh, don't blame yourself.
I don't think you threw him off his thing.
yeah. Don't take it that way.
Or I didn't hear it. If you did, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's.
Well, he did say he had to work, so I mean, I feel it. I would leave too.
Yeah.
Because you know, your job's more important. We're not getting paid.
He's a busy guy.
Oh, that's right. He said he had some important meeting today. I should have asked him what that was, but then it would be about obviously wires and shit, or what they're doing in the heat wave. Stay safe in the heat wave or something. So aside from that, thank you, Nemo, for providing this. That's pretty good. You provided those links. So
imagine if a zombie virus does occur very soon.
Well, that's something that I've been talking about for years. So I was explaining to people the whole thing behind it, including, of course, the Israelis are the only nation on Earth, who maintain neutron weapons, which are what, of course, produce an ERMI, electronically radioactivated. What was it? I forgot what the acronym. I'd have to look up the acronym again from my notes. But definitely it can trigger the prions or mutate the proteins in the human body into prionic entities. So prion, of course, is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion. And ERMI is what is it again? Electronically radioactivated something radioactivated ionic mutation event. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, electronically radioactivated ionic mutation event, ERMI. So that's what's produced.
Wow, that's impressive, Douglas. After not speaking about it for 10 years.
Yeah, thank you.
High level.
Thank you.
High level.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
You just pulled that out of your head like that?
Yeah, fuck yeah, out of my ass. Yeah.
when you did that long ass interview on Feet to Fire about prions, I remember you mentioning fucking Waco Siege and Ruby Ridge regarding that. He's saying people were infected with prions in those sieges or something, and they didn't cover that in the news.
Oh no!
Covering up something.
Let me explain that before I take another short break. I'll explain that and then go mute.
Because that confused me.
Yeah. So here's
bad.
What's that, honey?
My stuff is bad.
Oh, she's looking at her numbers. Look at her numbers. That's cute. Yeah.
I added them all together, like he said. I got 25. Now the first ones I got were 22 and 22, and then it was "Turn me cold, I will kill you all because you all see this." And then it was
cool.
Then,
holy shit! Hey, I love it. It's like that's Ouija
It's probably
board
just
shit.
reading the personality, like.
Yeah.
And then it says, It says, "You have learned much, my daughter." That's a good one. It says, now this is all together one thing. Drug addict, Zelensky kills world.
All right.
Kill world.
You're on some serious troll site. I wouldn't listen to that site, man.
Yeah.
7 alien Earths found orbiting nearby star. I'm sure you like that one. I'll shut up.
Go on, dog.
Oh my god. Oh, and the last one I liked was the Scottish Rite Masons in the White House. That's what I said.
Oh,
that's true.
Wow. That's
there's truth to that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, at this point, if they were actually there, it would probably run better.
Yeah, I was about to say, give me a break. Scottish Rite Masons.
At least they can keep their mouths shut.
Yeah, those would be Confederates. That Scottish Rite Masons are Confederates. That would be like, but that does align with her, background. So it'd be like the Confederates.
Oh, here's my other. Yeah, that aligns with Scottish. And then here's my other Scottish part. This would be me in the Scottish bar. I want to go home where I can create.
Cool.
I don't know if y'all get that, meaning like what you can create sexually.
Yeah,
create,
yeah, of course. Yeah, there you go. Procreate. Yeah, that's right, baby.
procreate. I don't
You-
really want to procreate because I have 2 kids. It just means like that.
I get it. Yeah, no more procreation.
Oh my god! And right below that it says 6 sex sluts sink silently south. 6 sex sluts sink silently south.
All right.
That's my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
This
Cool.
is
It's just
this is
people
a-
coming up with their interpretations. It's just don't take it serious.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not taking that. I think it's hilarious because there's other
Yes.
stuff I'm not reading on here that I can't pronounce. Like
So
whoever Cystis Jejunum Vivoradirum was.
If Donald Trump does get killed by military this year, then I'm taking that site seriously. Because I typed in 2023 and that was the first thing I got.
oh wow.
I
Trump
have
getting
no
killed by
doubt that this
military.
is where QAnon gets
Yeah.
some of their. Is this not a QAnon website? This is what it sounds like.
Fuck.
This
That's,
has been out for ages, that site. That
well,
Gematria.
what Brendan says is taken seriously. That it's a troll site. I mean, it sounds like trollish as hell. I mean, everything sounds unnecessarily apocalyptic. I mean,
Yeah.
so, yeah, it sounds like something QAnon would be using. So, yeah, I am.
Go on about Waco and Ruby Ridge.
Tell you
I
what-
was asking.
okay, I'm not going to interrupt again, but I skipped the 4th one just because I was going down to the next one where it said drug addict Zelensky. I skipped the 4th. It says, with me or against me, Q, 17Q.
There you go.
And I just, there you go.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you. No, hey, do me a favor. I'll talk about it when I get back so that I can be much more relaxed about it. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to
No,
go
I'm
mute.
sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just
No,
felt
no,
like-
no, 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 honey, don't ever apologize. I want people to interject. The only time I would really get angry about it if it were truly, truly outrageous, it'd have to be something like, anyhow, I won't think of any examples. But,
do you
Gray
want me to
aliens are
pretend to
under
be
my
Joe
house.
Ty?
Yeah.
I can be Joe Ty and think of examples.
Oh God, please, no, it's every once in a while. What was it about
I
Joe
miss
Ty?
Joe.
He's still around. He was around with us
I
last
know,
time.
but he hasn't been saying anything because you won't let him. He's scared to.
He's
Poor
scared.
little guy. Poor little Joe.
He's practicing noble silence.
Thank you. I mean, when I do let him say something, I admit it's me. There's something about it's just he drives me into paroxysms of rage. He just it's like Sammy Romero said, Doug, stop asking him questions because every time I would try.
But you can't. That's what's hilarious. You get mad, but then you keep asking and agging it on.
Yeah, because I couldn't believe what he was saying. It was like, when he says, yeah, then the guy in the tent, he's the expert. And,
That was the best story, though, when you kept asking about, so you really believe to this guy?
yes. Oh, God. And then he said, then his daughter, what was it his daughter did? Had him arrested or something? His daughter had me arrested. And I said, why would she do that? And then it's because something wound up where her top was missing and
I was listening half of them, and then at some point I start just laughing at you because you get in that high pitch, like, what? Like.
That's funny. That's what Amy said the other day when I was talking about someone that I was afraid might abduct me, and then
I thought you were not talking about me with Amy.
Yeah, that's cute. Yes. and when I was telling V about it, and she was
That's
like,
great that Brooke thought it was her.
Yeah, yes. And V was saying, well, he's not going to kill you. He'll just keep you as a slave. And I was like, how can you speak of this unspeakable fate with such a voice that casually? And then Amy says, she's just trying to bring you down, Douglas, because when you get squeaky. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Okay, so then Brooke says I'm squeaky, or I get squeaky. At any rate, so I guess sometimes I get squeaky.
I love your squeakiness. That's when you're happy, though.
I guess happy when I'm.
It's not really squeaky. It's just your voice goes up when you're I don't know. It's
I'm,
exciting.
I'm outraged perhaps when it comes to something like
No,
what
when
Joe
you
was
get
saying.
outraged, no, you've gotten outraged at me, and you get like, it's
Okay.
different.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So what would you call it when I was squeaky with Joe? It's not. I'm not pleased. I'm obviously not happy.
No, but there's a part. So what happens with Joe is you actually are laughing up to a point.
Yeah.
You are. It's just like something. Then suddenly you just can't take it anymore because, and that's it. Like, but for the beginning, you're in that little shock phase of happiness of like, so you're really saying this? This is entertaining. What, you're really believing this, Joe? And like, you're asking him more, and you're getting up there, and then you're like, oh my fucking God, I can't even believe I wasted my goddamn time on this. Like, he's still believing, so, but yeah, I don't see you getting that mad at him other than, and then when he won't shut up, or when he says things lately that have been, that he shouldn't say because it could get you banned.
Thank you.
That was more the tone. When you would, that's a tone that you would get very different with him.
Yes, there we are. At least Ian has learned to behave to an extent. Oh my God, yeah, he's the other one that was just like that. They're both there's they're processing. Even Brendan at times. Oh my fucking God! Earlier when Pete and I were calling him for help, and it's like we got minutes, and here's Pete and I, two tech-tard old men, and we're calling Brendan to help, and then Brendan said something that almost just threw me into just a rage. Just a friend is like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm watching a monkey meditate. And I'm like thinking, fuck, what hallucinogens are you fucking on? Is this the fucking mushroom tea?
I'm watching a monkey meditate?
He actually said this. He said, I'm watching the monkey meditate. I'm sorry, I was distracted. What's the monkey meditate?
It was a Thai Buddhist temple, and they had a monkey that was in there with them meditating.
Video. Tell her it was a video.
No.
It was an imagery. Yeah.
This is like when you ask Joe Ty's story and then he goes on and on, then I'm gonna end up getting mad.
That reminds me of a video I watched of a Hindu guy trying to meditate with monkeys, and one of the monkey just came up and ripped a big patch of skin off his head and scalped him. Yeah, it was in an instant. That's how strong they are.
Oh yeah, like a chimp. If it's like a chimp or something. Now I've seen.
No, it was just a monkey, regular monkey.
Yeah.
The little monkeys, they don't usually.
Yeah, no, monkeys can do
they're
that.
very strong.
They're
They
strong.
can easily rip your skin off your face with no effort.
Yeah, they're horrible.
I saw one though. Speaking, Brendan say that I saw one with a monkey. I saw one. They were all in the temple doing their meditation, and the cat comes up, man.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's that video. It was that same video.
It was it? Okay.
And then everyone was like, why did you shoo the cat away? It's like, it's because the cat was about to get killed by the monkey.
Yeah.
But like the Western people think the Buddhist monk was trying to hit the cat or something.
Yeah, I didn't see the monkey there. I didn't even see the monkey. I just saw the cat. So, but
he was in between the two guys.
Okay, yeah, I just saw it real
or at least that's what Brendan saw on that mushroom tea he fucking drinks. Yeah, that's.
I could send you the video.
There's a real monkey there.
Oh my God! And anyhow,
just stay away from them.
Yeah,
if you can help.
And then Brendan, it was like God. And then while Peter and I are getting increasingly agitated,
I'm just wondering why Brendan's telling you this while you're already frustrated.
It's sometimes Brendan just processes differently. It's like other than that, he's great. Most of the time he's great, but every once in a while he'll go into some zone or something. And
well, he's just known you longer, and I had to learn your trigger as far as when you get triggered. So that she could repeatedly trigger me. Yes.
Well,
when I want to. Yeah, but no, there's times where I don't ever want to trigger you that badly.
Thank you, honey. Yes, I appreciate that.
And I'm not saying he triggered you that badly, but I've heard you get a little irate.
Yeah, it takes a lot. It does take a lot. Somebody has to really be trying, and
when something's going wrong.
Yeah,
I learned that when something because I would I'm like, what can I do to help? Like when the computer was going bad, and you're just like
when that. Lady commented in the stream a while ago, what about the children?
That's right.
Auschwitz, and you just went off on her.
Yeah, that she took that very well. By the way, I'd like to think I didn't go off on her as bad as I could have. That's
You thought she was trolling, but she was just ignorant, and then you informed her, and she was all good.
Yeah. What happened
was it about?
This lady, I believe it may have been Nolani Bouchard. Does that name ring a bell, Nemo? I'm just, it may have been
I
her.
can't remember the name. I just know it was a lady.
Okay, so
An older lady.
Yeah, so what happened was this lady was in the chat room, and she basically said, what about all the women and children on the trains to the camps? Just a lurid image that no one could possibly defend. And this is what a lot of people come up with. The other day, Peter Moon was reading a letter from some guy that was, in a sense, was just all over the place. But its two major points were a bit of, the trans are coming on to us too hot and heavy, and then he went into this long litany of white grievance about, I see all these colored people go to the first of the line, and colored welfare bureaucrats give them all they need, but the whites go to the back of the line, and they don't get what they need. Basically saying that there's racial preference based on minority bureaucrats giving other minorities all the benefits. And then he concluded by saying, totally non sequitur, so does Douglas Dietrich approve of women cutting their tits off and men cutting their dicks off? I mean, at that point, it's just lurid. Now, and again, I don't feel that I went off on either of these people that bad, but I got into just some very graphic language, not in terms of swearing, just in terms of just letting them know that, look, you guys are presenting some lurid image that is just a trigger in and of itself. It's just that basically, it's kind of like if I said something obscene about, if somebody's talking about, I don't know, some subject, and I come up with the most lurid example of that subject and present it in this graphic manner that you can't really respond to other than emotionally. And that's kind of like where they're coming from. It's, in a sense, subconsciously an attack, really. And so what I do is I respond by giving them a long explanation of context, because that's the problem is they come up with that graphic attack, whether it's an attack or not, it's what it effectively is. And you have to let them know there's context to this. So with the woman, I was letting her know about, you had these Jewish women and children in these trains going to their death. And I was explaining to her the context of why this happened. In the case of the guy with his white grievance, and then talking about the trans, I explained the context of that and the white grievance as well. So I'll go back into a brief explanation of those and the Waco massacres that our man Nemo was talking about when I returned. So
and Ruby Ridge,
and Ruby
because you
Ridge.
mentioned both of them.
Yeah, both of them and others. Yeah, so let me. I'll be back in a few
Can anyone
minutes.
hear this?
Yeah.
Hear what?
No.
What do you ask?
Can you hear it?
Hear what?
Your vibrator?
Alice. So this is a little short joke, and so I'll just have to read it. I won't do it as well. It's this guy. He said, everyone in the room knows. He's very short. 6 million Jewish people lost their lives to the Nazis during World War II. But a lot of people don't know, because it's not really taught in our schools, that the Nazis also killed in their thousands gypsies, homosexuals, disabled people, and Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's a lot of horseshit, because I had homosexuals.
Let me finish the joke.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there's a punchline. It's an American.
He said, and Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
No one knows what happened with the Jehovah's Witnesses. You'd have to assume some Jehovah's Witnesses came knocking on the gates of a death camp. Knock. With a copy of a magazine called Watchtower.
That's the punchline?
Just to clarify for the listeners.
Oh, yes, come in. Very interested in your magazine. Watchtower. We have the Watchtowers here. It is how you say a quinky dink.
How you say what?
A quinky dink.
A quinky dink.
This is long journey for the witnesses. Will you come in, freshen up, take a shower?
That's awful.
It was just a joke about Jehovah's Witnesses.
Understood.
Basically.
All right.
Yeah.
Understood. So,
But he said it better. But
yeah. So what were you going to say, Nemo?
Just to clarify for the listeners, there's a big misconception about the National Socialists being bigoted towards homosexuals. They had homosexuals serving the Third Reich. They had their own division.
Oh yeah. No, just to
They also
again.
had the Orient Corps
Yeah.
and all these different like
Yeah,
so-called
and they had
colored
Jewish
people working for them.
people
Yeah.
serving them as well.
Yes, that's
Well,
There's
right.
a lot of misconception about them being
Yeah.
racist and supremacist. Just big load horse shit.
No, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Douglas has explained that very well to me for like 2
Yeah, yeah.
hours.
Thank you. Yes.
So that's why I almost didn't do the joke, but just the funny things to me, because
Yeah.
we all get Jehovah's Witnesses at our door,
Yeah.
and you imagine like, oh, you come in, you belong to me, you
Yes.
take a Sabbath,
Yeah.
because their name of their magazine's The Watchtower.
Yes.
Just, I thought it was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah. No, it is. I might. I'll try it
I
for
wish they had
Brooks.
killed more of them. To be honest with you, I'm sorry.
Oh my God! Yeah, thank God we're on Peter's channel. At any rate,
I don't mean that. I'm sorry. They're great. Everybody's great. They can all
yeah.
do
By the
what
way,
they
what
want.
she's talking about is Jehovah's Witnesses, not the Jews. That's just so. everybody
Yeah,
knows.
Jehovah's. I just mean the people that knock on your door.
Yeah,
Like,
most people would
They're
be cool with
obnoxious,
that.
yes.
Yeah, most people would be cool with that, honey. Believe me. Yeah. At any rate, a little bit about that when I get back. I won't be too long on that because to spare Brooke the suffering of that twice. So at any rate, I'll go mute for now. I'll be back in a few minutes, but I know all of you have got this, and so one of you take the lead, and I'll be back. I trust all of you to be able to lead this responsibly.
Yep. I want to hear Amy's talk about stuff. She hasn't talked much. You there, Amy?
What do you mean? I talk all the time. I'm talking right now.
Well, there you
I'm
go.
so busy talking. I'm just so tired, Nemo. Like, this is
Right.
really super late for me. I feel like, I do better other times when I've been rested.
Right.
I'd like to hear what's going on in Australia. Like, I think that you have a lot of perspective being all the way over there. I don't
can
really have anything
some
planned.
recent news. New South Wales police officer under investigation over arrest of Canberra Raiders hooker Tom Starling. Police officers involved in a scuffle during an arrest. 2020 Canberra Raider hooker Tom Starling, and now under investigation. Starling, who received facial injuries in an arrest, so the cop basically bashed his face in, was initially charged with 7 offences, including attempting to take a police officer's gun. During the incident, he tried to take the cop's gun and he got his face bashed in. Police officer was left with a cut to his hand while allegedly intervening in a fight involving Starling, 22, and his brothers in 2020. In January last year, all the charges relating to the incident against him were dropped except for one hindering an officer. In February of this year, the final charges against Starling was dismissed after a magistrate said police breached their duty when they assaulted him. In a statement issued today, New South Wales police confirmed they were continuing to conduct inquiries in relation to the conduct of officers who responded to the incident. Tom being assaulted himself. Magistrate previously, the Downing Centre local court in Sydney was showing CCTV footage of the police punching Starling in the face multiple times. A scene magistrate, blah, 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 blah. That just ends there. But yeah, this.
So what did the cop do?
Bashed his face in multiple times, and they reckon he was trying to go for their weapon, but there was no proof of that in the CCTV footage, I think. It's just an image of his face, bloody and bruised. I think the Raider hooker, I think that's probably a football team. I don't watch a lot of sports over here. Just a well-known person. You got abused by the
there's just
cops.
is that like a big news article or is that just something?
Yeah. Recent. It just got posted today, 4:39 p.m. Just shit like that going on here. Corrupt cops.
More police violence.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the cops here.
Yeah, that's been kind of out of control over here for a number of years. I don't have anything planned. I'm just really excited that Douglas was able to drag a whole crew of people over to Peter's channel for this intermission.
Yeah.
I mean, we really all benefit from things that he's been
Where's
working
all
on.
Peter's followers though? Not a lot. I thought he'd have a bunch of his subscribers. joining in on the stream or in
I
the
can
chat.
give you guys a spiel about copper if you guys are still interested in that.
Go for it.
So
Let's do it.
So the ancient Ayurvedic beings from the past, the ancient Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, pretty much the Celts, every culture with metallurgic knowledge of how to like refine copper and bronze, they used copper for their drinking water vessels. They allowed water to stay fresh. It was able to kill E. coli bacteria in various studies. So water stored in this substance, copper. British scientists carried out research on the copper that it has ions that kill harmful bacteria, a capability not found in other metals, including gold.
Oh.
So it's interesting that this...
So if you're getting water from a well that has bird shit and rat shit in it and you put in the copper, it will kill the bad bacteria.
Yes.
Nice.
Potentially.
I'd say don't drink the water that has any bird shit in it.
You boil it first and then, strain it or whatever, like there's like ways to get it to that point.
Yeah.
Well, another problem is like I talked to somebody that works at our water treatment facility. We have a great water in Greenville, but he was saying every morning, they fish out the dead possums and skunks and everything that falls in it, right? And that's coming through your pipes. That's why they put the bleach in there.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's better.
They use something called chloramine now. So it went from chlorine to now they're using a mix between ammonia and chlorine called chloramine.
Jesus.
So it dries out the skin.
Just sounds bad.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
It's funny you say that because I heard used to they would run their bleach through the pipes like twice a year, like strong, and you would smell it when they did the really strong treatment. I haven't smelled that in a while, but I don't bathe as much. I try to save water.
I never drink tap water, so
I take my monthly bath.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
unless I'm boiling it because I have coffee. I've put tap water in my kettle and boil it, but I drink bottled water.
I even buy bottled
glass
water.
bottles. I hope.
No, they don't sell. Well, they do, but they're very expensive. So I just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have a lot of money, so I got to buy just large packs of plastic bottle.
Oh my.
Oh God. Yeah.
If I become rich, I'll be drinking glass bottle. No doubt.
You know what I did? I bought.
I'll send you a case of Grolsteiner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, send me a link about that water so I can look into it, and I might order some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Brita pictures are really good too, and I know my daughter likes those. But then I did the 5-gallon water jugs like they have in offices, and just had them come deliver it to my house, and it wasn't much more than buying the water and having it, like at Walmart.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. So I'm back, and
Waco and Ruby Ridge.
Yes, of course.
I really want to hear.
No. It's important. So just before I get into that, Amy, honey, can you tell Brendan how you ascertained? I presume it was the Bulgarian language when you looked up the 3 different Golden Apple channels, or our friend in Mexico did. Ariana of the Ariana channel, Nancy Toulouse of the Ariana channel looked it up. She said, I found 3 Golden Apple channels and they all had animation, that they were all animated. So she thought they had set up 3 different channels, but you ascertained only one of them was the relevant one. I'm presuming it's because of the Bulgarian language. Were there any other factors, darling?
So actually I didn't find it. What happened was I looked for, as you say, the Golden Apple, and I got a bunch of garbage, just unwatchable bullshit. And so I couldn't figure it out. And then eventually I talked to Nancy, and she sent me a video of a cartoon from 7 years ago.
Right.
Which was kind of good animation.
I'll send this to you, Douglas. Check it out.
It was kind of good animation. I could watch it.
Uh-huh.
But what she had already done, she'd done a lot of work already, and she
it's like video game graphics, basically.
Yeah, but she pointed out that the dude in the last video was from the interview with you.
Right.
Like it was the same guy.
Right.
That's how I figured it out. That's the only way. She sent it to me.
Right.
Like,
Okay.
I couldn't find it. Like it didn't pop up,
Mm-hmm.
and she sent it to me, and then I was able to access it that way.
Right. And then Brendan, you said something while Amy was talking. What was it that you were saying exactly? Because I do want you to explain before I get into what I will get into. Explain to people the golden apple of Discord, what these guys are really all about, and why they wouldn't let me talk about
Right.
Sophia or tried to discourage it.
Right. So do you want me to talk about what I saw on their channel, or should I do that?
Oh, please, no, by all means, both. I'll get into what I need to get into. I promise. Yeah. So yeah.
So wait, hold on. I'm gonna send you the photos for reference here. And then basically it says here. They're trying to get funding for. Hold on, wait. Sorry, it's taking me a second here. I'm doing like 3 things at once.
Yeah.
And it's not letting me send it to you for some weird reason.
Huh.
But I'm getting some slowness here. Okay, here it is. Okay, it says, help us fund the pilot episode of the first animated series based on Balkan legend and folklore. The Golden Apple animated series joined March 29th, 2014. They have quite a bit of views. Their videos are getting up to 500,000 views, so their series must be somewhat popular there. But it looks like they never updated their YouTube since 4 years ago.
Right.
So perhaps they're releasing it locally. They could be well known out there. We don't know. So, and it does appear to be Cyrillic letters, which is the Bulgarian language, uses that as well.
Yeah, Cyrillica.
So I'm assuming that these are the guys.
Yeah, right.
Different language, same script.
Yeah. Go on and yeah.
But the videos with like hundreds of thousands of views are only like a couple seconds long, like 40 seconds up to 1 minute. So somehow they're selling their stuff elsewhere than YouTube.
It's probably
and all of these are concentrated 6+ years ago when they were getting all these hits. Yeah. And this is interesting. Yeah, they're focused on Bulgarian folklore or something.
Or that's what they were claiming originally.
Balkan folklore.
Yeah. Well, but they would be specifically Bulgarian.
Yeah, I have their website if you want me to send it to you.
Not really. I don't. But it's. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you got it. That way you got it on record in case I need it. But it's. That's all I was gonna say about it. This is like I can't tell anything about them other than. Well, tell us about the Apple of Discord.
Why would they publish? Yeah. Well, that's the other factor. But why would they want to publish something of yours? Obviously they can do it locally, but then why would they be tripping about YouTube if they themselves don't even use the internet? They must be doing it on like Bulgarian television. That's the only other option.
Yeah,
so why would they?
Yeah.
So why would they trip about you?
Well, let's just put it this way: the only logical conclusion, because we know they're not famous on Bulgarian television. This is
a bigger studio that produces the stuff. So let me send it to you.
That's what Nancy Toulouse was saying. She said, "Oh, this looks like it might be part of a big studio, which these guys are affiliated with." And so I was saying,
which would also mean they just ripped you the fuck off.
Yeah. And or we're trying to
a couple million off of a video game or something.
Yeah.
For $1,000.
Yeah. So thank you. So I got this link from Costa Joe Brendan, our friend Brendan Zoget. Now I'm sorry. Why is this link relevant again? It's like if I look at
the studio. That's the studio.
That's the studio. Okay, so if I take a look at this, I'll take a look at my impression of it, because Nancy Toulouse was put off by. She was intimidated by it. And said, "Oh, this looks like it's part of a whole studio and everything." But those guys are not affiliated with any goddamn studio. When they were talking with me, it's just them. And they're just like using some equipment, so it's not like it was part of any studio. First off, if it was part of a studio, they could be doing this where they try to rip me off and pull some shit, but it's just like
highly unlikely.
Yeah, that'd be a stupid move to make.
Well, from what we can see, it's like they were a startup. They were trying to become a startup, and then
and they got a bunch of hits.
They just They got a little bit of hits 6 years ago, but then they never took off.
Yeah.
Which would be even more strange why they would need your story then.
Yeah. Yes. Well, the only explanation for it, other than they might have naively thought, "Oh, this would be our great comeback," is we're talking to Hitler's son. But the first one they talked to was Peter Moon,
which you kind of deduced, or you kind of intuited that.
Yeah,
right?
but they
when we were talking before.
Right. But Peter Moon was the guy they talked to first, and it was months later that they approached me, and they were telling him they eventually wanted to speak to me, but they were giving him the impression that they were doing this regularly, and they had a regular like TV series kind of thing where they were like, our YouTube series, like it's something they were doing online perhaps, but that this was regular. But we know it's not regular, and certainly not something they put on YouTube. But the whole thing was that they basically. What it was they were always Edomites, and they were always trying to establish an ambush. That's all it was. So it's just that was the only logical thing that makes sense, because they probably wound up with the Edomites because they couldn't get anywhere with their fucking startup. And so they probably made a deal with the devil, so to speak. It's very common this sort of thing happens.
Yes, thank you. And then so the story of the golden apple.
Yeah, please share that. Yeah.
So in ancient times, the Greeks inhabited Olympus, and Zeus married the king of Pythia, Peleus, with a sea nymph, Thaestis, the daughter of Nereus. This wedding took place in the Paleon, and all the gods and goddesses were invited. Only Eris, the goddess of quarrel, was not invited because of her status. She was a troublemaker. Whenever she was spewed, whenever she was
I think a brick.
Whenever she was present, she was spewing hatred and brawls. After realizing that she was not invited, she became furious and picked a golden apple from the garden of Hesperides and went invisible to the banquet. She used some power to go sneak in. She arrived right on time for the feast and went straight to the table where the Olympians were. She tossed the golden apple in the middle of the table.
Well, that wouldn't have been me because I would have been late.
And not invisible. You wouldn't have done invisible. Yeah.
I don't do invisible, no.
She tossed the golden apple in the middle of the table with the inscription, "To the fairest one." Immediately, goddesses and gods sought to claim the apple. Hera, the goddess of wisdom and justice, Athena, Aphrodite. They began to argue who was the fairest and the most worthy to look upon the apple. Zeus was then asked to choose, which every woman knows this technique. But he knew better. He did. Oh, he's a true G.
Yeah.
But he knew
all
better.
He did was like, I'm just gonna name a new one. I'm gonna name a new one. Her name is Brooke Elizabeth.
He didn't want to upset any of the three goddesses. He didn't want to upset the three goddesses. He came with an idea. He told them that a mortal man who has recently shown exemplary fairness in the contest, he was most suited to judge this case. That man was Paris, the son of King Priam and the prince of Troy. So this is how the gods led to the sacking of Troy, who was unknown of his true identity at the time and was living as a shepherd on the mountains near Troy. The myth known as the Judgment of Paris follows. So,
there you go.
So he gets tricked. So the gods, Zeus basically blames him. He has to make a choice. Then the gods get offended, and that's why they curse him to never fall in love with Helena or the other, the daughter of the Greek king, which started the Trojan War.
Right. Which, by the way, this is
That's why it's called the Apple of Discord, the Golden Apple of Discord. It's caused all this mess in the celestial hierarchy.
There we are. And so what these men are worshipping is chaos. They're agents. Go on.
But I mean, like, do you realize though, so much of this is symbolic, just like the Garden of Eden, and we go with
no. This is
apple.
Archetypes. These are archetypes.
Yeah, but beyond that, the history is real.
History. Yes.
Yeah, the history of the sacking of Troy is quite real.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the archetypes of some of that, like with the golden apple, like just like we used with the Adam and Eve, like it was the apple that Eve gave that caused all sin. So I think there are a lot of
those stories are the same story. That's
You
can reference
Yeah.
Joseph Campbell and these people and
Oh my
these
God.
mythologists.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're reiterations. What's that? That's called as a reiteration. So the reiterations, but what we're saying is that these two agents of chaos, basically Milko and Simeon, are the Bulgarian bozos. They're on the side of entropy and the Edomites. So it's obvious by their choice of the golden apple. So this is where they're coming from. So when I brought that up with Peter, he understood it to a degree, but I think when we're back on my own channel, we'll emphasize the sacking of Troy again so that our majority listeners can understand that. I think it's a very important point to make. So, yeah, when it comes to these individuals, yeah, they had a startup, it failed, they wound up...
Yes, when I'm more coherent, I will be able to.
Yeah, excellent. No, that's right. And everybody maintain our man Brendan in thought and prayer because he's going through a lot. And Brooke Gibson in thought and prayer, she's going through a lot. And Amy Como in thought and prayer, she's going through a lot. Yeah, Ian, of course.
I don't need it. I'm good.
And Douglas Dietrich and Ian West in thought and prayer because they're always going through.
Well, I was gonna say Ian West doesn't need it because he's always doing all right. Yeah.
He's
Better
always
than
happy.
some.
And so Ian,
Nemo
Got
sounds good.
yeah. What was that?
I said Nemo sounds good.
Yes. He's stable. Nemo's
Doing
stable.
better than a homeless person.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
yes. And now, Amy, when you say I don't need thought and prayer, I mean you feel you're stable enough. You feel you're doing okay. I mean you do say that a lot. You do say that a lot. That's true.
I do, and I thought I proved to you the other day, like things are so much better.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Yeah, it's true. And,
You know?
and I agree. Yeah. And so Ian, just
I would never not want thought and prayer. So anybody, like,
Yeah.
even if I'm a billionaire and
Yeah.
happily married,
Yeah.
like in a perfect, like, thought and prayer are great to
That's
me.
right.
Like if someone's gonna send you good love and good energy, like
That's-
I want all I can get because you can't get enough, and you can't, even if you're in a great place, you're not gonna stay there.
Yeah.
You know, or you can mentally if once you choose to learn to mentally stay there, even if you're homeless. But I just believe. Man, send me all the thought and prayer you got, Amy. If you don't want it, you tell them to send it to me.
Yes, thank you. I agree with that. And yeah, and myself as well. I needed to make rent at the end of the month. Of course, I could always visit Brooke, and since my insurance is signed over to her, that would solve several issues. I mean, she would kill me, she would get the money, and best yet, she'd say that burying me in the backyard was a great ab workout.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
it's not
I never had an ab workout like that. Yeah,
how
that's
the black
a lot
like that.
back. Yeah, that red clay is harder than a calculus problem. Yeah. So
That would be
after
the
a while,
one thing. This will be on air, and it would be they would record this, and the cops would just go, "Let's see if she has a six pack or not." And then private.
yeah.
Apparently, she's been digging.
Yeah, and after she got tired of digging, she would just give up on it and then taxidermize me like a fucking stuffed trophy or something.
I just think he wanted to be, man. He's sitting right there in that. I'll see you in that chair next to that window. You can listen to fucking what's his name come in. He might reanimate you.
I can hear Brooke going, Jasper, let's put Doug's head above the fireplace. Come on.
So Ian,
Whatever.
yeah.
Ian would be like, "Hey, let's see if he's got something up his nose. Like we don't have."
No, don't even don't put me in that. Shut the fuck up.
You think push sticking a straw up fucking its nose, see if there's some remnants left.
Yes, he'd say yes.
All right, that's pretty junky fiend right there.
I know. That's why I gave it to you.
So Ian, before I get into what I'm going to get into, what is it you're trying to show us?
I combined both your videos. I put part 1 and 2 together, so now it's the entire video.
Okay, so you put it on BitChute. Did you try putting it on your channel as well?
Well, I just one at a time. It's just one at a time.
Oh, okay. So
The original video is like 4 gigs,
yeah.
so I had to like compress it down to 500 megs. So that's what I'm trying to upload now. But I can send you the shorty if you want.
Oh no,
Oh
this
my.
should be fine. I'm gonna share this in the so everybody, he's put this on his on his BitChute.
My God.
You're looking at it, honey?
What have I missed during this time?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I understand,
yeah. Go on.
you know, getting well
Yeah.
and so for dealing with animals. Like, but what did I miss in the fact that you decided Ian West's channel and BitChute were the way?
Oh no! Oh no! I love it. I love it.
Like,
Where's
please
it going
tell me,
already?
Douglas, what did I miss? Because I remember you being an anti-BitChute and anti Ian West channel fan.
I got banned from YouTube. That's what happened. For
Yeah, he's got to embrace BitChute.
The times caught up with Doug.
Yeah. But it's not
There's BitChute, but there's another one that's not BitChute that's not as bad. What is it?
Rumble.
You were talking
Odyssey or Rumble?
Rumble is the primary. Rumble's the primary. So yeah, BitChute is just it's Ian West territory. So
yeah, I know, which is why I just like I swear to God, if I had a bottle of liquor in this house, I'd go find and open it right now.
Oh wow!
But the good thing is you can
Amazing.
post anything controversial and you won't get strikes or bans. That's what's good about
and
it.
anyone will believe it, so it's fine. I'll start a BitChute channel and be like, Ian West is the biggest dick in the world,
And cures COVID.
and it cures COVID. There you go.
Oh my God.
Now line up at his door.
Zombie
I got COVID. Can I
apocalypse.
suck your dick?
I mean, there's a sucker born every minute. We probably could put that in, and like, you know, I mean,
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Put
no,
a donation
yeah.
tab and make
Oh.
money. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. Now there was a weird voice that came on there for a second. Who was that?
I have no idea.
me.
No, it sounded almost like Real Tech Geek. Is there for a second?
Oh, it's probably my video. It's probably the videos on here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is the video playing on your end?
I'm still here
Okay.
talking, like thinking about this golden apple business. But
Oh, okay.
I was.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
And?
Oh,
I came on
so-
and I said something about a zombie apocalypse,
Oh,
thinking about
oh,
Ian
that
having a
was you.
train of people lining up to suck
Yeah.
his dick.
Yes.
That's a pretty good
Right,
one.
isn't that great? Yeah. I made that
That's-
joke a long time ago. I was like, people are so stupid. I can say the cure for COVID is sucking my dick. And they probably do it.
That is
They're like, can I bring my kids? You know, I can just talk.
That's so, Ian. That's
That's how
so.
Michael Jackson
was
cured
a
the
little far.
cancer for all those kids.
I'm sorry, that's hideously funny. So, Brendan. Okay, what else have you
So
thought?
the Garden of Asperity story, which is also known as Era's Orchard,
Yeah.
it's a garden in the west, which is basically an Atlantean garden where an apple tree grove was grown from a tree that was given by the goddess Gaia to Hera as her wedding gift when she married Zeus, which is where these apples, the golden apples, came from.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, that's relevant, and I want to.
These apples produce.
Yeah.
When gathered, they produce grant immortality when eaten. So there you go. So it's it's a magical item, the golden apple, but it was used by the dark goddess Eris, the goddess of discord.
Yeah.
When she stole one of these apples, and eventually it led to the judgment of Paris and the Trojan War, which has
Makes
affected
you
our
immortal?
history.
Yeah.
Give me one.
Well, you have to find the.
I don't know this history.
Garden of
We give
Asperities.
golden apples out in South Carolina to teachers every year. It's the Golden Apple Award.
Uh-huh.
So I used to be a teacher. So apparently we have a lot of teachers living immortally now.
Well, that's just like a nod to this myth or
Yes.
so-called myth, but it's actually real.
Yeah.
You know.
I think that's more of a nod to the myth of the apple falling on Newton's head and giving him
Supposedly, right,
yeah,
yeah.
So supposedly, because that was one of those. That's up there with George Washington chopping down the cherry tree.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to thank Ian West for this wonderful
So
video.
you people, let
Yeah.
me just get this straight. You people do not believe aliens are real, but you do believe that this golden apple made her live forever, and other people did. I just want.
Nobody here has said they
Brooke.
don't believe in extraterrestrials. It's
No,
just
you
highly,
have-
it's highly unlikely
aliens
the
is
case
so
when
vague.
it comes to the UFO phenomenon.
the UFO phenomenon. Is
It's mostly domestic source. That's what we're saying.
Right.
I'm pretty
And
sure
I
I said
also
that.
said
I'm
they're
pretty
just
sure I
not
said that
3D,
on the
but
last
there's definitely
podcast.
aliens.
But, shut up now, because nobody listens.
Will you listen? Oh, come on! That's just
That's what I
just
said
ridiculous.
on the last one, and I messaged you about it. I told you
What?
it was all false flags.
Brooke, alien's too broad of a term. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Extraterrestrials, meaning extraterrestrial. You're right.
You
Extraterrestrial.
mean little green men in outer space? No, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it.
So, Brooke.
No, you just believe in reptilians.
Yes, no, there you go. There you go. Now you're going.
David Icke.
Reptilians are real.
They are.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
but what,
yes.
yeah. There's a lot of
Did y'all listen to
confusion
Sid
about it.
Vicious and the Sex Pistols?
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion about it though because of David Icke. He's saying
Yes.
every leader is a reptilian shapeshifter and all that shit.
Not
He just
all royal
swooped that from
families.
the. He just swooped that from the show V
Yeah, thank
back
you.
in the 70s.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and then all
Yeah,
British royalty is reptilians,
Yeah.
and shapeshifters, which I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Ian does believe that.
Well, I got okay.
But
Look, I got okay.
people
Where do
accuse- hold on.
gemstones and diamonds come from? Where do they come from?
Diamonds come from we can burn people. I learned that.
Well, I mean, before those times, where do they come from? Where do diamonds and gems and crystals and all that shit come from? Underground, right? Where do the lizards live? Underground, right?
Lizards on top all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. Like I live in the mountains. Like, there's
They're
lizards
cold-blooded, so
everywhere.
they need to be under the sun. So
And gecko, like iguanas, they got to be under. Like, where do you even understand reptilians?
well,
No,
I mean,
not
in all
really.
fairness,
No, I haven't
in,
really
in,
studied them.
in all fairness,
Obviously,
well,
obviously.
in all fairness, the way that reptilians could survive in subterranean conditions is with warm volcanic geothermal vents
yes,
that they would be clustered around or in
Yes, we're
environments.
going
where-
back
yeah.
into that.
Right.
whole,
That's. Thank you, Douglas.
underground
Yeah.
world that what's his name wrote the book on. Basically, we have the underground world.
Richard Sauter?
No, in Stoddard it was.
You think of Jules
what's-
Verne? Jules Verne, honey.
Jules, thank
Yeah.
you, Jules. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
I never read that.
Oh, you're talking about the journey to the center of the world.
Yes.
Of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Jules Verne, which was
Yeah.
more of a poetic title when he said that, Journey to the Center of the Earth. He meant, Journey to the Unterland, really.
Yeah, I read it, and then I actually the movie that wasn't too bad for a movie. I mean, it was a long time ago, but it wasn't too bad either.
Pat Boone.
I can't remember who was in that movie. Shit, I forgot his name. No, they did Journey to the Center of the Earth as a movie.
Yeah, there was a few of them. The original one
Yeah.
was with Pat Boone. And
No,
Yeah.
that shows your age. No,
I said the
Pat Boone,
original.
that was
Jesus
that's
Christ.
somebody like my dad. I'm pretty sure thought was a cowboy, or
Yeah.
is that some other Boone?
Yeah. Well, Pat Boone has portrayed a cowboy, yes,
Yeah.
but not believably.
Yeah.
But
That's
isn't that the guy that ripped off black singers like Little Richard and shit?
it's like, I mean, he's not even worth talking about. It's like
Right.
if he ripped
I
I'm
them
just
off,
making sure we're
yeah.
talking about the same one.
Yeah,
That's the only Pat Boone I know.
he's this white guy.
Did he sing a song or something too? Like I just heard his name, but I have no idea the fuck he is.
Yeah, Pat Boone is this white guy who the way he strikes me as his most memorable contribution, if we could call it that, to humanity. And it's not a contribution. It's like a blight. It's kind of like he was on late night television all the time, and he was always pushing. If you donate, it's kind of like Schindler's List. It's like he foresaw the film and shit, except he was making it sound like it was happening now. It's just, all these Jews got to escape from Russia, and if you want to save a family of Jews, you donate, so many.
Of course, see, this is where you get you wonder where you get your anti-Jews, like where they're equating you. Like the one, I don't even know Pat Boone is, but the one thing I remember is something about cowboy, and he's saying, and you who know everything about him has to go. The only thing I remember is the anti-Jewish shit. That is what I know.
Yeah, it wasn't anti-Jews. He was like, help save the Jews. Like they were
He's a Shabbos guy.
Yeah, like
Either
they.
way,
total
it had
Shabbos.
to be
Total
Jews.
Shabbos.
Yeah.
Jew, whatever. All I'm saying is I found it. Just, I wonder why. That's like.
But honey, I'm just relating what he did. I mean, that was
tell
like.
other people not to bring stuff up. But the one thing, I'm sure if we go to Pat Boone's Wikipedia right now, the first thing, remember, where it's not going to be, or the third, are probably not going to be Jewish or Jewish or Jewish.
Hold on. Look, it's the head Chavez goy. He's coming up in the text.
Brendan Fraser. That's who I was thinking of. Brendan
checked
Fraser.
the
I don't know. Maybe he is Jewish. I don't know. But Brendan Fraser did a good job in that movie.
Well, here's the head Chavez. He's coming to turn those lights on for him. He is.
What are you talking about?
I think he's got to play some audio or something that'll get us all.
No,
back.
I'm not gonna play the audio. No, it's in the chat. I sent it in the chat.
We gotta let Doug get into
we're hitting too many buzzwords.
Yes. Let's avoid the buzzwords.
It sounded like you said Chavez.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the head Chavez goy right there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, he's showing a picture of Donald Trump, just so people know. So, all that being said, so I'll get back into what our man Nemo asked about, as well as clarifying a few things that were brought up. Now let me see. We were talking about, of course, the gays, gypsies, and everybody else killed by the Nazis, kind of briefly, but I think Brooke isn't even interested in hearing me respond to that because she's heard me talk hours about that before. So back to let's start with clarifying.
I did a 2-hour grocery trip with him talking. 2 hours personal trip. Shop the entire store while he talked.
Yes, and she was telling me how squeaky I was getting. Yes, that's right.
No. I heard you meet him once or twice. He asked me a question. I'd be like, "Oh shit, I was getting deli meat. I had to ask him something." But other than that, I heard it all.
Yeah, that's right. And and you took it all very well. And so then she related to me, of course. The report she wrote back in what grade was that, honey?
Oh yeah, that's when you made me remember that. Like it was 7th grade. I remember 7th grade.
Are you talking about the Hitler report you did?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Because I remember you talking about that shit.
Oh,
yeah, you talked about it on one stream.
Oh, okay. I think, probably because Douglas brought it up, because I remembered it personally when I was talking to him. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, nothing to be sorry about, honey. I mean, like, why say sorry over that? And
I didn't. But I'm just saying, because I don't want to repeat myself.
Don't be afraid of repeating yourself. I repeat myself all the fucking time. And just remember, we always have new listeners, and we should be repeating ourselves. And what I really can't understand is people who complain about anyone repeating themselves in a venue of public expression, because they really ought to understand that there's always new listeners, and that's a necessity of the nature of the beast. So there you go. I mean, it's just oh God, I'm sorry. The reason I feel feel frustration over that is because it's just one of those things that I truly find offensive, because I grew up around elderly people, a lot of elderly people, and they repeat themselves. And they repeat themselves constantly. And I learned at a very young age to just appreciate that, just kind of bear with it, and always kind of nod as if you heard it the first time. And when it came to the level of politeness and tolerance I developed, because a lot of people do this. A lot of people will never realize they do this, no matter what their age is. I think just the most egregious, the worst example of someone who really pissed me off was that idiot. Help me out here, Nemo. You probably remember his name. That Jap trash piece of shit who I had on my. No, not Michio Kaku. That guy who was on my show a few times, then tried to ambush me on my own show.
Oh, Daniel Roa?
No. The yeah.
I can't remember his name. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Hamamoto.
Daryl Hamamoto. Daryl Hamamoto. He, by the way, he was a professor here in California, and he was banned from schools. Which it's like there are professors that are molesting their students all the time. So this guy had to rape repeated students or something to get that ban. It's that's something almost impossible to get. You have to be working at it. And so that fucker was he was complaining that I was repeating a story. That was personally, by the way. It wasn't on air that he dared to do that, but it was on air. He dared to try and ambush me, and he was so fucking stupid. He was trying to point out, aside from the by the way, just so people understand, when you're on anyone's program, it is a cardinal sin, just something you never do, is recommend other people's programs. That's something you never do without permission from the person hosting the program, for obvious reasons. And this is what he kept doing, was recommending all these right-wing reactionary people like Michael Savage and all this shit. Oh, you gotta listen to them. You know, he was the first guy, before anybody really was saying it publicly, he was the first guy on my program kept shouting, "Make America Great Again!" And this was before Trump was running for president. So he was obviously part of the cult, the entire movement ahead of time. And he was just completely insane. When I was bringing up zombies, for instance, and I brought up the fact that the Night of the Living Dead changed or revolutionized in a not necessarily a positive sense, but it basically changed the public concept of zombie. Before you had Night of the Living Dead, you had all of these movies like White Zombie and other films that were portraying zombies in the Haitian sense, where they're people without volition under the influence of herbal drugs.
Right, that's what zombie actually is, really, isn't it?
Yes, but that's spelled Z-O-M-B-I in the original Haitian Creole. You add the E to it, as they did in Night of the Living Dead, and it becomes like one that's gone rogue, like feral, like a shark smelling blood, and that's a zombie that's cannibalistic. So the original Haitian zombie is not cannibalistic. They're basically slave labor. And so when I was trying to explain that difference, he just went off on this tangent about, no, it's like, what about, and he starts naming all these other films that were made before the Night of the Living Dead. He couldn't even understand the point I was making. So he's just an idiot. And beyond that, then, it's just, I could go on and on for hours. It's just, there's truly just a reprehensible, stupid individual, the kind that truly makes me angry just by being a piece of shit.
I'm so sorry, Doug. I'm so sorry about that. I know it's hard. It's hard to to be around that. It's terrible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Where does that come from?
That was like one of the first on-air ambushes. That's
Ian West being the second MAGA person on your show. I assume he's apologizing for himself.
I was going to ask where that was coming from.
Ian, surely you know that America was never great.
Thank you. Yes, I think Ian knows
I just
that.
love all these words people are putting in my mouth. It just makes me. My jaw drops. My jaw drops to the fucking ground.
You're still upset about the
Tartaria.
Tartaria.
What dicks you tried to suck in there one time.
It's like you sucked one dick, you sucked them all. I tell you.
So, as Brendan was saying, this was actually the first on-air ambush that I actually had from a guest, right? Yeah. So
it was before me.
yeah. There. Thank you. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, and I do apologize. I did one time piss you off. I said don't repeat a story, but there are two things to that. I agree with you. You have to let people repeat. On a personal conversation, I will let people repeat stories because I know I do it occasionally. But I expect if my story's going to be really long and drawn out, and I know it's like going to be a 45-minute thing, then I might let them know. He did tell me. But it's like a 5-minute story or whatever. Maybe I'm not good at. So, but my point is, occasionally there's a way to kind of blurb it in. Now, there was a time where I told Douglas on air, I was already mad. That was the problem. I was frustrated with something else. And then he goes to tell another story. And I was like, I have already heard this.
You got to start taking notes.
No, I didn't need to take notes. Because what I was frustrated on is for the last 5 times I've been on, it had been him and our King Charles talking about the Third Reich. And I was like, can we get to another subject?
Okay.
Amazing. Just amazing, Brooke. Amazing. Just,
Imagine
the
Third Reich and exile is best subject to talk about.
Oh my god. Oh my
No,
god.
hang up now.
You had to say that. You had to say that, Nemo. Yes, that would irritate.
Just being honest.
Yeah.
Well, look, you guys wanted proof about all the kids and shit underground. There's your fucking proof.
I didn't need proof for any of that.
I know.
We're already aware
It's
of
so
these
hard
things.
to face reality sometimes, Brendan. I know it is. I know.
Okay, so let me interfere here and just go back to what the original question was, because I do believe it's important.
Was there an original question?
Yes,
'Cause I don't
Nemo
even
brought up.
remember it.
Yeah,
Nemo was asking about the quote unquote the connection between zombies and what happened at Waco and Ruby Ridge. So I'll explain that. Basically, what happened was, and this is a fairly long story because I need to give historical
Go
context.
for it. I want to hear everything you got to say about it.
Understood. So
It's about the fogs and the cogs. And the special SOGs, the SOGs.
Yes, special operations groups. Yes, thank you. And so, at any rate, there was a Jewish person. He just, yeah. So it has to start with that.
You ever had a joke or something that didn't start with that?
Yeah. That's I'm sorry. I did. It's just this is
The Jewish, the zombie, and the SOG walked in a bar.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's the reality of it. So, basically, matter of fact, Jesus Christ, what's the best way to start this? Would be to start with World War II.
Can you please not take the Lord's name in vain while I'm on air?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like you care so much, Brooke. Come on, let's
Just say Odin and Thor.
She's joking. She's joking. No worries.
I know. Yeah.
And so
She doesn't have a heart.
Yeah. Anyhow, so it started with World War II, of course. Right, Brooke. Just to, it's that almost alone is.
We gotta also start with World War II. Yes,
Yeah,
World War
yes.
II. Some Nazis. We got to get them in there.
Yeah. Yes. This is all trigger material for.
Yeah,
Brooke.
don't leave anything out, Brooke.
Yes. Yeah. Because to her these are like repetitive motifs. These are tropes. These are like they become mnemonic. They're just like redundant. But okay, so what happened in World War II was that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, stole more than 16,000 British, Czech, French, Italian, Polish, and Soviet tanks, and even American Shermans as well, to feed his war machine. And at the height of their military extension of empire, when Germany occupied more territory than that of the continental United States, basically 25%, actually more than a quarter of its tank fleet came from other countries. And the triumph of the Blitzkrieg resulted in part from Hitler's great Panzer heist.
This is why he likes to tell these stories, just so you know.
Yeah.
Did you hear how he said Blitzkrieg? He loves to use his accent. Both he used the Japanese one.
Yeah.
Use that, and then you're.
Douglas has a way better grasp of the Asian languages than German.
Yes.
Not to call you out, but it's.
No, I've always
of it.
said that, and German people have told me that. I speak German like a child. Yeah, and but also remember, my biological sire, in a very real sense, proper German was a second language. Yeah, that's right. But also for him, in a very real sense, proper German was also a second language for him. He was basically a German hillbilly. So his speaking of German is what Germans will tell you they find offensive. This day and age, they'll say if you speak the way he spoke, they'll say, "Oh, that's offensive," because it would be like, imagine somebody with a real heavy Appalachian or Ozark or Southern accent as president.
I was trying to say, you look how you stayed out of Southern, and you couldn't even do it.
But basically, in the 1930s, even before the war, Hitler knew that German rearmament was far from complete and that Germany was not ready for total war. And that if basically he desperately needed to supplement his tank force. And so over the course of the next 5 years, Hitler relied on a lot of captured equipment. So it was this experience that inspired Samuel Cohen, who was Jewish, to basically emulate the accomplishments of my biological father. He just basically said, look at what the Nazis did, and we got to stop, Nazis from ever winning again. So America needs to be able to basically steal entire Panzerwaffes, panzer forces, or enemy tank armies. And so he, being a physicist, I should have mentioned that, he developed the neutron bomb. So the entire neutron bomb concept was meant to capture entire tank forces. And the way it would do that in the field is by just killing the crew members, but leaving the tanks completely operable. This would be a nuclear weapon that would penetrate the tank armor, kill everything living inside, and then you could go in and just salvage, cannibalize all of the tanks in perfect working order, and expand your army immediately and turn the enemy's weapons against them. So that was the original concept of the neutron bomb. So this was around 1958. So 1963, the year my sister was born, the year Kennedy was assassinated, Cohen bought this.
The year Kennedy said also, watch out for the military-industrial complex before Eisenhower. Or was that after Eisenhower? I can't remember.
Oh, it was after Eisenhower, but it was the military hated Kennedy even more than they hated Eisenhower. And Kennedy knew the Japanese had won World War II, and as I had pointed out before, was friendly with them, and knew that relations had to be developed with them, and had the Japanese destroyer captain, who had rammed his PT boat, was there on site when Kennedy was sworn in for president.
But they weren't. That's what kills me. They weren't. Eisenhower nor Kennedy were warning about the military-industrial complex because of the Japanese. I mean, knowing that, but that was not why they were warning about what was to come.
No, of course not.
Thank you, bro.
No.
I'm just saying, I don't see why we went into the Japanese part of it when that wasn't my comment. It's all.
Oh, no. The reason it's relevant is because Kennedy, who had actually met my father, so there's a personal connection here. The Kennedy had spoken with my father, and they both knew the Japanese were going to win because they both had a frontline impression of what was going on. They both had a pre-war understanding of what was going on, and besides that, Kennedy had written a book about while England was sleeping, in which it was not in that book per se, but he also wrote very positively of Adolf Hitler. Kennedy's forebearers were very impressed with Hitler, were dealing with him, and Kennedy himself, after the war, was saying how inspiring a man Hitler was. He was very positive about Adolf Hitler. So this was before people really became Hitler haters out of indoctrination, and Kennedy could get away with saying that and putting it in print. But what happened was that the Japanese victory is relevant because it was the reason why the military-industrial complex was the enemy. They were a junta that was hiding the fact that they were defeated. That's why it's relevant. So when Kennedy knew what he knew and had the Japanese captain there, that was considered an affront to the military because the military was trying to make it look like they had won, that sort of thing. So this is one of the many factors that made the military turn against him and ultimately swear to kill him. Which Kennedy was convinced they would do. That's why when he was approached with the movie The Manchurian Candidate, he gave his blessing for that film to be released. And so that was released with the personal sponsorship, so to speak, of Kennedy, or it never would have been released because it was too sensitive a topic. For those who don't know, The Manchurian Candidate is about the assassination of the president. And Kennedy believed he was going to be assassinated. And had even basically produced his own film to that effect, in which he pretended he was dying, just kind of, and this was on film, and he was just, he was convinced.
Well, he was in bed with he had so much in bed with that. I mean, his father was already part of the mafia.
Yeah.
And he was part of that. So, there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, and he basically filled the government with his Irish mafia, which of course angered the military mafia. I mean, we could go on and on. It was like I said, it's basically everyone wanted this man dead. And I kind of went into it in the opening hours with Peter as to what I feel is the most logical, ultimate person who was the source of his death. But that being said, what had happened was
Who? Just name a name. Who?
Aristotle Onassis.
Are you okay?
We're not going to ask why?
I would like to, but I didn't want you to have to go back into the story.
Oh, sure. I mean, like I said, some things get repeated. No big deal. Aristotle Onassis was approached by Jacqueline Kennedy, who hated her husband because he was fucking every woman in sight and pretty much rubbing it in her face. And this included, this included his having sex with Marilyn Monroe, and pretty much everybody knew. And
I knew he had sex with everybody. I mean, he and his brother both, apparently, and his father.
Well, woman. When you say everybody, people get the idea he might be bisexual. I don't think he.
Well, maybe in this day and age, but back then they probably wouldn't have thought that. So I meant everybody, every woman. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And by the way, not that I would take any offense myself if he was bisexual. I did just to clarify for today's listeners. Basically because of this and the fact that in his will he had left Jacqueline Kennedy something like $20 in his will. I mean, his getting killed would get her $20. You get $50,000 if I get popped off. So,
well, this is about 50 grand's about equivalent to $20 back then.
So she was pissed, and so basically she had met Aristotle Onassis a few times privately, and he basically said, "I'll rescue you from this," because apparently she was very afraid for her life, and with good reason. Marilyn Monroe was ultimately murdered, probably by the Kennedy brothers. So they did have an Irish mafia that they had surrounded themselves with in the government. So she feared for her life if she left him, which she desperately wanted to do. And so Aristotle said, "Fine, I'll just kill the son of a bitch," and basically got involved with the best hitmen in Europe, and they blew his ass away. And the Americans were able to do nothing about it because the Americans are pretty fucking impotent to about pretty much everything. So that was that. And if you take a look at the photograph, I don't know if I sent you that photograph I had sent to Peter Moon and a few other people. Like Brendan.
Send me one.
Yeah, I sent you the photograph of her ass in the air when she's crawling over the car to get away from her husband who's just been shot. She ain't gonna stand around. She wasn't sticking around to act as any bullet shield, cradling his body in grief.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I thought she was trying to grab his brains because they knew they were going to do something with his brains.
Oh man,
that's the story. Yeah,
is that fake?
No. Yeah, that's below Jackie Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian.
She was trying to get away from the driver because the driver is the one that shot.
So she saw the driver shot him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she's getting back out of the. That's why she was getting out.
Regardless of what, I don't think it was that. I'll just tell you this: when the bullets started flying and she saw his body bouncing back and forth, she didn't care about him to stick around.
Well, that's the thing I told. Yeah, that's what I was telling you, that I can't. I'm not going to 100% judge her. I don't think any of us could, just based on that one thing.
Well, do you think you don't think I'm condemning her? Do you?
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not going to judge her based on that one thing because I wasn't there. I haven't been in that situation, right? Yeah. So I don't know. But I would think if it's the love of my life right next to me, I'm going to grab them.
Yes.
And hold them. Not be crawling away.
Thank you.
In front of the gunman that killed him? Or?
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. No, first thing would be shock. You're going to grab him, and you're not going to think about, oh, bullets are coming, because that's a tactical thought.
Because you just lost the person you love.
That's right.
You just
Yeah. And so why are you giving us Mom and Dad's swinger party, Ian? Is this some kind of transphobic propaganda that you're actually
No. It's just a little documentary in today's school system, just trying to keep it real.
This is transphobic propaganda,
Don't
Ian.
look at it.
What do you fucking expect?
It's not fucking Florida.
They've done away with books. They've done away with racism. You can't say anything. You can't even show like Michelangelo or his naked statue. You can't show history.
What are you talking about?
Talking about Florida, dude. Just talking about what Florida's like. But before we get too distracted, because that is too much fun. So what happened was in 1963, Kennedy was approached by Samuel Cohen, the Jewish physicist, who tells him, "I've developed this dirty bomb." That's what it was. he says this is a dirty bomb, and what we can do is all this good shit with it, and leave real estate intact, and everything intact. You just kill all the people. And this is why the Soviets called it the ultimate capitalist weapon, because it would leave real estate and property intact, but would kill people. There's obviously some truth to that. Kennedy found it so offensive. He said, all right, we'll test the bomb because the military insists, but my executive orders are to override what they say, and we test it underground. That way we can say we tested it while fucking them over. Because obviously a dirty bomb has to be blown in air to have an effect. Blowing it underground, the ground absorbs all the radiation. Ian, we're hearing your fans. We're hearing your fans. Ian? Ian? Yeah, your fans. Ian. If you could go mute, please. Yes, thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, at any rate, so in 1963 they tested the neutron bomb in Nevada underground to no effect because it completely defeated the purpose of the bomb. Another thing that pissed the military off against Kennedy, and they said, we've got to kill him. They considered him a traitor. So in 1968, there was Romero's Night of the Living Dead. And that was the first concept film of zombies going feral and cannibalistic. Until then, people understood them in the Haitian sense and only in that sense. In 1969, we had the Sino-Soviet War. So at that point, both sides went nuclear. And a lot of people thought, because a lot of stupid Americans who were in intelligence thought, oh, the Chinese are testing nuclear weapons in the desert. They had already done that, but a bunch of nukes went off, and this was the Soviets launching nukes to stop entire divisions of communist Chinese from overrunning Siberia. So we had a nuclear war at that point in history. This is something that people do not take into account, but it's important and it's relevant because, as I wrote in basically a essay, which was not published in the Vampirology book, because as Amy Como, who read the book, can tell anyone, it basically, Peter Moon didn't edit it and just kind of rushed it through, and of course half the book is missing, and towards the end there are repeat paragraphs that he reprinted in the book by accident. But had it been printed in full and included the part about Haiti and the zombies and the Soviet use of the herbaceuticals, not pharmaceuticals, but herbaceuticals to disambiguate from Haiti used to produce zombies to try and control political dissidents in the Soviet Union while turning them into permanent laborers in the gulags, they also used that to effect to produce basically zombie soldiers to use against the Chinese. So this is a historical fact. For those of you who don't know, by the way, the original use of zombie soldiers was by the Haitians against the British, who suffered the greatest losses in combat history they would ever suffer before World War I, when 60,000 men would die in a day charging machine guns. So when it came to the use of this zombie formula produced by Mr. Toussaint Louverture, who was a Haitian voodoo practitioner, most people don't know that, who became the leader of the Haitians, he basically had his troops take a bit of the formula, so if they were shot in combat, they would essentially reanimate. And the British understood that salt can contain or put a zombie down, so they were firing salt from their shotguns, salt pellets, scatter shot of salt, rock salt at the zombies, but it didn't work because it has to be imbibed. It has put in their mouth. And absorbed. So with this, he was able to defeat the French, the Spanish, and the British, who all invaded in succession. Toussaint Louverture defeated them all with his use of, among other things, aside from military genius, zombie troops. So zombie troops were deployed, and this is relevant because in 1971, Dr. Paweł Lubierski of Poland was called to investigate cases of Kuru, Kuru, Kuru in New Guinea. Kuru in New Guinea was where you had cannibal tribes of the Papuans. New Guinea is properly Papua in the native language, even though there's something like 10,000 native languages or 100,000 in New Guinea. I'm not exaggerating. Something like every single tribe has a distinct language because they're all fucking separated completely by topography. So at any rate, the Kuru is where they eat their dead relatives to honor their ancestors, to absorb their ancestors and continue the line. And the brains were given to the woman who would pick the skulls, the woman of the tribe, girls and women. And the woman began to develop frightening cases of Kuru, where it's the death grin, the grimace that comes with the dead person when they die. There's this grimace that comes with rigor mortis. They would develop that in life and then become basically demented, senile dementia. This is, of course, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CJD, or Alzheimer's. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease is now all Alzheimer's is not necessarily due to cannibalism, but a lot of it is. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease specifically refers to the bovine-caused disease of senile dementia that becomes quite pronounced, and the person's behavior becomes quite repulsive. Their movements become inhumanly, distinctively inhuman. Just they become like down cows, and the reason that CJD is relevant, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, is because it's a cannibal disease that infected many British people because they were inadvertently cannibals. And the reason why was because you actually see the opening scene of the film Return of the Living Dead. That is actually the first film of the franchise. And they actually show in the beginning the individual who's talking about medical skeletons. Everything he says is true. Even though it's a satirical film, everything he actually says about medical skeletons is true. When anybody gets a skull or a skeleton, they want it with perfect teeth. And almost nobody is going to die with a perfect set of teeth in their mouth. It takes a population of 1 billion people, like India, where most of the people will never have the money to eat sweets or much of anything, and they die early, and therefore most of them die before they develop dental caries or cavities. That's where the United Nations agreed, by international agreement, all skeletons for medical universities and dental schools come from India. So India has entire skeleton farms, and these skeleton farms are where they take poor people who have basically been murdered, or people who die of starvation, or people who are beaten to death, etc., and they harvest the skeletons and they sell them to medical universities. And the reject skeletons, of which they have thousands and thousands, they grind into bone meal, which was then sold to Britain because they were a member of the British Commonwealth and a former British colony. They would sell them to Britain as bone meal for the cows to eat. So the cows would eat this human bone meal from India, and among other things, they were feeding the cows, basically raw sewage, like America does. And then the cows would develop the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, and then the British beef would be consumed by Britons, who would then develop the Kuru, just like they did in New Guinea. Because just like the New Guinea people, they were cannibals, though they didn't know it. So the end result was that British beef is still banned in America today, which many people don't know. So that being said, Dr. Paweł Lubierski isolated to a degree the cannibal zombie connection. And in 1982, Dr. Stanley Preusner, who personally delivered a speech where I was present, he basically published an article in the journal Science introducing the concept of the prion, which he had first isolated in 1972 and connected to Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. So prion, again, is an acronym, PRION, for proteinaceous infectious ion. This is a mutated protein that basically becomes immortal. It's twisted. It is not alive and it's not dead. And you can't kill it. Prions are so horrific that there's nothing you can do. When you're confronted with a person who's dead of prions, you use a scalpel and you perform an autopsy and confirm they died of prion disease. You can't ever use those tools again. You have to dispose of them, but you can't because prions don't die in fire. No matter how hot the incinerator, they don't die. You can't disinfect them. The only thing you can do is molecularly disassemble them in a nuclear furnace. So unless you've got an available nuclear furnace to molecularly disassemble a prion, you could bury a prion for 1,000 years. And when you dig up the body 1,000 years later, those prions are still active, a time bomb waiting to infect whoever digs that body up. So the prions are the ultimate nightmare. And the horror, how it's all connected, was by the mid-1980s when the Bushes were in power. They began to actually develop and deploy the neutron bomb. And the neutron bomb, in their tests, they found out the hard way. When they blew the neutron bomb in the air, it creates an ERMI, as I said, and the actual acronym really stands for, now that I've remembered it after speaking about the subject, Enhanced Radio-Activated Molecular Ionization Event. So the ERMI, when it blows, basically with its Enhanced Radio-Activated Molecular Ionization Event, basically, well, it kills everybody, but they're prionized instantly. And so these people who are then basically converted, they're converted by PIMPs, prionic info or isoformulaic, prionic isoformulaic microscopic particles. They basically become zombies. And these are zombies with an E at the end. Feral, cannibalistic. So they found out at these tests when they blew the bomb that the guys who were closer and closer to ground zero, they would do this with every conventional nuclear test. They would put guys closer to ground zero, guys farther away from ground zero, and the guys who were closer to ground zero would always be the sacrificial lambs and just guinea pigs. And most of the time they would die, or either quickly or slowly. The guys further away, who were considered less expendable, would be sent in to basically mop them up, take them to hospitals, to where doctors could basically monitor their dying. Well, in the case of the neutron bomb tests, when it came to the guys further out, marching in to find out what had happened to the guys further in, well, they found themselves facing ravenous, cannibalistic zombies that tore them apart and ate them alive. And spread the disease, because the prions spread. And this was something that they quickly discovered had to be eliminated by killing everyone. So they sent in groups to kill them all. This is where the policy developed that when you have a zombie outbreak, you kill everybody. And so it was around 1986 when the bovine spongiform encephalopathy, BSE, mad cow disease, was identified in cows. And And around that time, the Air Force was developing these neutron shells like the W-69, deployed on the front lines of Europe. And, well, by 1996, the United Kingdom officially proclaimed VCJD, oh God, what was the V for? Vacuolization of the brain tissues. The turning the brain into a sponge in cows and people. That VCJD could develop from exposure to eating their beef. And that was around the time prions became undeniable publicly, not just a military secret. So by 1997, Dr. Stanley Preusner was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine. So the the way all this connects, and by the way, just so people understand it, the neutron bomb, they developed, of course, different shells, different types of the neutron bomb with different designations. And they ultimately had to hunt them all down and deactivate them, disassemble them, because of the ERMI and the zombie phenomenon. It just didn't make it worthwhile in war. You simply created another problem, another enemy no one could control. But in terms of police response, this is what happened. The problem with the military and the problem with the National Guard is that the National Guard in particular consists of people who are other people's relatives. It's like these are people who are part of a disaster response force. So the National Guard is like people who help in hurricanes locally, help in various kinds of catastrophes, floods, etc. They generally know the inhabitants of the region in a general sense. They're generally inhabitants of the region themselves. Texas National Guard, local state National Guard. The problem is you can't send them in to respond to these kinds of emergencies, to kill everybody, because they know everybody and they're going to talk. The fact that they had to do this was because of all the neutron bomb tests the military conducted after Kennedy was killed. The neutron bomb tests that were conducted...
This was going to be a long story. You should have said this was going to be an all-night story.
Well, I'm almost at the end.
It needs a lot of contextualization.
Yeah, the president in the 1980s, the Bushes in particular, Reagan as well before them, they were allowing multiple neutron bomb tests above the ground. So what happens is all of these tests that are above ground, which, by the way, just so people know, because the Japanese won the war and they had a Japanese scientist prove that above ground nuclear testing was radiating the Pacific, and the Japanese said, stop, then the Russians and the Americans and the British and the French all stopped above ground nuclear testing. The only reason neutron bombs were tested above ground is because they were not considered nuclear weapons. They were considered dirty bombs. In other words, they were considered energy weapons. They were considered a release of energy as opposed...
Yes, we got it from the Pleiadians.
Yeah, whatever. So, I'll take that as a joke.
Ask your girlfriend.
Yeah, Ian says, I was going to say, well, don't worry, interrupting it won't make it longer. Yes, that's true. If you want the misery to end, honey, just stop interrupting and it'll come to a quicker conclusion. Okay.
For me, it does. I get to hear my own voice. It's better than nothing.
At any rate, so we can hope to bring this to an end. And thank you, Ian, for your insight. I consider it quite valid.
Ian, nobody can do it. He's only because you're taking up for him. Shut
up. So let me check something else coming in. I got a heart.
He's probably cutting out letters right now to send you an apology letter from me.
So to get back to what I was saying, And for anybody interested, just because now I'm pissed at Brooke, I can make the torture last a little longer. For anybody who's interested in the... basically, the neutron energy bomb was the catalyst for an entirely new system of measurement of radiation. It was... basically, there was what was called a grayscale, the Lewis Herald Gray unit. Gray is the absorption of 1 joule.
I know, it's the Greys are where we got the technology from back in the 40s.
That's actually funny. That's actually clever. The Gray unit is the absorption of 1 joule of energy per 70 kilograms of deposited energy of radiation. Just over the weight of a single person. The grayscale, had to be entirely reconfigured concerning the neutron bomb. Again, this was considered...
Synchronicities.
I'm sorry?
Synchronicities. We were speaking of those earlier.
Oh.
I think you may be
Sure. Whatever. So just so people understand, the neutron bomb was therefore considered not a conventional nuclear weapon by any conventional measurement. Therefore, it was an energy weapon, and that's why the Americans could get away with ignoring the international agreement against above-ground nuclear testing and blowing it above ground. But here's the problem. Just like with above-ground nuclear testing, the wind, as I mentioned before, what the Japanese took advantage of in World War II, just to bring up that repetitive trope that irritates Brooke.
Oh, can we talk about the balloons? And
yeah, so we know about that. This is all based on the Kuroshiwa, the black current that carries that jet stream. And that jet stream goes over not just the Pacific Ocean, but the continent of the United States, indeed around the world. It circumnavigates the world. And this jet stream, of course, blowing over the North American continent, whenever the stupid Americans would blow a nuclear weapon, would carry the radiation all over the rest of the continent.
And you wonder why I used to call you anti-American. Do you know how many times you said stupid American in this fucking story?
Wait, they radiated the entire country.
Stupid American, stupid American.
They doomed you all with cancer. Of course they're stupid.
Yeah, honey, what would you describe them as?
Australians are worshipping the Americans, and we are stupider than us.
Who's worshipping the Americans?
The Australians, you said.
Some of them are.
Yeah, believe me, Nemo is painfully aware of that. Yes, the Australians are incredibly stupid for thinking the Americans won World War II for them when it's the other way around.
Well, I would like to get out of America. I'd like a little tent in Fiji. So can you go ahead and kick the bucket and give me your $50,000?
Yeah, there you go. And people wonder why I'm scared of this bitch. Okay, so at any rate, so all that wind would blow the radiation all over the rest of America with the conventional nuclear tests and give people cancer. So you can imagine what happened with a neutron bomb. So when the neutron bomb would blow, the wind would carry it all over the continental United States, and the rains would form from clouds that collected it and then dropped the toxins onto various residents. Now, only by a series of miracles did it avoid regular urban centers. That combined with some strategization, I can't even pronounce it.
I love it. You fucked the word up.
Foreplanning.
Write that down in a book.
Some foreplanning on the part of the Americans based on the old conventional nuclear bomb tests. So, based on the old conventional nuclear bomb tests, they avoided major cities. Most of the radiation went into what was generally uninhabited land or isolated towns. Towns that were like former mining communities in the Appalachians or the Ozarks.
Or like the South, like where Brooke lives, which is why she's so fucked up.
No, not down there, because all the military bases are down there. It was basically in areas mostly the Appalachians and the Ozarks and places like that.
Well, Ian's from Appalachia, didn't he say?
Yeah. But when it landed in those areas, they couldn't deploy the National Guard to kill all of the inhabitants who were converted, prionized, because they would talk. So what they deployed were specialized police units. So this was originally FBI SOG, Special Operations Groups, SOGers.
Now we finally got to this dog 2 hours later.
Yes, and also this was various other SWAT teams that they said, oh, you're going into special training, and they would get deployed for what was considered covert action. But they would tell everybody this is special training. Now, all of this is what led to the militarization of police forces. So police forces in America became incredibly militarized, like they were crack commando units. Armed and
Shoot
armored.
to fucking kill, bitches.
Yes. And so they were deployed to kill everybody in area. So when they were trained to do this, that's how they responded, because you respond like how you're trained. Good example for anyone who really doesn't get the message, because I know it's hard to get, because it's hard for people to imagine Americans killing fellow Americans like they were rabid animals.
What are you talking about? We do it daily right now.
Look, I appreciate what you're saying, and I certainly don't deny it. It's actually, what can I say? It simply validates my point. Yeah. But such being said, Americans may have still some hard time grasping this. I'll give you just a good example. Little tangent here. You fight how you're trained. And the way they used to treat the California Highway Patrol, train them, is that they would train... And by the way, the California Highway Patrol, most Highway Patrol, just so people understand, they're not your average police officer. Just so people grasp what a Highway Patrolman is like, the first thing that a criminal who's hardened and violent does after robbing a bank, a gas station, or knocking off a candy store, whatever they do, most of them get on the highway to escape as far away as fast as possible. So when it comes to normal police, they have a whole range of police responses, supposedly, theoretically, to various grades of threat that can involve, very innocuous things like rescuing cats from trees.
You're not going to say, let me just ask you this. You're not about to say that state troopers are more deadly than the local police officers.
Well, I don't know what they're like in your area. Maybe they're all fat and overweight and just unimpressive. But generally speaking...
No, but normally, we have more state troopers get killed in general in the U.S.
Well, that's the point. That's the point I'm making, is that a state trooper meets the... criminals who are escaping and who are ready to kill to escape. So the state troopers get the majority of the violence. Because the overwhelming majority of criminals escaping who are ready to fight are taken to the highways, it's the highway patrol that encounters the most violent criminals. Just so people understand this. So the highway can...
Right, but on a daily basis, the problem is you have your daily cops just dealing with gangbangers or drugs or whatever, and they're just so shoot to kill because that's the way they were trained to shoot to kill as well.
That's true.
They're
Yeah.
High alert.
Thank you.
Whereas the state trooper, 9 times out of 10, 99% of the time is pulling over somebody speeding, right? So they're not thinking they're pulling over that. And the 1% of the time that it is someone running, that's why the state troopers that aren't, because they're thinking they're pulling over someone speeding, or they're being, whereas the cops that are in the hood, they're just ready to shoot anybody. So they don't even know.
I appreciate what you're saying, but to put it into perspective, all police forces have been militarized. All police forces have been militarized pretty much with the shoot to kill attitude. The point that I would make, however, is that urban police do have a choice. A lot of people don't get this. Urban police, generally speaking, have a choice. They just generally don't respond to dangerous areas. That's a fact.
No. Well, you generally look there. Almost every shooting that we've had that has been unwarranted has been by our urban police. By
absolutely,
police
absolutely. Point well taken. I've mentioned that before. So when it comes to the highway patrol, you don't hear that complaint. Because you don't hear it because we've got police off, highways named after, it's sad when you see a state trooper killed that was, just pulling somebody over, he thought, and he's young and he has a wife and kid at home. You don't want to see that happen to anybody. So, but you hear more of. But you see, the point is that the reason you hear that complaint about state troopers is because most of their killings are pretty much cut and dry justified. They're pretty much, shall we say, obviously, self-evidently self-defense.
Right, or they get killed.
Yeah, or they get killed. So there.
Yes.
So that's the point to make. They're like the Marine Corps of the police force. Let's just put it that way. They're like the Marine Corps is to the Army. They're like that to the regular urban cops.
Look at you putting up my grandfather for just a second. Thank you.
At any rate, of course, honey. I will give appropriate descriptions where appropriate. And when it comes to what happened to the this one California Highway Patrol unit, they were trained by idiots in billing or accounting to recycle their ammo. By the way, just for people who don't know what this means, it means like reloading spent cases. So they would go on the firing range, they'd fire, and then they would bend down at under orders of the people training them. They would bend.
Why?
They would bend down and pick up all of the spent cases, put it in their pockets, and carry it back to be reloaded so that it could be used again on the target range. So then what happened was a big
I can see where this is going.
Firefight. And during a big firefight, something like half a dozen CHP officers were killed. This is outrageous, by the way. It's like what happened at Waco. The number of police officers killed was outrageous. Military operations, you can have a high rate of fatalities, and it's just expected. But when police have high rates of casualties or fatalities in a single operation, it's outrageous. So what happened was when they did their forensics on the bodies, they didn't even have to get to cutting open the bodies. They found it in the uniforms, the key to their death. They all died because they were
reloading with spent cases.
Yes, they were all picking up. All their pockets were filled with spent cases. Because during the firefight, they were just automatically, reflexively bending down, picking up the spent cases to put in their pockets, and that's when they got their brains blown out. That's just awful, but that's an example of you fight as how you're trained. So then what happened was they trained all of these special operations groups and police forces to respond by killing everybody in an area that was prionized, man, woman, child, animal. And so this became the norm for all police response. This is why at Ruby Ridge, at Waco, wherever these police responded, they killed everyone in sight, because this is how they were trained, all because of this legacy of the neutron bomb prionization. Does that make sense now in context, Nemo?
Yeah, so just ultimately saying the people at the siege were not infected with prions. But
not at all. No.
Okay.
Neither at Ruby Ridge nor at Waco. Nobody was a zombie. They were all just normal people. But at this point, we might as well all be zombies to the police because they respond as if we are. Get it?
Yeah. Well, Doug,
Also,
Waco was a MK Ultra facility, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's have Nemo go first before we go down that road.
Nemo. Sorry, go ahead.
They covered up a lot about because how it was burnt down. They say in the news, the people inside the compound burnt the building themselves, but there's bootleg footage of you seeing the tank ramming inside.
I don't think anyone's even claiming that anymore. I mean, if anyone ever tried,
footage isn't available.
Yeah.
I've only got the bootleg footage from an interview of Bill Hicks, and they got the footage. It was like a Texas.
Oh yeah, but just to clarify, I don't think any federal authorities ever argued that. I mean, actually, in all fairness, they first did. They tried that shit. I mean, good example was if you ever take a look at the original footage, which is like it then was scrubbed, but the original footage that everybody first saw originally was there was an officer who was on the roof, and you see him die because you see him actually throw in an explosive. You see the officer throwing an explosive through a hole in the roof that was made by the police, the ATF, And then when he throws in an explosive, you see him die because a bunch of bullets are firing up at him from through the roof. This was footage that was available at first and then got scrubbed. You can probably still find it on the deep dark web. But then you see that officer who got fired on by those bullets firing through the roof. He rolls down the roof and dies. What happened was what that footage didn't even show, not even the original footage, because they just started filming after the hole was made, was that the ATF made that hole in the roof, which makes perfect sense. There's no other reason for the hole in the roof. Obviously, the Waco inhabitants did not make the hole in the roof. The police did. So that's by the way, that's indisputable. So the police made the hole in the roof. 2 officers went in. As soon as they went in, the 3rd officer takes out his explosive and frags them, murders them, his 2 fellow officers, with that explosive. Oh. That was because they needed police to be killed so they could justify killing everyone in Waco. So the officer does that. He kills his 2 fellow officers, and while they're dying, it's their bullets that are firing up through the roof and killing him. By the way, this is also indisputable because it's all full auto, and it's like it's immediate. It's like he throws the bomb, and then you see the bullets coming up, and he gets hit by them. So he's killed by his own officers who he has just killed while they're dying. And so he rolls down and dies, and deservedly so. After that, they massacre everyone at Waco. So when they dispensed the and this was all found out on trial, when they dispensed this tear gas that was outlawed for use in war because it was so incredibly flammable, this is what really started the fire, and that was brought up in the trial, so that became history. That's indisputable. And the fire was so intense that it was the flames that basically caused the Branch Davidian flag, which is basically the Israeli flag, to burst into flames, because the heat was so intense that the flag spontaneously burst into flames from the heat of the environment. And so, yeah, I mean, it was just a massacre. Now, as for MK Ultra, it's... I
was going to quickly say, I also saw footage, though, of one of the tanks that were ramming in the side. Yeah. As it was pulling out, you could see flame coming out of a front flamethrower nozzle on the front of a tank.
Yeah, that's what they used to set the place on fire after throwing in all of the tear gas outlawed for use in war, because they knew it was highly flammable.
Find that, You can't find that footage anymore unless you look up this particular footage I have from a public access TV in Texas in the 90s.
Thank you.
They showed it.
I'm sure it's on the deep dark web if people search hard enough for this shit. But
can I ask Nemo a question?
Of course.
So you've heard of Bill Hicks?
Yeah. I've got all
Bill
his
Hicks?
live. I like his comedy, but I don't like him as a person because I don't trust it. He looks like a mind control victim because in some of his live performance, he breaks out in a British accent like some mind control.
And by the way, you know what's so alarming is that a lot of kids are doing that these days. So it's like either they're all falling under mind control or some bullshit's going on, because it's that's becoming like a common phenomenon. It's
called acting.
Nicki Minaj does it with one of her personas. She has multiple personas because she's a mind control victim. One of them's British.
Yeah, but she's like old school compared to these younger kids.
Oh yeah. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, this British accent thing's part of mind control.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. They'll go into some kind of British or Australian or Commonwealth accent that. But basically Gen Z. Gen Z is starting to affect a British accent whenever they want to change topic or something like that. It's really disturbing. So it's you've got this fake British accent videos, for instance, on TikTok. So you see all these kids who are in their mid-20s and they're fucking going into these fake accents as some kind of defense mechanism, a buffer is what they're saying. But this just goes to show that they found some new way of MK Ultra mind control without even the regular old process, where they're just doing it through the internet, and these kids are just like
the music, the TV shows they watch, all that shit.
Yeah. No, it's awful. It's and these kids think it's cool. I mean, this is like normalizing. You know how they normalize child
personality syndrome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, in Bill Case's Hicks, it was just an impression. He's not. Yeah, he's not a victim of that whole thing.
I
I
don't
know
know.
his brother. That's why I bring it up.
Let me look this guy up.
It didn't look like he was doing an impression because I can tell he'd go into it. It didn't make any sense when he'd go into that accent when he was telling his
Are you
jokes. It'd
talking
just
about
be
when he
random.
does the impression of him doing the English news?
Well, I mean,
No,
he's
not
dead.
that. No.
I mean, the guy's dead.
Yes.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah,
80s.
he died
I'm
2 years
talking in
ago.
some of his live performances, he'd just randomly break out into that accent. It had nothing to do with British people, anything British topic related.
I snap.
He'd just
Okay.
randomly go into that personality and snap out of it again.
Well, I like what Rotten Tomatoes says about him. It said
They reckon he's Alex Jones.
no, not that. I mean, I've heard that before, and that never made any sense. But anyhow, I like what the Rotten Tomatoes says. Largely shunned by network television for his ideas. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
He promoted
He was ahead of his time, Doug.
He promoted ideas that the American government hated and the military. And he was very philosophical in his live performances.
well,
He was the greatest human that ever walked this earth.
He's all right, but I don't fully trust him.
I love him. I don't care.
He's kind of a commie. I don't like communists.
yeah.
Well, I mean, everybody was like, so disenchanted back in those days with the whole Bush.
Yeah, well, a lot of young comedians.
Doug would like him. He was like a centralist who leaned left.
Oh, Doug, you would fucking love this guy. You would love him.
You'd like Bill Hicks, I reckon.
I don't know about that. You got a lot of people.
Maybe. You'd like
Younger
some
comedians
bits
are
about
saying. Younger comedians are saying that he was a bit misogynist, to put it mildly. So the guy
he wasn't.
No, that's bullshit.
He'd tell jokes that were just satirical about women, like Debbie Gibson getting ass raped by
That's so
Jimi
good. Yeah,
Hendrix.
the Debbie Gibson
That was a
joke.
good joke.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds
Doug,
like
I know
from.
he's a little too underground.
Somehow
for
that
Doug.
does
Like
not
that.
sound like a fucking goddamn good joke to me.
Yeah, thank you.
One of his most famous performances in 1989 I think it was in Texas. It just started out as a regular set and it gradually get very vulgar. So it started off with him just talking about dick jokes and then it grew to like Debbie Gibson being raped by Jimi Hendrix.
And if you laughed at that,
I mean, listen to this,
but
honey.
he hated Debbie Gibson because she was a phony musician who wasn't a real artist. He was shitting on phony musicians.
Yeah, but it's from what I'm reading, it sounds like he was a piece of shit. It sounds like basically what everybody's saying about.
There's slander though. There is slander about him.
Yeah.
I'm probably just jealous.
I mean, let's take
people.
let's take a look at this. Rob Oldham. Rob Oldham says, again, it's the toxic masculinity that's off-putting. In his Goat Boy character, he revels in these pedophiliac sketches.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's so
character.
funny.
How is this funny when he wants to?
Okay, wait a minute. When did he
You gotta
die?
say it to
No.
You gotta watch it.
Oh.
When did he die? What year did he die?
1986.
It was in 94 from lung cancer.
So is he too young to be reincarnated as our wonderful man that's now our misogynistic fighter that was arrested and now freed for a few moments, not in Ukraine, and
Romania?
Romania. Yes.
Oh, Andrew Tate? No, he died in 1994.
He sounds like
He's nothing like Tate.
He's nothing
People
like
are
Tate.
taking him out of. People are taking what he says out of context.
Tate back then.
Oh,
You don't get it. People are taking what he says out of context. All of that was just characteristic. You're not supposed to take it seriously as who he really was. He wasn't a woman-hating misogynist.
No,
He didn't go around beating women or treating them less.
So Andrew Tate was born before he died. He died in 1994. Andrew Tate was born in 1986. But I doubt I would have liked Bill Hicks. There's,
I just
you would
mean
love
that,
Bill Hicks. You would love him.
There's just some things you would agree with him regarding politics. What I mean.
I don't know about that.
well, that's what you don't know until you actually watch and listen. That's what I mean. I've watched everything he's done.
All I can say is that he doesn't strike me as
Hey,
someone...
Nemo, stand by. I'm going to send you a picture.
He would be on your side. If he ever met you and listened to, he'd be on your side.
I would hope that would be the case, but we don't know that. We don't know that. It's amazing how people are. It's amazing.
I've watched all of his interviews, his live performance. I'm not saying he's a good person. I'm just saying he cared about exposing evil and fighting against evil.
Yes, I'll just take your word for it. But he doesn't sound very pleasant from everything I'm reading.
No. Not everyone's gonna like. He was very anti-Christian too.
Yeah. So there you go with that. I mean, kind of like it is what it is. So
Yeah, I don't agree with everything he says.
So
I agree with everything he says.
So Brooke,
you're an idiot. If you...
So Bill Hicks, what was his? How does this connect again to the British accent stuff? It connects somehow.
Yeah.
That's how we got back to him, was because he would do this. He would do this somehow, go into the British accent.
Yeah. He was a comedian. He was an entertainer. He had to.
Yeah, but
no, you took what I said the wrong way again. He randomly break. I'm saying he was probably a mind control victim because he did that. Randomly break.
I get what Nemo is saying. It sounds like this guy. Yeah, if he's doing that, that's always off-putting. Probably
a victim of satanic ritual abuse, and that's probably why he did those most vulgar acts as Goat Boy and all that.
I'm best friends with his brother.
Yeah. So. What was that, Amy?
I gotta go to bed.
Oh, well,
thank you for another lovely evening.
Thank you, honey.
All the best, Brooke and Ian.
Yeah.
Dog,
have a good one, Amy.
Go to bed too.
Brendan's back. See, Brendan will step up. Will step up.
Yes.
There we go.
So, Amy, thank you so much for what you did with that link. It's so important. Okay.
It's cool. It's cool. I just wanted to say with this toxic masculinity.
Yeah, please.
My friend that I'm staying with.
Yeah.
She says that your kabuki theater and your drag.
Yeah.
It makes you a toxic feminist.
Okay.
That was a good laugh.
Yeah.
That was excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Good night. Yeah.
Did she mean that as a joke, or is she serious?
She did mean it as a joke.
Okay,
She was saying
thank
feminist because of the way you dress in drag to fool men and murder them.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
I thought he did that too.
Yeah.
Who you do that too, Ian?
No, I thought Doug did the same shit too.
That's why my friend was like, he's a toxic feminist.
He did that for protection, so he wouldn't get raped by them.
Ian doesn't listen, Amy. He doesn't. He's clueless. He's fine. He has no idea. Just don't repeat yourself. Well, the rest of us got it.
I love you. I need sleep.
Yes, we love you.
Have a good sleep, Amy.
Blessed be thy slumber, sweet be thy dreams.
I love you. Bye.
We love you too. Love you dearly. Bye. Okay, and Brendan's back. Yeah. So, Brendan, how's things? That was weird.
You need sleep too.
Meditate.
That was a long story, Doug.
It needed to be
explained.
It was a very long
story, Doug.
Because I thought
you.
Thank you. I thought it was. I thought it was a good one though. I thought, Nemo.
No, you did good. I mean, I didn't fall asleep.
I'm glad you explained it because I accidentally thought that you were probably referring that those people weren't. When I was listening to that interview years ago, that you was probably saying Waco Siege was infected with prawns.
No,
it wasn't.
Right. Oh God.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
This is why Doug needs a female to intervene, because I would have been like, Doug, can we get to the point of the question?
No, it's got to be contextualized and full technical detail.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Then you have a private call with that. So the rest of us, I had 3 or 4 dogs falling asleep in the floor.
I've been listening to Doug for 10 years, so I'm used to him explaining the full story.
Yes, honey. That's right.
My God.
Yeah.
This is like Professor Doug's story.
Yeah, that's right. So, Brendan, you there? Brendan, what's up? Dude. That's so
you did.
weird.
All I will say is, Doug, you tuned me in at the end very well, but the whole first 30 minutes were hard. Very hard.
I'm glad Nemo is, probably one of the culturally up-to-date person here with the whole knowing about Bill Hicks thing. I'm so impressed.
I watch a lot of old shit. I have an old soul.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, of course, you don't believe that he's Alex Jones, I presume.
No. I told you I'm best friends with his
just
fucking
something
brother.
that goes around on the internet.
Yeah.
It's just something that Ian also reposted on his fucking Facebook.
Did he really?
So much, Brooke. Thank you.
If it was
first time
forwarded to Ian,
the first time I heard
it,
that.
I assure you.
I rejected it. Yeah.
I mean, the reason I believed Brooke on that at first when she said it was because I've seen the shit you post on your Facebook page. Yes, Ian. Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh my god. So, such being said, so it was so weird.
He knows I give him hell. He knows I'm kidding, whatever. But I don't know. He could have reposted it. I wouldn't be if he got it sent to him. He probably did.
Yeah. Oh god.
What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about?
That you post all kinds of crap on your.
Oh, thank you.
And then we'll be like,
with
this
your
is
element.
bullshit, and you
Hold
will
on.
literally say, well, I just reposted it. I didn't read it.
Yes,
Ian.
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That was your defense, Ian. That was
Well, it's
literally
true.
your
I'm not going to lie to you about posting shit.
Yo, Ian, just stick
Yeah.
with your element and just stick with exposing the child trafficking and the tunneling because that's something you have most knowledge of and more wisdom
Okay.
about.
Well,
Don't
yeah.
post shit about
Oh,
outer
yes, he does.
space.
We do it.
Don't post shit about NASA faking shit because
Well,
you're
no,
just
it's
gonna
true
get
they
a lot
do.
of that shit wrong.
But anyway, I don't care what people think about my Facebook. If people are so stupid that they think a Facebook page is a reflection of the person itself, then
well, if
it's a
it's
warning
not,
sign
what
to
else
stay
would
away
it be?
it's just showing how stupid people are. Or
Okay,
letting
so
them
I
show-
should just go on there and be like, post shit, learn to read. Like, you just say, like, I want to rape children. I just reposted it and read it. Like, it's, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, there should be some reflection in it.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing. Nobody's going to that extreme. God damn, bro.
You said
God.
you didn't even read what the fuck you reposted it sometimes. You're like, I didn't even read that.
Well, what does that have to do with just raping kids? Nothing.
Because what if it said I rape kids? You reposted it because you said
No, I
I
did
didn't.
not see. Now you're making shit up. You're so stupid.
Whatever,
You're so
Doug heard
fucking
it.
stupid.
Well, you
We
did
were on the
upset
fucking
you
thing.
did upset Brooke by sending her that video of this kid that was being abused. Pretty.
Well, she needed that to straighten her ass out.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
Child
yeah.
rape is what straightens people out?
Yeah. Well, you're not saying it's not fake anymore.
I never said child rape was fake. I said
Yes,
that
you
you
did.
say
Yes, you did.
we
Yes.
are.
Yes,
He
you
goes
did.
on there and he posts, "We rescued them from underground," and I'm like, Ian, when did we do it last week? What were you doing? Because I'm pretty sure you're on the podcast for 12 hours, and I'm pretty sure you're sleeping or fucked up. Well, I didn't mean we as in me. I just meant we as in a team. Like again, what the word "we" implies we did something.
What are you talking about?
When you were like, we, it's on your we.
Well, I
did
say
it.
we all the goddamn time.
Oh my god.
You
Okay,
can't put one we
if I
into
go,
a
if
bunch
I
of
go,
we's.
if I go fuck the bitch or the guy next door, are you gonna be like, we did that?
Oh my
You know
god.
what you gonna say?
No, I'm just saying you can't turn one we into all the we's.
This is why you should not be allowed to speak. Hang out
Well,
when
this
we're
is why you
tired.
should not be allowed to think. I mean, come on.
I wish I wasn't allowed to think, because then I wouldn't have to think through all your dumb shit and wonder how the fuck you came up with it.
Oh my god. This is
I got blocked Brooke from my Facebook, so we don't have all these problems anymore.
Brendan. You gave us this Rumi poem, so come on for a second. You can tell us how you tried to ask Solomon Sheikh about Rumi and all you got was crickets.
Oh, we're going into Rumi now?
Yeah, Rumi the poet, yes. That's
Yes,
it.
Rumi,
But
yes,
Brendan
that's-
doesn't seem to be able to talk. He's able to enter things into the text, but he doesn't seem to be able to talk.
Is his microphone
Probably.
broken? I had that problem a couple of weeks ago.
Multitasking, maybe.
No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't order his shit from fucking China for $2.
Well, he's
Fuck, what
closer
is from
to it than
China?
I am. I don't see why he wouldn't.
Oh my god. Oh, so, oh my god.
You should just praise the Rumi to freaking fix it.
Honestly, honey, you wouldn't.
She's so quick. She
Yes.
is so quick. Let me tell
So,
you. Right off the tree.
I like Rumi. I mean, I don't know much about Rumi other than him being Indian, and that's about it.
I don't know. Is he Indian or is he like something else? He's like-
Rumi's like Vedic type stuff.
Okay, so here we are.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, our man
Right.
Ian is now sending things to our man Nemo saying, "Hey Nemo, have you seen one of these?" And it's a Bill Hicks. What is that?
What is that? His audio CD set?
It's everything. It's all of his official.
Yeah, His
Go ahead, go ahead.
performances. Yeah, I've downloaded everything he's done.
Cool. Awesome.
That alone is scary to me.
Because that was years ago when I did that. I love comedy, so I just look for the best comedians and learn everything about them.
Okay. All right. So Brooke, honey. Oh my
time to
God.
go.
Hey,
with
Nemo, did you hear his Elvis Presley sketch?
Okay.
His what's it called? Elvis's tour manager kid.
Oh my God.
Yeah, giving away all the Cadillacs and he went broke. That's how he died and all that shit.
Brooke, okay.
When
I mean, like, okay. I mean, look, I don't like talking about Bill Hicks either, and I don't.
Yeah, enough about that.
But I don't like also her favorite comedian, Dave Chappelle. So I mean, it's like
why don't you like Dave Chappelle though?
So how about we get Dave Chappelle and Bill Hicks together, and that would be like a black and white fest in repulsiveness. That would just be like, oh my God.
Could you tell me what you don't like about? I don't agree with everything.
I went in depth into it before, so we're not going to have Brooke suffer through that again. Yeah, that was like something I did one time, and it just like doesn't
go too well.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be done again. So Brendan, why aren't you speaking, lad? It's like he's like, Brendan, what's going on with you? It's like he's in this poetic mode. He's giving us poems, giving us the
I like it. It's very silent.
Yeah,
chill,
it's kind
calm,
of bizarre. Yeah,
nice.
now he's writing in fucking Sanskrit and shit. That's
He was on some good shrooms tonight.
Yeah, it was some real fucking heavy duty shrooms he put in that tea tonight. It was like, yeah, it started with a monkey, that may not be in the video.
I know, I need to look it up because I must have missed the monkey because I saw the cat, but I did not see the monkey.
Yeah, Brooke saw the video. She didn't see the goddamn monkey. Yeah. So, yeah, whatever shit he's on, he's seeing shit other people are seeing.
Is mushrooms legal in some states of America?
I don't know, and I don't care. I mean, that's
Well, in Colorado, they're legal.
No, in Colorado, they're legal if you get a doctor's prescription.
Oh. See, like I said, they're legal in Colorado.
medicinal purpose.
Oh my!
Brooke had to drag that out just a couple of words longer.
You've done mushrooms, haven't you?
I know. Because several months ago, when I was also sick, I asked the guy that
I was watching TV and I saw it on the picture box.
No, I asked that stupid diddler because he lives in Colorado to send me shrooms, and he was.
Oh! You mean what's his name? Borat or what's his name?
Diddler is what.
Josh Diddler. Josh Diddler is what I call him. Josh. His real name.
Mandark. That's his name. Mandark.
I don't even care. The point is, I literally was like, hey, can you send me shrooms? And this is what pussy is. I thought they're legal there. He said they're legal there. But he's like, I can't send those. What if I get arrested going through the mail? And I'm like, just mail them, through the mail. You don't put a return address.
Well, yeah, those shroom sniffing dogs at the post office are just everywhere.
And he's like, well, what if they were to fingerprint it? And I'm like, dude, you sent me $30 worth of fucking shrooms. You think they don't even fingerprint?
You're not sending anthrax to the fucking mail. They're not really gonna worry about fucking.
I don't think they care about shrooms.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way: he's chicken shit, and all he needs to do is fucking drive a bit because he's a driver and he adores you, and he should actually just fucking drive across the state line, mail him in another state.
Oh no, he would do that. No, he's already offered to come here with him, and I would not allow that. No. That he was going to do.
Okay. But I mean, he should have at least driven across the state line and then mailed them to you from a different state.
The point is, you know me, I can talk somebody into something. So I talked him into, or at least most people, not you. I still have not talked you into pain pills. But I was like, hey, you're gonna fucking do this. And then finally he went to the fucking place, and I'm on the fucking phone with him when he goes in, and then they're like, you have to have a prescription. Then looks up the fucking state law, and then that's where we found out now you have to have a fucking prescription. So the entire thing was
stupid as you.
He said that with a full mouth. He said that with a full mouth.
Yeah, stupid of me. I didn't bother to look it up. When somebody says shrooms are illegal in their state, I assume they fucking were. Pot's legal there. He went into a pot shop.
Oh my God. it's like, well, it's like, at any rate, probably for the best, Brooke. I mean, honestly, I don't think what these shrooms are really doing is they're like poisoning you, and your brain is releasing toxins is what causes the hallucinations.
No, it's not for hallucinations.
No, Doug is right. Doug is right. It is a poison. Doug is right. It is.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
Chemically,
poison.
it is.
You're
Yeah.
a poison, and we allow you to listen to podcasts. I wanted microdosing. I don't get microdosing from you. It's full fucking on. I don't want a hallucinogen like you. I wanted a micro dose, like 2 words from you every, like, is your poison, like 2 words a week. You know, like 1 word in the morning. That'd be like I. That's all you could say, and then tomorrow you could say want, and then the next day. What the fuck ever. I don't know, a word. That's microdosing. You are fucking full dose on poison.
Brooke, it's just like you reading a book. It's never going to happen.
No, probably not ever again.
Everyone's so cruel to each other. So, at any rate,
Brooke, what's the last book you read?
I believe it was like the autobiography of your mother, and that's why I'm never reading one again. Thank you for falling into that joke.
That's a good page turner right there.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yes, and you should also.
So, do y'all want to hear the new news, or what are we doing here?
What's the new?
I was waiting for George to get here because it has to do with George's neck of the woods.
Oh god. I mean, so. What's the new news?
Nobody cares about England, okay? They always fall off the fucking map. So I don't know why you're even bothering to read about it. And that's nothing personal to George. I hope he gets off the
Germany
island.
needs to take over England.
Well, actually, that I wouldn't wish that on Germany. I would not wish that on Germany. So let's avoid
More land
that.
for them.
Yeah.
Well, in Germany, they still have all their teeth. You know, they're still in there.
Yeah, German people are good looking.
Yeah.
They don't want to get mixed up in that.
Yeah. Yes.
No, but they'd exterminate all the British and take it over to make it new German land.
By the way, what are you eating, Ian? Just curious.
The apple fritter.
Apple fritter. I like the way he says that.
Yes. Because you totally need that to keep up that 21-inch waistline.
Well, the delivery, the fresh delivery truck gets here like right around like 3:30, 4 a.m. So I had to go to the store.
Did you get this from the fucking Wawa?
Of course.
No, I got it from the Circle K.
The other gas station in Florida.
It's so good.
Do you have anything besides gas stations you can ride that little bell back to?
Not this late.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess it is true.
Brendan, tell us about gas station diet. Tell us a bit about gas station dieting. What does it do to a person? Oh my god.
I love the apple fritter. It's so good.
Yeah.
All right, well, here, let me get to the news.
Yes.
So they had another fucking explosion. They had a chemical factory explosion shit. Let me get to it though. So now they're going to start closing up all these kitty diddling spots in England now. Or I assume they all stemmed from in the first place, but you know. Let me get to today's news. Where's today's news?
I
got it. Huh? What'd you say?
What website are you getting your today's news from?
I got a folder that I just
I know
on my desktop.
I just asked for the website that you're getting.
There is no website. Well, I mean, okay, BitChute.
BitChute.
Exactly. Fucking knew it.
But by the way, that would be technically referred to as a platform, right? Not a website. Just not to be an asshole. I'm just trying to, verify.
Yes, it's a platform, meaning I could have gone on there right now and said, my dog just saved the world and saved a million kids from underground South Carolina.
Yeah, you'll get some followers from
this
that.
idiot wanted to believe it because he was high enough. He'd be like, look at this rescue Roscoe dog. He just saved a million kids from fucking...
Amazing. Just absolutely amazing. Bro.
But by the way, Sammy Romero, who has been very kind to Brooke, says to me, your prion analysis is horrifically interesting. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He needs to get laid.
Does he ever enter the chat?
I have to call him.
Sammy?
He's
his wife is pregnant, and I'm telling you, he must be really bored if he thought that was horrifically interesting.
Don't those chicks get horny all the time, aren't they?
Obviously, you've never been laid, period. So we don't even
I'm still a
talk
virgin, ma'am. I'm still a virgin. I'm still a virgin.
So you wouldn't even know about pregnancy. You haven't even been
No,
laid
ma'am.
yet, okay?
No,
I mean, I don't think your
shoot it.
sister counts unless you want to count her.
I can't even shoot it these days. Let me tell you.
Oh, by the way,
That-
his sister stole from him. He doesn't even know what she stole, but he knows she stole something.
No, I got her on camera doing it.
What did she steal from you?
I have no idea. I don't know. She
You got it on camera, but you don't know what she stole?
Yes.
Actually, that's possible. I can actually imagine that because I'm a hoarder, and I could actually imagine if I had cameras up, I'd see people like stuffing shit in their shirt and stuff, and I wouldn't know what it was.
Well, her
Right.
triple F breast kind of like blocked the camera view, you know. So
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, she's got a lot to
Now you know
hide.
why.
in it.
Now you know number one why he fucks his sister, and now you know why number two she steals shit because she fucks him. Like any woman that has ever been in his house has stolen something. I can assure you.
That's true. You do get a lot of that, Ian. Yeah.
Well, they did steal the watch, but
And you
I
had the
think I
one
know.
steal all your drugs the other month. Remember, she stole all my drugs.
Yeah, that's right.
No. She did what was left. You know that was out and about.
Yeah. And
without permission.
Wait, by the way, our man Sammy has reminded me something about the situation. He says, I don't know what's worse, prions or anti-gods being loosened on this world. So I'm going to answer first a good point, and it reminds me of something to bring up about that subject.
Fuck this. I'm hanging up.
No, honey.
All right,
No, honey. Don't do that to me. Please. Just a little point to be made here that's extremely important. The only nation on Earth today to maintain a neutron arsenal is Israel. And the reason why is because the electromagnetic pulse from the radiation bomb, which is what a neutron bomb is, will deactivate or fry the microchip or circuit brain of an incoming missile. So it's the ultimate missile defense system. So in terms of Israel considering itself a 1 or 2 bomb state, meaning 1 or 2 bombs could wipe it off the map if they're potent enough or of high enough tonnage or magnitude, megatonnage or magnitude, then their answer is to basically throw up these neutron bombs to basically pulse out any incoming barrage of nuclear-tipped missiles. And the problem is, of course, they always knew that this would have the collateral effect of prionizing the population directly within the radius of the aerial explosions.
Therefore, like Netanyahu gives a shit about that.
Well, this is why they built that big wall. And this is why the movie World War Z, which was written as a book by a Jew, the son of Mel Gibson, excuse me, not Mel Gibson, forgive me, Mel Brooks, the son of Mel Brooks.
I was about to say, did you really convert?
Thank you.
Yeah, because Mel Gibson, he was.
He was anti-Jewish. Yes, I know. He was Judeophobic, extremely Judeophobic.
Still is.
Yes, of course.
He still is. Yeah, he's got a new movie coming out about it.
Oh God. Okay.
It's supposed to be like a 4-part series, though.
Anyhow, Max Brooks, by the way, I personally met Max Brooks, and actually, he was sitting. So I actually, because he was behind a comic book convention desk, and he was sitting down, so I had him autograph a comic book for me on his World War Z, and I actually knelt down so I could speak to him face to face, and asked him for permission for making his World War Z into a board game, a strategic military simulation. And I was doing this on behalf of a friend I was trying to do a favor for. And he said, oh, well, I really have no control over the property any longer. Now it's the property of these guys who are behind him. So I actually asked them, and they gave the son of a bitch a call who I was trying to do a favor for, who was this, engineer guy who had no life and was basically unemployed, and he was too overqualified to be employable. and because he had a double engineering degree.
Oh, I thought you were talking about E until you said too overqualified.
Yeah, God damn it. Yeah, Brooke, I was going to squeeze you into that. God damn, you did good, girl. You did good. You did good. I was waiting to squeeze you, but that was good, though. You beat me to it. You did good.
So
Love you.
So at any rate, so the fucker was called up by the company that was actually gonna, I think it was Avatar Press. That was the name of his Avatar Press. And they called him trying to make a deal with him. And then the fucker was too lazy to go for it. What a piece of shit. You know, I felt I owed him a favor, tried to do for him, and you know, he wouldn't do anything with his life. He was just a lazy piece of shit. But at any rate, so my point was, when it came to Israel, so you had this Jewish guy write World War Z, but in that the Israeli wall is not a part of anything in the book. So Max Brooks did not think that. And when the property was owned and was sold to the Israelis who made this film, because it was filmed in Israel, World War Z, then they made the wall completely justified by a zombie outbreak. And the only reason a zombie outbreak would happen is because the Israelis would launch a series of neutron salvos. So that's the whole point of World War Z, is what the Israelis are saying is we need to defend ourselves, and zombies are a collateral product, but we've got the wall for that. And in the end, we're justified. That's the horror of the Israeli mindset. And they're willing to create a zombie problem.
Okay, and then what was Sammy's question on it? Which is more dangerous? What was it?
Oh, he was just saying, I can't imagine which is worse, the prion outbreak or the anti-gods unleashed upon the world.
I really don't think that's fair that Israel gets a wall, but we don't get a wall. You know, it's just like so unfair.
But they're the chosen people.
I don't know who the anti-god thing still kills me. Like, I think the anti-gods have been here for a while. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, in terms of,
I don't see anybody bitching about fucking Israel having a wall, so it just goes to show you how.
Plenty of people are bitching about Israel having a wall. Believe me.
Like all the Palestinians.
Yeah, and by the way, so if people don't get the horrible dehumanization propaganda of World War Z, where the Israelis are justifying their wall by a zombie problem that only they can create, then if you don't get the hypocrisy and horror behind that as offensive,
right?
Yeah, think of Green Inferno, which is really offensive, where you get one of the fuckers who was involved with Inglourious Bastards, the Jewish guy who played the character called the Bear, who kills Nazis with his baseball bat. That guy directed the Green Inferno, and the whole point was it's anti-Palestinian propaganda. The Israelis view the Palestinians as an indigenous population, but they view them as hostile, savage, and in need of extermination. So the Green Inferno shows a bunch of liberal propaganda students, or liberal students of anthropology, really, and they get shot down, or their plane breaks down over the emerald rainforest. And when they crash, then these indigenous people, the local tribes, torture them, cannibalize them. And the only survivor is this white girl who they're about to skin alive or whatever and cook and eat. And she gets rescued, and then she rescues the indigenous tribe from massacre by the people who rescue her. And the guy who directed the film, basically his point
he rescued everybody from the indigenous tribe except for one guy named Ian. She decided to leave him.
Yeah. So what the guy's trying to convey, this is his point, is that he's saying that all the Palestinians are savage, and if you were caught by them, they'd torture you, rape you, eat you alive. And yet, if the liberals were subject to that fate and they got rescued, they would still defend the Palestinians because the liberals are pathological liars. And, basically that's what he's trying to convey in the film, is that these people don't deserve your empathy or your sympathy. They deserve to be exterminated. So that's the point of the film Green Inferno, is a propaganda film against indigenous peoples,
trying to make them out to be brainless savages.
Yes, of which the Palestinians are considered among them. And so that's the, that's well, there you
But
go.
it's the definition of all religion and everybody that gets into nationalism for their country or anything else. I mean, at the end of the day, when you try to separate yourself and make yourself better and see something else that's less than gay or straight, Christian, Jew, like, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. Not every Jew is bad.
Obviously, we've stated that multiple times.
Yeah,
So
right.
7
Yeah.
out of 10 of them are bad. Probably 10 are decent. The ones of the Davidic bloodline
Hey,
are
that's
supposed to
better
be the
numbers
true
in
good
Florida,
Jews.
because Florida's 9 out of 10 are bad.
Yeah, it
Holy
depends where
shit!
you are, too.
Oh my fucking god! Oh
I
my
was
god!
just being nice by saying 7 out of 10 were bad.
I'm not saying, I'm saying 7 out of 10 Jews might be bad, but 9 out of 10 Floridians are bad.
Yeah.
Oh my
Why?
god!
Because we didn't go to Clemson?
It might have helped you out a little. I don't know. You should have
Oh,
That was good. That
yes.
was good.
So yeah. That being said, hopefully now people understand the geopolitics of the neutron bomb.
Why don't we talk about something current? You know, like
That's
Can we do
current. That's current.
So I want to do current. So what do you think about the Saudi prince now pulling back on the oil, up in the oil prices, and pulling away from Biden?
Fuck, I
God,
thought you was going to ask me,
stupid.
what do you think
Say
about
oil.
all the
Oh,
controversy concerning the Saudi merger with the golf tournament shit?
Yeah, Brooke, let's try to stay relevant here.
So, Doug, are there some actual nations that still have neutron bombs, even though they're supposed to be dismantled? Like, you think America or Israel still keeping some?
No, like I said, Israel's the only
He just
nation.
said Israel's the only one that has
Only,
one.
Yes,
only
the
Israel.
one. Yeah, it's only.
And don't they
Israel.
call it the Iron Sky or the Iron Curtain?
I don't
Do
know.
you think they're going to use it in the future?
I hope not. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but in
Right.
terms of the Iron Sky, no, that's totally different. That's an anti-missile system that's dealing with very small rockets. We're talking about stuff that are like Bangalore torpedoes that are manufactured.
There's videos of it.
Yeah, that are do-it-yourself. I mean, these are like improvised explosive rockets that are developed by Palestinians in their backyards and shit. So that's what the Iron Sky defeats. So it's not like it's some high-tech wonder, okay? Everybody...
Well, I've seen it in action. It works.
Well, yeah, like that guy who was on my show, who was Pacuan Moreles' brother-in-law, who he later shattered his fucking jaw into 7 pieces.
Yeah.
That guy, it was in Israel. He's Jewish, and he was in Israel when the Iron Sky was deployed and saw incoming Palestinian missiles blowing up over his head. So, yeah, the shit gets like 99% of them or something. But like I said, this is just slow-ass shit. I mean, it's not like it's radar-guided or high-tech.
Right.
No, it's really antiquated. It's what we get to see on the TV, but it's so antiquated compared to what is
Thank
actually out
you,
there.
which is what Brooke Gibson was pointing out earlier. So what you said about as for the oil, honey, I honestly, to tell you the truth, I'll have to look into that because I didn't. I think that first off, Biden was never really close with the Saudis. He had.
No, he wasn't. They
Yeah.
did that homebody living near their home little bro shake when he first came on, and when Biden first came on, he went over there and did all that. But and they just and one of our head guys is there right now. But during this, the Saudi prince announced we've been trying to get him to not go up on oil to stop, to basically stopping production, slowing down production to up the prices.
Right.
And
So
we've been trying to stop that, and he said absolutely not. And he's ready to do away with his. He said he's ready to do away with his, or like he has no interest in Biden anymore.
right. So basically, you do know that Mohammed bin Salman is the guy's name. You may not know that. Don't worry about that.
No,
But-
I don't even know half the people on here's name.
Yeah,
I
don't
only
worry.
remember Nemo's
Obvious.
now. Finally, I took years to learn Ian's. Nemo, I remember only because of the little fish.
Yeah, that's cute. Yes, that's right. That's adorable. Yes, think of Nemo Albano swimming in the Great Barrier Reef and shit. And he's nesting in one of those like coral reefs and shit. But in terms of the Mohammed bin Salman, who's the dictator of Saudi Arabia, the what they would call a they have a special name for it, absolute monarch. He's the absolute monarch. It's the actual word for it. So that's the form of government of Saudi Arabia, is absolute monarchy, meaning the king has all power.
Yeah, don't need to go into all that. That wasn't what I was asking.
No, but my point is, well, it is important. You do know he was the guy who had murdered Khashoggi. Remember that? You do know that, okay? By torture.
You're talking about the one that they had carried out in a suitcase?
Yes, the one they sawed into little pieces while he was still alive.
Horrible.
Yes.
In the embassy here. Yes.
Yeah, it was in the embassy in Turkey. But
I was in Turkey. I thought it was here.
Oh God! Yeah, if it was here, that would be bad. Yeah, that would really be bad.
I just remember his fiance was outside the embassy waiting.
I can't understand why the fucker actually went in there to get his marriage certificate. It's like something like one of those decisions that I can't understand how he could have taken that risk. I don't know why he did that, and not to blame him. I don't want to blame the victim, but
I guess you just think of, like as an American, to be honest, because now I've seen this and would know, but as an American, maybe he should know more. Obviously, he was in this world, but I would think it's a government building. Like, I don't think if I go into the DMV, I'm not. The only time I think I'm going to get shot is by some crazy ass, not the government themselves.
But just to put this into context,
because you're naive.
Yeah.
I was naive.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Like, now I can see how these things happen.
Yes, thank you.
At the time, I would not have.
But just to put this into perspective further for all our listeners, Turkey is a totalitarian dictatorship ruled by a madman named I'm blanking out. Erdogan is his last name. Recep Erdogan. But when it came to Erdogan, he just let this happen. And the reason why, you got to remember, is Turkey was responsible for one of the largest genocides in history, and that was the Armenian genocide in World War One. And the motherfucker in charge now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, thank you for the full name, Nemo. Basically, this motherfucker is like taking it to even further extremes. But in terms of the Turks, they deny their genocide, unlike the Germans who owe up to theirs and provide reparations and all this shit. Holocaust museums and all this crap. The Turks provide nothing but denial. They deny the Armenians. And again, another point against the Israeli state and many Jewish people who abide by this. The Israeli state and many Jewish people also deny the Armenian Holocaust because they want to have total monopoly over all human suffering. And that
the sympathy card.
They want the most victim points.
Yes, they want the most victim points on Earth, and of course that makes the whole situation even more offensive. And the Turks, by the way, to show you the horror here, the Turks gave Princeton millions and millions of dollars to build a new wing of Princeton to educate people about Islam. And in return, Princeton denies the Armenian Holocaust. For a center of higher learning and education, an Ivy League school no less, to deny a historical mass murder, a historical extermination campaign just for money, it's, America is no better.
Okay, but you have to stop there. You have to wonder, hey, how did you get there? How do you get there? You get there through money and through politics. And so we can look back and go, well, how the hell did they allow that? But think about it right now. And this is not trying to hit on Ian. But in Florida right now, they're trying to do away with talking about racism and slavery in the system.
Yeah.
Right?
It's true. It's true.
When did this happen?
Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, Ian, are you serious?
What are you talking about?
Oh my
What
God,
are they doing?
Ian, you live in this state.
You live in the state.
What are you talking about?
Well, maybe Ian doesn't really live there. He's just physically there, but mentally
he's spending too much time looking in these underground
Thank
tunnels.
you.
To know what's actually going on above ground.
Thank you.
You don't even know you don't actually know what's going on. That's why you can't tell me shit.
Thank you. No, Ian.
Just Google it. DeSantis, they're doing the. Oh my God.
DeSantis is running this.
You can't even say it. You can't even say it. What are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Hey,
What are you talking about?
All right.
actually, Ian, honestly,
shit right fucking goddamn now. You won't fucking shit, stupid ass.
honestly, Ian,
Yeah, cool.
I'm so upset by what DeSantis is doing and what he's been doing that I myself find it difficult to express. But he's been. You must know at this point that DeSantis is this horrible political reactionary whose ideology.
DeSantis defends blocking African American Studies council in Florida. DeSantis defends removing black whatever. And there's tons of like you can read it everywhere.
Okay. Show me what you're reading. Okay, because I have not heard about this.
Oh God, Ian, this is so upsetting. Honestly, Ian, I'm just.
Well, I don't really like DeSantis, you know.
Well, I would hope not, and I appreciate the fact that you don't like it.
Did you see my new article about him letting the child pornographers off with light sentences?
Nice surprise.
It does make me, not just why do you focus on that so much?
I don't even.
Well, because it's true. It's true.
Well, not denying the fact that there is this going on out there. I mean, it's definitely
They're trying to normalize pedophilia now. They've gradually
Oh
been doing
my
it.
God! Shut up, please.
No, it's true.
Okay, you thought you weren't fucking Fox News right wing material.
You don't get it. You don't get it.
Right fucking there is.
There are groups that are trying to be accepted and tolerated where they can, as long as they're having consensual sex.
What do you
like
call
NAMBLA and
what do you call
like
groups?
NAMBLA?
Bro, don't cut them off.
You know NAMBLA? They're trying to make everybody accept that it's okay for them to consensually be in a relationship with a young boy.
Okay, so
North American Man Boy
okay,
Love Association.
yeah,
It was founded by a Jewish person.
Okay,
Thank
I
you
didn't
so
know
much,
that
Steve.
part. I didn't know that part. I hate to say it, but
How many people are members of it? And I mean,
And they tried assimilating themselves with the LGBTQ community, but they actually told them to fuck off.
right. So just to put this in perspective, it used to be called NAMBLA and MAMBLA both. It went by both acronyms, and the core acronym is for Man Boy Love Association. It became North American Man Boy Love Association, but understand the fact that the North America part is optional means it's actually international.
It's worldwide, yeah. In
Yeah,
Europe,
so-
they have it in European countries as well.
Yeah.
But that's child molesters that want to do that. So that's not fair to say that the majority, like all LGBT.
Oh yeah, but that's what they were disambiguating that. So what happened was Nemo and Ian were pointing out the fact that NAMBLA was trying to approach the LGBTQIA plus community for a normalization parallel, and they were rejected.
But that's what Fox News is promoting, because I had that stupid guy from fucking Florida call me and fucking tell me, and he was too stupid before I was fucking gay. He told me, he's like, well, the LGBTQ community is now.
Yeah, I'm not saying the LGBT.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what he told me.
Yeah.
From the same age.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
saying that is being promoted out there.
Right.
I know.
Yeah, because we asked you, Brooke. Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
I'm just saying there are groups out there who are trying to be accepted so they can have sex with kids. So to make it legal, there are groups
There are
trying to do
people
that.
out there trying to be accepted to have sex with animals. There are people
Yes,
out
I
there
know.
trying to be accepted
Peter,
to
that's
murder
called
people.
Right. But just to.
Fuck you. Okay.
Oh
I'm done
no,
with this
Brooke.
conversation.
What I'm saying is that
Fuck
I just.
that son of a goddamn bitch.
Oh
You
right.
don't-
Who was the guy in Florida? Who was the idiot in Florida you were talking to?
It doesn't matter. He just fucked over. Don't have me back on with him ever again. Fuck him.
Who was he again?
Who?
What?
The Florida guy?
Yeah, who was the Florida guy? I forgot.
I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about.
No, I do. I mean, I do to an extent. Somebody was in Florida that was really upsetting to her. Is she still on?
She was talking to some dude that went to the
No,
gym
she
or
left.
something.
She left?
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Yeah.
All right, all the listeners can come back now.
So you-
all right.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that international NAMBLA group,
Yeah.
I think it was Switzerland or one of those northern European countries. This dude was actually saying in the interview that was being either live recorded or just recorded to play on TV. He said, "Don't be ashamed. Be proud to be a man lover." And angry parents out the front of his place protesting him. "Come out here, you fuck! I'm gonna kill you!" Throwing bricks at his windows and shit.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure. I'm sure. So let me just get this message over to Brooke.
Yeah, send that to Brooke. Tell her,
Well, I'm trying to get her to come back on because this is
Yeah.
this is not the time to leave.
Yeah, no, apologize to her and say, look, I'm sorry the world doesn't evolve around you at all times. I do apologize.
Let's hope she responds to this. If not, I'll try my best to explain where she was
She's
coming.
not going to turn down that free attention. She's not.
You
should know this by now.
Well, it's hard to tell where people are coming from.
What did Nemo say to her to piss her off?
Very funny.
She took what I said the wrong way. She took what I said the wrong way.
Oh, but I was trying to explain to her. Yes. It's awesome. Maybe she just needs to sleep, but God, I hope she sees what I said. Now, what was it Samuel Romero said? Didn't Aquino talk about raveners invading the country? Remember you talking about it when the Reese monkey was exact product. God, if only he could come on to speak more exactly about what he was talking about. But yes, Aquino did speak of this. Yes, that's right. Yes, I discussed this. Discussed such with Jameson Reese. That's what he's referencing. I discussed such with Jameson Reese, what Aquino was speaking of with the Raveners and the potential for, of course, zombie prionic outbreak. Okay. Oh my God, the stress.
Oh, speaking of Aquino,
yeah.
I came across this old like newsletter bulletin from like the early 2000s, and apparently Aquino became the I say something like a base commander, kind of, not exactly a base commander, but he came like a little whatever, like a commander of Dulce.
Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that makes sense. I
could see now that I picture Aquino being whatever commander of Dulce. I mean, everything makes sense now that has been all the rumors and shit have been coming out there.
Oh yeah. I mean,
because of all that grey alien horseshit that comes from the Dulce conspiracy videos, it makes sense that Aquino would be.
No, I'm talking about the man and the woman that were split in half and sewn back together alive, and a half man, that kind of shit. The alien shit is just that's what they tell white people to make them look stupid.
Yeah. Did you see Stan Friedman and Richard Dolan, the fuckheads, promoting that shit out, the grey alien at Dulce? It's so stupid.
Yes, that's what.
That's just a cover for.
That's all they're good for.
They need their faces
pile
caved
of
in.
kids' corpses stacked on top of each other after they were raped. Yeah, that's.
They just keep spreading lies. Richard Dolan's you see him on History Channel when NASA discovered this weird-looking asteroid, and he's like, "Oh, this has got to be from an alien source, and aliens could be in it. Could be an alien ship disguised as a asteroid." He's such a fuckhead when it comes to that, promoting propaganda of extraterrestrial.
Yeah, Nemo.
Of
Dulce,
course.
Area 51 were just kiddie brothels. There were no fucking aliens. It was just a kiddie brothel. That's all it was.
Because Rusty Nelson exposed this when he was blackmailed into becoming a photographer for taking pictures of snuff films and kids having sex with generals and soldiers. Yeah. He said he was on he said on these bases that private jets would be flown in with children coming in from other countries to be sex slaves for deserving generals and high-ranking affiliates in the military. And they tried to turn him into a sex slave one time, and then he just ran out of the place, leaving his cameras and foolishly leaving his camera behind with evidence which he could have used.
How old was he? Why would they want to turn him?
He would have been in his late 20s, maybe.
Okay, I mean he's a bit old to be a sex slave by their standards.
Yeah. They tried to make him get fucked by one of the dudes. Like when he was being a photographer for these people.
Right.
Larry King, that black
Yeah.
guy that was
Yeah.
pimping out kids. You know.
Right. Larry King. I know who you're talking about. Yes, that's quite right. Yeah. Oh my God. So, I'm just, I've just left. Okay. Yeah. You know, when Brooke just leaves like that, it does leave me hanging, kind of like, how do I say it? Kind of, deflated. So both of you carry on while I listen for a few minutes, try to get myself together, and try to, think of something to bring up that would have been relevant. I mean, it's kind of like it's not relevant when she's gone, so maybe I'll save it for Sunday. But basically trying to respond to Florida and kind of what's going on in there. I did want to, provide a bit of an analysis. And then she does that. I mean, it's like...
Yeah, no, thank you for the link, Brooke. Brooke sent a link about Ron's opinion.
Yes.
So, it's the New York Times, of course. Oh, what a surprise. Oh, Brooke, baby. Somebody needs to get her like an IP blocker or something on... So she doesn't read this bullshit. Don't they have like kid-proof software? So kids don't look at porn. Well, we can get one where Brooke doesn't read news. It'd be great,
Oh my God.
But anyway.
That's.
I
funny.
go easy on her.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, of course.
You should. You shouldn't. She needs it.
She would say the same about you, Ian. You do know that. So.
I know. Well, I mean, but still, I sound smarter than her, so I'll always win.
She has a good heart, so don't pile on her.
Oh. Well,
no, she really is stupid.
Oh my God!
She is stupid.
No, Ian, that's kind of cruel, isn't it? I mean,
I think you mean...
No, that's her nature. I mean, she's used to this kind of thing. No.
Females just don't process their thoughts the same as men.
Oh my God!
In terms of logic. It's more emotional. I'm not saying they don't think with logic. I'm just saying they're more prone to processing their thought with
emotion.
God,
you do realize that's a sexist stereotype. Oh my God!
I didn't mean to sound... I thought it was a natural thing. Everybody would knew. That's way men and women.
Oh my God!
I didn't mean to sound sexist.
It does come across as such, just so you know.
My apologies.
About everything.
What's that, Ian?
Brooke's oblivious. We'll put it like that.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Look. All right. So both of you, let's
right?
Let's get on to a topic that's not so.
Well, this will bring her back if we keep on talking about her. She'll
what about China keep trying to take over Taiwan? How hard are they pushing on towards that now?
I mean, basically, I do want people to understand that I'm probably going to dedicate, if I'm able to produce on Wednesday on my channel. Yeah, I might just do the entire after Peter leaves. I'd have to bring someone to help me break for a refresher, and then then go straight into monologue, and then I will cover that. I mean, basically, there's just so much to catch up on, obviously. But I'd cover a bit about the current events in Israel, Taiwan, etc. Oh my God, it's just.
Have you been following the 7 Islands about Japan? They posted something new. There was a new article that came out about it.
Oh, please, do share it with me, please.
Yeah, I forgot where I put it, but apparently the Chinese or the good China and America, they did complete the. Hold on, let me get it. It's like encircle to U.S. or whatever. They did it. Like they mapped out all of Earth 2 now. It's done.
Wow. So, yeah, by all means, just when you find the link, please.
See if I can fucking pull this thing up real quick. But we're going to be able to move there soon. I mean, I can't wait.
Oh, my God.
I wanted them to just get all this shit done and then kill whoever was back there hiding it from us. Get them out of the way. And then, so we just go in there and, move in and shit,
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean?
Oh, please.
I mean, I have an idea who was back there hiding it from us, but I don't want to say it here. But, a protected
population.
Population. Yes, thank you. You know, I think they were back there hiding this from us, but no, we've never heard of, you know. But anyway.
Oh my god.
But you know, that'll explain where they're all hiding. You know.
Just to go back about the prawns, you know, the massacre in Rwanda. Do you think prawns had anything to do with people being infected and having to be slaughtered off, or that's just something else? In Rwanda in the 1994 and 95 in Africa.
Oh God, no.
Was that the Ultra thing where they were doing the RFID shit that drove them crazy?
No.
So it wasn't prawns, all right.
No,
right.
God, no. It's just all that was just pure racism amongst each other. Just understand, when I use the term racism, we need to expand the concept. It's kind of like, you know, the old.
Redefining it.
I'm sorry, what?
Redefining racism.
No, we wouldn't use the term redefining. I appreciate your attempting to help by.
All right, I'll shut up. I'll go on mute.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that. It's not that.
Broader perspective of what it really
what I
is.
mean to say is, like, you know, the old stereotype. Which I understand may or may not be actually accurate, or at least not in the way we understand it. But the old stereotype is that the Eskimos, which is, by the way, a racist term as I understand it, and therefore we aren't supposed to use that term. The correct term would be Inuit, or Alaskan indigenous peoples, or indigenous Alaskans, that sort of thing.
I'll just say Eskimos.
Yo, God. So the Inuit. Yeah, that's what was I gonna say? Oh yes. So the old stereotype was that they have like 20 words in their vocabulary for ice or snow, because they can disambiguate various types of ice or snow, that which is safe to walk upon, that which is dangerous, etc. And so this makes sense. It's something like that has to be real. So when it comes to war, we need probably something like 20 different words for war. War is just this incredibly encompassing term that really is, in a sense, used, and it's hard to tell what somebody means by war, except in context. So when it comes to the word, what was the word I was using again that I said was, Ian came up with the redefine thing for it? Was it
redefine racism?
Racism, thank you.
Sorry.
So, with racism...
Re-race. We'll call it re-race. That's genius. Re-race.
Well, we're not trying to redefine anything. We need like 20 words for quote-unquote racism. It's like...
We only need one word for idiot.
Oh, thank God
you're
back. Thank God. I was trying to respond to the entire affair of what's going on with this this battle for history, honey. So I'm I was trying to do that, and believe me, we it wouldn't have made sense for me to go into it without your being here. So
let's go back into back up first. Let's go back into our PETA comment.
PETA.
You said I hung up because of Florida boy. I hung up because of freaking our boy.
That was
over
a joke.
Oh yeah, his.
I didn't really mean they fuck animal, because South Park did a whole episode about it. It's a common joke.
Okay. The one thing I will say about PETA. Okay, I'm not defending Nemo, because I don't believe he needs to be defended here. He made a joke that was poorly delivered. So it didn't sound funny. And so the one thing I will say about PETA is, however, in their attempt to have humans understand the horrors that animals suffer, they try to portray human victims of what happens to animals, like when animals get caught in traps, or even roach motels.
You can. That's my thing. You can go. It's just like no one will ever agree 100% with you. You can make two different sides of World War II. You can sit there and say, well, these were good things that Hitler did and great things about him, and bad things. there's always going to be two sides to a story, depending on your perspective. Everything is perspective. But at the end of the day, what PETA has tried to do is stand up for animals that were being inhumanely killed in horrific ways. And people and you know, living in the South where I do, you know, PETA is a big thing. You know, it's on everybody's truck, like kill PETA. You know, they hate PETA. I mean, PETA is just, you know, the thing that
the people saying that.
Oh yeah,
like
it's on bumper stickers. Shit. It's on every truck bumper. It's along with, you have now a MAGA bumper sticker and that hate PETA, kill PETA.
Oh well, that makes sense. MAGA people would say shit like that.
So, I mean, you know, if I don't watch South Park, if you say it was a joke, that's fine. But that is why I take it seriously, because, yes, I agree with what Douglas is saying. I think, you know, you can look at, you know, the Humane Society of the United States or other places that have done things, or World Wildlife Fund, things that have come out for animals in not such an aggressive way. PETA did it in an aggressive way, but they also got a lot of attention for it and made a lot of people like me, when I was 12 years old, stop and go, oh my God, and watch one of their videos and actually see the slaughterhouses and see.
The activism's for a good cause. Even though it's a bit extreme, it's for a good cause.
Yes, and that's all I'm saying. Yes, sometimes it's very extreme to people, but they're doing it for a good cause.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's my point with you.
I love animals, don't get me wrong. I'm against all victimization and abuse to animals.
Well, Brooke's really stupid, so she takes things personally. So, you know,
sometimes I say jokes in bad taste.
Ian, I mean, we don't.
Did you just say I'm really stupid, Ian? Because here's the thing. I actually agree
well, here's the thing. I'll do it in front of your face, not behind your back. So,
I wish you would. Because
there you go. There you go.
Because here's the thing, baby boy.
There you go.
I actually agree with hunting. I don't agree with I think that people that want to hunt and want to hunt, and I do not believe you could tell people they should not be able to get animals. Just like you shouldn't be able to tell anybody they shouldn't have a religion. I disagree with putting animals in slaughterhouses and doing it the way we're doing it in mass.
I agree with you too on that.
But what I am saying is, since I agree with hunting, I would love for your ass to call me stupid in front of me, because you'd be the first motherfucking damn thing I shot.
Ow.
Is that like a compliment or something?
No, it's fucking not. It would be like, I would not, to have your head hanging over my fucking mantle is not what I really want.
I know you do.
Oh my God.
At least I know if I ever needed some blower drugs, where to get it from. If your head was up there.
So sweet. Thank you so much, Brooke. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Oh my God.
Go ahead now.
I think that we've covered quite a bit. Oh my God, I'm left just speechless. I'm speechless. But what I do want to say is that,
do you think if I shot Ian, did I have to take his kneecaps out first or his balls out? Or do you think if are there balls to take out? Like, what do y'all vote?
Replace his kneecaps with his balls.
At any rate,
she's so intelligent. She's just so intelligent. Let me tell you.
I think that.
I don't think okay, whatever.
I'm just joking, Brooke. You're not stupid. I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, thank God.
No, I mean, I think it's a good question whether I should take your kneecaps out of your balls first, because I'm going to let you suffer.
I'm just impressed you even know how to use a gunner, let alone,
It's not like you move fast. It's not like I have to be a good shot.
And he's a big target.
Oh my God.
I really got it. He's only got 21 inch waist, man. He's pretty small.
Okay. So, I think.
Well, Brooke, thanks for making it awkward. I appreciate it.
I think it's a lot less awkward now than it was before. Really, I think that we've kind of vented quite a bit, and I think that's a good thing. And so we are definitely in a better space. We're in a better space.
Forgive me about that joke. I didn't mean offend.
Yeah, no,
I don't
I
apologize
get it
to
now.
her.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh my
Well,
God.
no, you gotta remember, Brooke. Not everything in the world revolves around you. He wouldn't even
I don't know what world you are living in, but yes, it does. Okay, so get back.
Okay,
to
I'm
it.
sorry.
Obviously,
I'm sorry. Let me apologize for Nemo then. I am so sorry.
You have been underground too long if you don't think everything revolves around me, baby.
Yeah. Well, what are you wearing, Brooke? I don't have my camera up today.
Fuck you. And you're not lucky enough for me to give you the camera today.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I'll use my imagination tonight, even though I just turned one of the models down to come over, but it's okay.
Oh my God. Why
Honestly, I'm still sitting downstairs. I decided to sleep down here because I decided to not go upstairs because I rearranged furniture today. I was finishing it when you called.
And
yeah.
what are you afraid of? That you'll trip over something, or?
No, I was just exhausted. Like, I sat down while y'all were on the phone, and I just haven't gotten back up.
Oh, okay. I get it. Oh my God, yes. By all means, we all need some rest. So, everyone, I want everyone to know that I have to see someone early in the morning. So might as well cut the transmission while we're ahead, and that way we all get some rest. And
We're gonna get something to eat.
Yes, of course. Our man Nemo does his eating at some point during the middle of the show and says, "I'll be back."
I've been eating a lot ever since I stopped smoking.
Wow. Well, I congratulate you. Tell Brooke how to stop smoking. I'd like her to stop smoking.
I don't know. Just think of you're gonna be dead soon if you don't stop smoking.
I'm going to be dead soon either way. Do you know what time it is?
You know what? What time? What, honey?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a short lifespan we get anyway.
Yeah, I understand. You might, yeah.
Yeah, but
It's just I want to get stronger too. I had to stop smoking so I could work out and get stronger as well.
No, I do agree with that when I'm on the treadmill. I mean, I've quit smoking before, but I started vaping, which is what he's bitching about.
That's what I did to help to wean off.
yes.
I was doing water bongs, and then I stopped doing that, and then I did vaping, then I just stopped, went cold turkey after a while of vaping.
Wow. There. I'd like to see you do that.
Well, if I ever start having sex again, I might.
Yes.
Well, hey, look, before we guys
How
go,
are you not? You're hot as hell. How you don't have men coming at you every day wanting to have sex?
Yeah.
I do. I mean, they're mostly disgusting and they look
You
like...
just don't want to be with them.
Yes.
look, guys, on a serious note,
I don't blame you. I'd be a lesbian straight up.
Yeah.
Look, on a serious note, the Psychotronics documentary that I gave everybody, watch that. Because all this shit I've been talking about this whole past year, about like the COVID shots and then being linked to the MK Ultra shit, it's all in this. And all the symptoms that I said my patients were going through are in this fucking movie. Like the uncontrollable...
I like the belch. Shit. I like the belch that came with that.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Oh, I thought that was Ian's from his apple fruit.
It's
remember when I was telling you guys that they could make you have an orgasm remotely? Well, this dude in this video says the same fucking thing.
And he orgasms and says that they made me do it, right?
Where do I get this technology?
Yeah.
Can somebody use that technology on me right now?
Go get the COVID shot. You could, I'll hook it up. But all the shit that I've been warning everybody about is all in this fucking video.
Right.
Oh my God. I have an idea.
So I apologize. Nemo, for getting upset with you because you were making a joke and you weren't saying something completely idiotic like
you're a caring woman.
Well, no, he wasn't saying anything about you or to you. That's why you're.
No, she knows that. She might have thought I said something bad about Peter.
It did sound like that.
It's so
it sounded
around
bad.
Here.
Yeah.
It's so normal around here to see that, on bumper stickers everywhere. So I just didn't want to hear it.
I'm not against Peter in any way.
Right. But
I support helping animals.
I would say, their ads do tend, because they're trying to evoke human sympathetic response. They understand that in any...
if I was 20 again now, I'd be one of the first ones naked in one of those cages.
There
blood
we
on
are.
me.
Yes, I get it. So you know where I was getting it. You knew where I was heading. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh my God, help me. So,
well, look, Brooke, if it makes you feel any better, in San Francisco now, they're making a lab-grown meat factory. so they don't have to do these slaughterhouses anymore. So now they're just gonna slaughter one of each animal.
Artificial meat.
Yeah, so that should that's good news for the animal crowd.
Yeah,
No, you
But
know
not
what?
for your
I agree.
health.
I agree with something Joe Rogan said the other day, because he's obviously not a vegetarian and definitely anti-PETA probably, but he was saying he didn't understand, and I agree with this. Why like vegans, vegetarians, and a lot of vegetarians, but vegans really, because I'm a vegetarian. Vegans are so against eggs because an egg, they don't want anything come from an animal. Egg is never alive as
yes.
a chicken.
Thank you.
You know, like it's not been a chicken because it can't be a chicken because it's basically
Not
like,
fertilized. It's not
They
fertilized.
don't
Yes.
consume milk
Yeah.
either, or cheese.
Yeah,
Or anything that comes from an animal in general. They
well,
don't eat.
I think the reason that they start getting when you get to kids is because of again, that's why I stick to vegetarianism, but I eat
Yeah,
eggs.
vegetarianism's probably the best diet.
But
Adolf Hitler was a vegetarian.
Yes.
yes, he was. Yes.
Yes.
And so but I think that now when we have factory farming, I do see their point is if you have factory farm, like spend the extra $2 on cage-free eggs, or I'll
Right.
spend the extra $1 or $2 on free-range milk or whatever, because at least I know it's like what our grandparents grew up doing, right? Versus the chickens and cows that never see the light of day, even if they're just dairy. So I do believe I see that point of it against the factory, but I don't see the point of saying you shouldn't be able to eat it. It's just all of it is a question of how we do things ethically.
Yeah.
So that's my point, I guess.
Because in modern farms, cows are supposed to be put down in an instant, humane way, but some Jewish-owned farms for kosher beef and that, they still turn the cow upside down in a machine and cut its throat to bleed it out, and that's because it's part of their religion, and it's fucked up that they're still allowed to do that.
They're sickening in all different kinds of ways.
And doing that's going to ruin the meat anyway, because you're stressing the fuck out of the cow.
Or
So I
like
don't know why
veal.
they do
Anybody that eats veal, I will tell you right now, veal. No one should eat veal in any way because of the way
it's
veal
wrong.
is. It's just a wrong. Like I don't think you can't do veal right because it's not allowed to walk. They don't want it to walk because they want it to gain muscle.
It's because the excuse is, it's so tender and soft.
Yeah.
Is that why they chain them up like in South Park?
Yeah, I remember seeing that, and the kids saved the cows, and then they made fun of them because they started growing vaginas on their body for saving cows. The South Park were trying to say people that save cows are pussies. That's what they were saying. I don't agree with that. That's what they were saying.
Oh my
South
god.
Park, they're at the forefront. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
does it alarm anyone that Ian is getting some of his bleeding edge information from South Park?
I only like it because I was watching it since a kid, so I was just brainwashed to liking it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I grew up my whole life watching it. I loved it.
Oh my god.
I wish your mother had grown up watching it and then tied your ass up.
Oh, is that your taboo fantasy there, or what is that?
Bit of BDSM.
You call it whatever the hell you want, man.
Oh my god.
The tying you up where you never develop muscles and you suffer.
but
Is that what we call Clemson German?
Oh, wait a minute. You never develop muscles.
I was
anyway.
about to
What am I
say,
talking about?
he looks like he
Clemson.
suffered that treatment anyway. What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Clemson and incest go together like water in a glass.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Ian, start working out, man. Get strong.
Yeah, and work on your jokes, too, because that one sucked.
Yeah.
That was good. You got me there. That was good.
Oh my god.
That was good.
So,
that was good.
so here's my idea. How about I hang up the call and I call back Brooke to speak with her for a few minutes privately about something she sent me in the private messages that I've got to set her straight on, and then I'll go to sleep.
You just want to see her naked.
Yeah, that too. So that aside, my love.
Bro, get them titties out.
Yes. My
Daddy's calling.
Yeah. Brendan Zogate was talking about that. He was like,
What?
Brendan Zogate was talking. Oh, Brendan Zogate was talking about how Ian started jacking off when he saw a flash of your nipple. He was saying,
Wow.
Wait, hold on. When did this happen?
it happened with the latest episode, the last episode, before tonight.
No,
What are you
I
talking about?
Yeah.
didn't
But
see
you have
my
a titty
nipple.
out? I didn't see no nipple.
She was on video.
No, Douglas,
I saw it all.
said it because I said you said out loud. You said, "Oh my God, you just slipped your nipple," and nobody else said they saw it. It was just you.
No,
Because
Me?
Nemo.
no,
Nemo.
That was me.
Douglas said he saw a nipple, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, but Nemo saw it too.
I was the first one to acknowledge it and vocalize it.
Oh,
Condemn it.
maybe you were. Maybe it was you. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I
it
was
was
just
both of us. It was
trolling.
both of us. It was both of us.
Yeah.
And
I
then-
was drooling just watching your screen the whole time.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my- Was it on there that long?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
not necessarily the nipple itself, but long enough, little
I just
flash.
saw some cleavage. That was it.
Oh no, Ian,
Well, you
Ian
missed
saw the
out.
nipple. No, Ian saw the nipple.
No,
yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I saw the cleavage, but that's, it was big. Brooke, you had great cleavage. I mean, don't
I'm
get me
pretty
wrong.
sure if Ian saw the nipple, he'd have been the loudest one talking.
Yeah.
on the radio.
I'm
He'd have probably
flattered.
been like, "Those Clemson nipples look pretty good, better than I thought they did."
Yeah.
I'm also flattered Brandon and Doug here fantasize about me jacking off. I'm flattered. Thank you guys.
Oh my God! What an image! What an image! So like we said, a lot of these girls steal things from you. I mean, there's at least 3 we know of. There's probably more. So this is so common with you. Again, have you thought of some kind of countermeasure for this?
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna watch the security tapes now.
How that doesn't stop the theft?
I mean,
What?
Buy
Well,
some more safes.
I mean,
and
it's
put all
not
your
really
shit
that.
in there.
It's not really out of a
Look, to
constant
be
thing.
honest,
It's like,
he's just glad he's getting something, some action.
Yeah.
And if he's
Yeah.
getting action, it's worth anything in his house.
I'll go for that. I'll go for that. Yeah.
I mean, it's really not as
Just
bad as
leave
you're
a
making
bunch
it
of fake
sound. It's
gold
just like a
laying
once
around.
thing.
I mean, it's
You know what I
mostly
mean?
stuff from China he can replace. For more.
Exactly. It's probably broken. You know, I mean, I'm doing him a favor.
How many times has he got on his computer? Hello, fuck, shit,
Yeah.
here. Look.
That's right. So what is this thing you've shown us? I downloaded all the Japanese island stuff. Most of it looks
Good.
like stuff I had before, but the underwater war is new, so I downloaded that. What is this latest document? What is this that you're showing?
That is the actual court document about the AI that are in the graphene hydroxide. It's like what's in the shots, in the COVID shots. That's the actual paperwork and law
Black shit.
for it.
Okay.
The graphene.
Look,
I
endangering
thought
the
we
human
agreed
race
that
with
graphene
misuse of...
I thought we agreed that graphene hydroxide had been in other vaccines, like before.
No, it's just in these 5, the new 5 that came out.
I
Apparently,
wouldn't know.
They're going to
But-
try and use that shit for cancer treatments because they reckon they can go into any cells and go into cancer cells and destroy them.
That
This
is the
black
cover.
shit.
Nemo, you are right. That is the cover. That is
Wow.
the
We're talking
cover.
about the RNA.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
talking- discussing RNA.
Something like that. People, like
Yeah.
scientists are top bragging how they can kill cancer cells with this
Yeah,
black
yes.
shit.
Yeah, the black goo. Yes. That is the cover for it.
You're
But they
good-
have no intention of doing that.
Ian, you're gonna go black goo on me.
Well, that's what they call it. That's the nickname for the graphene hydroxide.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
it's self-assembling, you know?
Oh my God. Okay, so my love to both you gentlemen, Ian and Nemo. Say goodnight to our listeners.
I'll hang up. I'll go.
No.
Yeah,
Hey, Ian. I'm going to just talk with Brooke privately, but I mean, we want you gentlemen to say goodnight to everybody first, and then I'll call her back. Oh, Ian.
Yeah.
Look at
Oh,
that.
Hey,
He
Ian,
just
hold
left.
on.
I'll just say, have a good night, day, and morning, everybody. Please support Douglas Dietrich and buy his books.
Oh, bless you.
And
Thank
you too, Brooke. You have a good day, night.
You have,
Have a
a
good
good
one.
day over there. It's daytime over there, right?
Oh, it's night time now, 7 p.m.
They're 17 hours ahead of us, Brooke. 17 hours ahead of me.
the
They must be
future.
like 21 hours ahead of you. And so they're into tomorrow, quite literally.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Take it
so-
easy and have a good one.
Yes, we love you dearly.
Enjoy your dinner.
Yes.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Okay, blessed be for now. Okay, so honey, what I'm going to do is stop streaming. And so I want you to wish all our listeners a good morning, okay? And I'll
Yes,
stop
everybody
streaming.
have a great morning.
Say it again so people can...
Everybody have a great morning, and please send Douglas Dietrich all your money.
Thank you.
because I need some of it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, gotta stop.